The brutal wind rips through a frozen wasteland, where the only sounds are the ice cracking and the terrifying, primal roars echoing from the shadows. Amidst the frozen carnage, where monstrous forms lie still in death, a single, ornate sword stands upright, a testament to a battle recently won. High above, a white bird soars through the frigid air, its keen eyes scanning the vast, empty expanse below. Across the endless white, a lone figure pushes forward, his determined stride leaving tracks in the freshly fallen snow. Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, known as Grillhorn, gazes ahead with unwavering resolve, his expression hardened by the harsh realities of his world. Clad in his distinctive armor, the young prince radiates an aura of quiet strength, ready for whatever challenges the frozen wastes may present. Suddenly, a monstrous roar rips through the air, as a hulking, red-skinned beast with glowing eyes lunges from the shadows, its massive form a terrifying obstacle. Without hesitation, Grillhorn leaps into action, his sword arcing through the air to meet the charging foe. A blood-soaked blade, reflecting a frozen wasteland, hints at the brutal fight that just went down. While chaotic energy pulses in the shadows. For ages, a terrifying red monster with a glowing eye has been snarling, a symbol of the ancient threats that have haunted this world. Countless tribulations struck, but Adrian Leon Burke, in his shining armor, was always there, leaping into the fray. And endless wars raged. He fought without mercy, his blade a whirlwind against the shadows. And from the ashes, countless heroes rose, Adrian Leon Burke, a beacon of power, his body blazing with a fierce blue aura. But always, the hideous face of evil, a green-skinned beast with burning red eyes, just kept coming back. Evil is at the very core of this world, and the prince, with unshakable resolve, is ready to face it. Of the world, and he's leaping through a desolate, ruined landscape, forever battling the encroaching darkness. He stood at the very heart of it all, a golden light blazing from the blade before him, reflecting on his own epic existence. For he was the magic sword, Grillhorn, a legend forged in the crucible of endless, brutal war. And now, the desolate, snow-swept land stretched endlessly before him, a stark testament to the ceaseless, brutal conflict. Amidst the frozen corpses of his enemies, the prince stood, alone, imposing figure against the stark, unforgiving landscape. A quiet sound escaped him as he reached out, a moment of grim acknowledgement in the chaos. His gaze swept across the vast, silent field, the distant fortress a silent, imposing witness to his unending struggle. Yet, the fight was far from over, as new monstrous forms surged forward, their numbers seemingly endless, ready to strike. With a brutal, bone-shattering impact, he delivered a devastating blow, his arm a blur of raw, focused power. The creature crumpled under the force, its grotesque form dissolving into a violent spray of blood and viscera. Out of the blood-red vortex, a horde of grotesque monsters materialized, their eyes burning with malevolent crimson light, all focused on one target. More of these twisted abominations surged forth, an unstoppable tide of terror. But Grillhorn wouldn't break. His mind was set, his will ironclad, as he declared internally, "I am not just a sword." Then, with a burst of electric blue, he exploded into motion, his blade a lethal streak. His eyes burned with fierce determination, his inner voice echoing, "But as a..." His sword flared with an intense azure glow, a testament to his unwavering vow, "Knight, I stand here." Then, with a devastating, sweeping arc, he unleashed a cataclysm of blue power. The impact was cataclysmic, tearing through everything, shattering the battlefield itself. His eye blazed with an electric blue intensity, a searing testament to his indomitable will. He dominates the desolate, snow-covered mountains and frozen valleys, a solitary force against the brutal landscape. The ancient, blood-soaked walls stand in chilling silence, a monument to past carnage. His very presence ignites with a fierce, potent blue energy, a raw display of his unstoppable will. He surveys the devastation, his gaze unwavering, ready for the next challenge. But in this chilling quiet, a single, powerful war horn shatters the air, echoing the call for a relentless dawn charge. Then, a new face emerges, a battle-hardened man with dark hair and a wicked scar, his resolve absolute. He's not alone. A formidable squad stands with him, including the scarred warrior and a striking woman with flowing white hair, all geared for war. Another powerhouse, a woman with long, wavy brown hair, crackles with intense blue energy, her determination burning bright. And a charismatic golden-haired knight, his blue eyes blazing with confidence, joins the fray, radiating his own powerful blue glow. A chilling blue light erupts, painting a vast, snow-covered battlefield in an otherworldly glow. As Adrian Leon Burke, his iconic red cape a stark contrast to his gleaming plate armor, stands unyielding amidst a sea of fallen warriors, his massive greatsword piercing the frozen earth. That same electric blue energy crackles around the silent, defeated forms, a haunting reminder of a brutal, forgotten war. Yet he stands, a beacon of pure resolve, his eyes burning with an unshakable determination. The very ground is a graveyard of blades, swords thrust into the icy expanse, marking the graves of ancient heroes, their legends now tragically lost to the ages. A close-up reveals a battle-worn hilt clutched by an armored hand, a relic of untold struggles. Then Adrian Leon Burke himself, a subtle, confident smirk playing on his lips, his cross-shaped sword now blazing with an intense, golden light. The desolate, snow-swept expanse stretches endlessly, a silent monument to epic, forgotten clashes. Until a grotesque, green-skinned monster, its eyes glowing with malevolent red energy and fangs bared, explodes into view, shattering the silence with a primal roar. Adrian Leon Burke didn't hesitate, exploding into action, his radiant cross-shaped sword tearing through the air straight for the grotesque monster. A brutal shing echoed as the blade ripped through its target, a torrent of gore erupting. The beast staggered, blood exploding from the impact, but Adrian was already moving, a blur of deadly intent. A surge of raw emotion made him slam his fist into the ground, the ice shattering under the force, a silent scream of memory, all of them were my friends. But grief was a luxury he couldn't afford, he surged forward, a whirlwind of steel and blue energy, his sword a blazing comet against the next monster. A deafening clang ripped through the air, his blade striking true, again and again. He tore through the monstrous horde, each strike a furious declaration, the crushing weight of his past screaming in his soul, for the myths they merely became ashes, erased from me. A sickening thump signaled another monster's demise, its eyes frozen in a final, shocked stare. And then, silence. Adrian stood triumphant, his glowing sword still radiating raw power, the sole survivor amidst a sea of defeated monsters. Adrian unleashes a swift, devastating strike. Standing victorious amidst the fallen, his gaze locked forward. A flicker of grim resolve ignites in his eye. As a bone-rattling growl rips through the desolate landscape. In this era of tribulation that has finally arrived, a colossal, monstrous foe bursts forth. And he stands his ground against the towering behemoth. The monstrous creature unleashes a deafening, guttural roar. But his eyes ignite with an intense, electric blue glow, crackling with power. A vibrant, crackling blue aura erupts around him, surging with raw energy. And his cross-shaped sword pulses with the same potent, unleashed energy, ready for battle. He slams down onto the frozen battlefield, his crimson cape a whirlwind around his shining armor, a beacon of pure, unyielding resolve amidst the carnage. But a new terror emerges, its jagged features and burning red eyes screaming pure, unadulterated malice, a monstrous nightmare made real. Yet, the prince remains unyielding, bathed in an explosive, radiant light, his very presence a defiant roar against the encroaching shadows. From an ethereal form of pure energy, I was reborn. My essence coalesced, and I was reincarnated as a sword. Over hundreds of long years, I met countless masters. I lent my strength to their battles, my blade cutting through countless foes. And with my aid, I forged them into legends, heroes who would forever remain in history. Then, after an eternity, I finally met my comrade. Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, stood before me, a figure of regal power and unwavering resolve. But even with such a comrade, a new, terrifying threat looms on the horizon. He was just a kid, born in some forgotten village, when I first found him. Together, we faced down the monstrous threats that plagued his home, the village of Lundberg, and countless others. His resolve hardened with every snarling beast we vanquished. And soon, we roamed the world together, a formidable duo against any darkness. His journey was one of relentless struggle and unwavering courage. Until he achieved feats no one could ever match, becoming an absolute legend. But even legends face new challenges, and a shadow of immense power, like a great dragon, begins to stir. Across desolate, snow-capped peaks, a new threat emerges. The glowing blade, now wreathed in dark, swirling energy, awaits its next wielder. Adrian Leon Burke is absolutely blindsided. A massive, crimson explosion erupts, ripping through the very air around him. Before he can even blink, a razor-sharp, white claw streaks through the maelstrom, delivering a devastating blow. The sheer power of the attack sends him flying, a choked cough tearing from his throat as blood splatters across his cheek. But even battered, he's not out. He instinctively throws up a hand, a desperate blue energy flaring to meet the invisible foe, a last-ditch effort to survive. But it's not enough. The relentless assault shatters his defenses, driving him to his knees, his once proud armor now just a mangled mess in a blizzard of debris. More devastating blows rain down, shattering the very ground and sending shrapnel everywhere. The blinding white energy of the assault continues its rampage, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. But then, from the heart of the storm, the true nightmare reveals itself, a monstrous, shadowy dragon beast, its eyes glowing with an infernal, blood-red intensity. Its massive jaws split open, a hellish red light blazing from its throat, and it lets loose a soul-shattering roar that echoes across the frozen wasteland. He braces, the colossal dark entity's shadow tendrils and raw power lashing out, slamming into him with brutal force. Yet, even amidst the onslaught, he finds the strength to retaliate, his blade arcing with fierce determination, a desperate counterattack. Only for the monstrous foe to unleash a devastating burst of crimson energy, engulfing him entirely in a blinding explosion. The raw magical power washes over the landscape, a wave of pure destruction. But from within the destructive aura, a brilliant blue light erupts, pushing back against the darkness with incredible force. He continues his assault, his sword a blur of motion, a relentless barrage. Unleashing a final, overwhelming wave of azure energy that sends the colossal entity reeling, defeated for now. As the dust settles, a new voice calls out, a man with a confident smile offering his aid, "Let's go, my friend. A new ally has arrived." The blue energy dissipates, leaving behind shattered earth and the lingering chill of battle, the aftermath of an epic clash. The very air explodes with a deafening crack. As Adrian Leon Burke unleashes his power, a primal roar of determination etched across his face. The monstrous dark entity roars in pain, reeling back as Adrian's blue energy slams into it. A cataclysmic explosion of azure light and ice shards detonates, engulfing everything in its raw power. But through the smoke and debris, Adrian emerges, his sword a beacon of crackling blue energy, unyielding. The sheer force of the blow carves deep, jagged fissures into the entity's impenetrable scales. And finally, the monstrous creature glares down, its eyes now burning with an ominous, blood-red fury. But Adrian's glowing blade has found its mark, piercing deep into the entity's leg, a critical hit. Unleashing an ancient memory, the raw power of a forgotten era explodes into view. Back in the day, when legends were forged, we absolutely crushed it. That's right, when we defeated the White Dragon of... Yeah, the one from the Frost Mountains. After that epic win, my comrade leveled up and became the ruler of a whole kingdom. He got the crown, but I... My path? It was all about this legendary blade, a symbol of our victory. This sword, packed with the legend of the Dragon Slayer. It had one epic name, Grohorn. And with a solemn plea to please, look after my descendants, it was passed down to my comrade's descendants. A piercing metallic shriek rips through the air, a sound that promises something epic is about to unfold. A voice grumbles, feeling the raw power surge, demanding to know why it's so loud, as the legendary Grohorn ignites with an otherworldly, blinding radiance. The glow explodes, blinding and overwhelming, as the voice screams in annoyance, calling the light distracting, while a furious, booming voice demands to know who dares to even lay a finger on such a sacred artifact. Then, with an earth-shattering declaration, the young wielder unleashes their will, screaming that from this moment on, they are the undisputed master of this sword. Suddenly, a furious, bearded official, witnessing this outrageous defiance, roars in shock and disbelief, recognizing the young wielder as none other than, Your Highness. He thunders, his voice echoing with authority, that this sword is a sacred relic, an item only the king himself may ever lay hands on, and he demands its immediate, unconditional return. The legendary blade, Grohorn, pulses with raw, untamed power, its golden hilt and razor edge practically screaming with energy. But the young prince, gripping Grohorn with an iron will, sneers at the official, spitting out the insult, this pig, before cutting him off with a thunderous, shut up. With an arrogant smirk, he proclaims that there is nothing in this entire world he cannot touch, leaving the official utterly flabbergasted and reeling from the sheer audacity of the young royal's power. He flexes his power, demanding to check his own authority. The legendary blade pulses with raw power, revealing its true nature, authority, judgment. This power belongs to Adrian Leon Burke, a level 999 monarch with a kingly attitude, overflowing with arrogance, overwhelming might, ruthlessness, fearlessness, zero empathy, and boundless mana sensitivity. Seeing the Leon Burke name, a voice confirms him as the sword's true descendant, but a shadow of doubt still lingers. A white-haired warrior, gripping his own blade, can't believe this king inherited the sword saint's power. He desperately wishes he could just ignore the royal decree. His frustration boils over, knowing he can't just ignore the emperor. Adrian's thoughts cut through the noise, dismissing the man as ridiculous, just babbling nonsense. With a surge of resolve, the white-haired warrior screams at his own blade, begging the great dragon slayer to lend him its strength. His desperate plea explodes into a furious shout, demanding to know if Adrian is truly insane. The white-haired warrior's rage exploded, his voice a thunderous roar as he demanded to know why he, a god, should ever lend power to a mere brat, asserting his absolute dominion over this very realm. His enraged shouts intensified, a primal scream of Grohorn, tearing through the air with desperate, furious intensity. The sheer, raw power of his fury sent shockwaves through the surrounding guards, who shrieked in terror, begging their highness to calm down, knowing they were now on the brink of disaster. But the warrior was beyond reason, his eyes blazing with unholy fire, as he roared, "Shut up! How dare you order me around?" Adrian, utterly unfazed, simply smirked, a chilling challenge in his voice as he asked, "Do you want to start?" daring the warrior to unleash any bit of power he had left. Before the warrior could even blink, Adrian was gone, a golden flash of pure speed and lethal steel. A brutal impact slammed into the warrior, leaving him gasping, in utter disbelief. Adrian's blade had found its mark, a devastating, precise cut slicing deep across the warrior's hand. In a single, brutal instant, the warrior was brought crashing to his knees, utterly defeated and humbled before the calm, victorious prince. In the wake of Adrian's devastating blow, an attendant's face contorted in pure terror, her hands clamping over her mouth, barely containing a scream. A raw, guttural gasp tore from her throat, then a frantic, desperate cry for, "Your Highness." The white-haired warrior, utterly shattered, lay sprawled on the cold earth, a gruesome crimson bloom blossoming across his chest where Adrian's attack had landed. Dropping to her knees, the attendant shrieked, a desperate command to call the royal physician immediately. But through the haze of pain, the warrior's mind could only process a stunned, the impossible reality sinking in, he was the one stabbed by the sword. His mind reeled, a single, burning question dominating his thoughts, how could this scoundrel have wielded such a sword? Then, the world started to swim, his vision blurring, fading into a disorienting haze. A chilling realization struck him, at this rate, he was going down. The ultimate indignity, almost worse than the wound, he was about to faint for the first time in his entire sword-fighting life. The kingdom was on edge, gripped by a chilling prophecy. If Prince Adrian ever took the throne, it would spell absolute doom for everyone. Everyone knew him as a talentless royal, but his greed? That was legendary. He was the poster child for a stupid, lazy, cruel pig. That was the first Prince Adrian Leon Burke to the public, a reputation so bad, even the most infamous villains were like, seriously? The kingdom's future hung precariously, like a hawk circling its prey, especially after this prince's birth, when terrifying rumors of a strange demon's arrival started to spread like wildfire. Two shadowy figures whispered, one asking, wait, isn't Adrian Leon Burke the second prince now? The other scoffed, right, he just got demoted to third prince. Someone else chimed in, but why? He didn't even do anything. Another just waved it off, don't worry, he'll be back to his old self in no time. But here's the kicker, Prince Adrian himself couldn't care less about any of these rumors. Adrian stared down, a heavy thought weighing on him, to think the chilling truth, or maybe a curse, screamed in his head, he had murdered his comrade's descendant and stolen their body. Inside the opulent royal chambers, a guard captain drops to one knee before the king, his voice dripping with worry, begging to know if his majesty has caught wind of the latest whispers. He then drops the bombshell, the first prince, Adrian Leon Burke, who'd been a ghost for months, just got slammed with a demotion to third prince. Meanwhile, a royal maid, with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, sharply reminds a masked guard to watch his mouth. Back on the throne, the king, a sly glint in his eye, notes that Adrian was supposedly back from his deal, but apparently, his infamous reputation hasn't changed a bit. He waves off the maid, coldly stating she can go, since she's clearly useless anyway. Then, the king, with a sneer, demands to know who this pig is, meaning Adrian, and the captain nervously explains he's got some weird demon, which he's totally faking knowledge about. Adrian Leon Burke, finally alone, stares blankly, questioning, is this guy even his teacher? He hears the, Your Highness, but his mind is a total blank, like he remembers absolutely nothing, or maybe, he does. He's locked in thought, eyes downcast. Wait, no way, he thinks, I thought enough time had gone by. When suddenly, a guard shouts, the king is here. Adrian's eyes snap open. The king, he wonders, he must have known all along. A sharp "oh" escapes him, a sudden realization hitting, he's even smarter than I gave him credit for. His thoughts race, I really believed enough time had passed, that the rumors of my bloodline had faded into nothing. But with the king standing right there, it's clear that's not true at all. The king's eyes bore into Adrian. You can't even greet your own father, he declares, it seems even a brush with death hasn't changed you one bit. Later, with Adrian now confined to his bed, the captain of the royal guard steps forward, a worried expression on his face. Your Majesty, I'm worried about His Highness's memory. The king's eyes narrow. Memory loss? The captain's voice is urgent, get the royal physician here now to check on His Highness. Adrian remains unresponsive, his father and guards watching over him, his future hanging in the balance as they await medical assessment. Adrian faces the king, his father, who's grilling him about his memory. You really don't remember anything, he presses. Adrian's mind races, a cold dread gripping him as he grapples with his memory loss, desperately hoping the king hasn't caught on to how bad it truly is. The king's stare cuts deep, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated disappointment. He doubles down, implying that if Adrian can't recall his past actions, then maybe, just maybe, none of it ever even mattered. Adrian's face twists, crushed under the sheer weight of his father's brutal honesty. The king keeps going, laying out how owning up to mistakes and learning from them is growth, a path Adrian is now completely cut off from. His voice turns to steel, delivering the ultimate gut punch, slamming Adrian with the fact that he's forgotten everything. The king's regal chains glint, a stark, silent symbol of his absolute power. In a crushing final declaration, the king lays it bare, Adrian's past is gone, so he has no option but to push forward from his broken present. Adrian Leon Burke is on his knees, facing the king's icy stare, his mind screaming in frustration, desperate to escape this crushing humiliation. The king's words hit like a hammer, a brutal declaration, forget being the first prince. You should be grateful you're even treated like a human. Adrian's face twists in a furious, bewildered snarl, his mind screaming, what in the world has this kid been doing? Pure shock slams into him, leaving him reeling from the king's brutal words. The king's voice cuts through, a stark contrast to a fleeting memory of a younger Adrian in his father's arms, as he declares, I heard everything. Now, just accept it. Your memory will return soon, right? A painful memory flashes, a young Adrian on his father's lap, while the king's cutting words slice through the present, that trivial past. Who cares if you don't remember it? No, thank your beautiful face has. Adrian's face contorts in pure agony, the king's cruel words burning into his mind, wasted away like this, my poor son. Where exactly has it wasted away? King Leon Burke, with a chilling smile, declares his joy that Adrian has finally opened his eyes, a statement loaded with unspoken meaning. But the joy quickly fades as he issues a chilling warning, Adrian must never again touch such dangerous objects. The king's words cut deeper, a thinly veiled threat as he muses, what if something had gone wrong and Adrian hadn't woken up? Adrian, trapped in his father's embrace, is visibly crushed, his face a mask of despair under the king's unyielding stare. Adrian's mind screams in protest, desperate to forget, a chilling thought echoing, I'm already dead. The imposing castle stands under a cold moon, a stark reminder of the crushing burden Adrian now faces. With a final, cold dismissal, the king declares, he'll return later, telling Adrian to rest well, as if nothing happened. A low, pained sound escapes Adrian. Before he lets out a single, broken gasp, his face a portrait of utter despair. Adrian's mind races back to a past life, where even after taking down one of his own, his comrades still begged him to clean up their messes. But he knows the truth, it wasn't them, it was him, the one who screwed up his own life. But now, a fierce resolve burns within him. He's taking back what he lost, reclaiming his memories. He was reincarnated as a fat body with no talent, forced to clean up after everyone else, even the ones he'd already taken down. A fat body, no talent, but it doesn't matter. He clenches his fist, a burning desire to rebuild his power surging through him, then a strange thought crosses his mind, how many kids has he even had? Then, a name flashes in his mind, Reizu. But his mission is crystal clear, he needs to forge a mana heart. With fierce determination, Adrian starts pulling in the raw energy, igniting the first spark of his comeback. He kicks off the intense training, his hand igniting with raw blue energy, pulling mana into a swirling orb. The electric blue light surges, swirling around his palm. But the sheer effort pushes him to his limit, his eyes burning with a painful blue glow as the raw power destabilizes. He gasps, the mana exploding outwards. Frustration boils over as the mana scatters, his body still too weak to contain the raw power. But Adrian is relentless. His resolve hardens, a fierce declaration to try once more, and a vibrant blue aura explodes around him. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, the mana surging with explosive intensity as he pushes past his limits. Gritting his teeth and forcing his body to comply, again and again, pushing the boundaries. The blue energy finally coalescing into a massive, stable form around his hands. The powerful mana continues to swirl, now taking on a defined, almost solid shape, a true testament to his unwavering will. Adrian hits the ground, a raw, primal cry tearing from his throat as the sheer force of the mana threatens to rip him apart. His face contorts in a desperate scream, sweat flying as he pushes past the pain, cursing his own body for its perceived betrayal. What is this weakness? Grillhorn snaps awake on a brutal, snow-covered battlefield, bodies strewn around him, his mind screaming, what the hell is up with this body? He lets out a frustrated groan, the sheer power of his past life still echoing in his mind, knowing he could just buy anything he wanted, even if it meant forcing people to do his bidding. Suddenly, a soft knock breaks the tension, and the Royal Guard captain's voice rings out, Your Highness. Later, Grillhorn is chilling at a table when a royal maid drops a compliment, clarifying, this is a compliment. I don't intend it specially for you, Your Highness. But he's thinking, I say this, but it's still not enough. The maid, looking serious, presses on, so please consider Her Majesty's feelings. He just sits there, taking it all in. A flicker of fear crosses the maid's eyes, a silent plea in her mind, I hope he doesn't throw this at me like last time. Her eyes are locked on him, waiting for his next move. His eyes snap open, a shockwave of realization hitting him. That vibrant, glowing blue liquid before him, it's absolutely overflowing with raw mana. The royal maid offers the bowl, and he snatches it up, no hesitation. He chugs it down in one go, that mana-packed liquid vanishing instantly. The maid's jaw drops, pure shock and worry etched onto her face at his sudden, intense consumption. A quiet clink, and the bowl is already empty, just like that. He then dismisses her, asking if she's free to go, and she stammers, Ah. Yes, Your Highness. A smirk plays on his lips as he demands, Good. Now, one more, but this time, with fire. The very air around him starts to crackle, glowing with faint, pulsing blue energy. His new, chubbier form is absolutely radiant with a vibrant blue aura, his eyes blazing with an intense, magical power. A close-up reveals the sheer determination in those glowing blue eyes, as he acknowledges the mana's incredible effectiveness. But even with that power, he muses, the current amount is still insufficient. And what he consumes dissipates far too quickly, scattering after only a single day. Turning sharply to the royal maid, he calls out to her, demanding to know if she has any more of that potent mana-infused liquid. Just a few days later, Grohorn has undergone a dramatic transformation, his form now leaner and more mature, his white hair a stark contrast to intensely glowing blue eyes, as powerful blue energy crackles around his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He's done this countless times, he thinks, finally able to forge a mana heart. With it, he could forge something truly powerful. But as his eyes blaze with an unnatural blue, a searing pain erupts, tearing through him. He remembers now, this process was always meant to be agonizing. The agony intensifies, forcing him to his knees. His chest feels like it's going to explode from the sheer mana pressure. Still, he pushes through, his hands radiating the intense blue energy of the mana heart he's trying to form. The creation of a mana heart, he reminds himself, was never meant to be easy. He cannot lose consciousness now, not when he's so close. He's pushing through the pain, raw mana exploding around him, a total blackout of power. His jaw clenches, eyes blazing electric blue as he fights through the insane internal pressure. Dropping to a knee, he forces himself to focus, knowing one mistake could mean total annihilation. With a glowing hand, he dives into the chaos, grabbing the wild mana and crushing it. No rush, he tells himself, meticulously guiding the volatile power. Blue energy streams ignite, slowly, perfectly tracing the path to forge a new heart. The new mana heart, a fragile, glowing sphere, crackles to life, permeating his very essence. A low, powerful hum vibrates through the air as the creation finishes, leaving a small, intensely glowing orb. Totally spent but victorious, he sits, staring down his incredible new mana heart. He's locked in, mana energy crackling around him. A powerful thrumming vibrates from his core. And he looks up, eyes blazing with resolve, vowing that this time, he'll forge a mana heart for another. But then, his true ambition bursts forth as a swirling blue orb materializes in his hand, a mana heart, for him and him alone. He stands, chest puffed out, a victorious grin splitting his face as he shouts his triumph. A blinding golden aura erupts around him, the mana heart now fully realized. He freezes, a flicker of surprise in his wide eyes. As the system itself declares, mana heart has been created. Just after forging his mana heart, he was hit with a sudden status window, leaving him to wonder what was going on and why securing the origin was so critical. Why was this power surfacing now, he questioned, as the system initiated a critical connection restoration to the origin, making him halt in disbelief. The link snapped into place, and a powerful gut feeling screamed that this was a point of no return. Then, new, insane power unlocked, the third eye, but only for a super limited time, leaving him utterly stunned. This wasn't just any power, even for limited use, it promised to boost his sight and hearing to insane levels. Suddenly, his vision exploded with detail, showing a distant forest and a pristine white flower with incredible clarity. He could hear everything, every tiny sound, with unbelievable precision, but the true scope of this new ability was still unknown. Outside, the maid hushed the guard, reminding him the king hated drama, then casually dropped that she could hear the queen's voice, clear as day, right through the door. A searing agony rips through him, a guttural UGH torn from his throat as the sheer power overwhelms his senses. His mana. Gone. The system screams, internal mana has been fully depleted, and then, forcibly terminating use of authorities. But even as the power recedes, a chilling realization dawns on him, I see. So this is what extremely limited meant. The true cost of his new authority. Yet, for a fleeting moment, he saw everything. Detecting everything in all directions without a single blind spot. The world laid bare before his mind's eye. But the ultimate prize, the origin, remains a distant dream, still too far to grasp. He knows the path forward, for now, by repeated use of a magic power, I can only strengthen my eyesight and see things a bit better. Incremental gains, but gains nonetheless. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as a glowing orb materializes, his mind already racing, there should be a way to extend my mana pool first. The gears are turning. And his eyes blaze with an unyielding resolve. A powerful declaration rings out from the heavens, it will be brought forth, now. But inside the sprawling, majestic castle, Grohorn's mind is already racing, his first mission, mastering this human form. And a voice, dripping with awe, declares his determination truly admirable. A stunning, elegantly dressed woman steps forward, a radiant smile gracing her lips, her hand reaching out in a clear invitation. Yet, Grohorn, slumped on a luxurious couch, looks utterly unimpressed, while a commanding voice insists he must learn to value his own body. A formidable figure looms over him. His gaze sharp and unwavering. He scrutinizes Grohorn, a grim realization dawning, he's truly lost his memory. Then, a voice from off-panel commands, "You must help this child, brother." The man, caught off guard, mutters, "I was wondering who." He stands before the royal guard captain, an unseen voice dropping a bombshell, "He's Adrian, the emperor's brother, and the captain's only nephew." The voice keeps pushing, pointing out Adrian's strange silence, and the captain, clearly annoyed, thinks it's a waste of his time, but figures a quick look won't hurt his reputation. Blue magical energy explodes, ripping through the air, leaving Adrian gasping, struggling on the ground, his body absolutely racked by the sheer force. Towering over him, the scarred royal lays down the law, "Adrian, the emperor's brother, is getting an imperial education, now. And if he ever forgets his place, he'll make sure Adrian never wakes up." A chilling smirk spreads across the royal's face as he throws down the gauntlet, daring Adrian to give it his all, because who knows what could change. Adrian, eyes blazing with defiance, actually entertains the thought of flipping the script and teaching the royal a thing or two about swordsmanship, but then dismisses it as utterly ridiculous. He grudgingly admits that for an imperial prince with off-the-charts talent, being strong-armed into this kind of situation is just par for the course. The royal's smirk widens, reveling in Adrian's barely contained fury and resentment. Then, with a predatory glint in his eye, he throws out a challenge, "Let's make a bet." Adrian, fire in his eyes, boldly declares he'll surpass the royal in just 6 months, as the royal silently hopes Adrian won't live to regret that burning arrogance. Adrian, with a fire in his eyes, lays down the ultimate challenge to his uncle, total obedience if he loses, but a single, powerful wish if he wins. The emperor, ever the strategist, just smirks, taking it all in. He then coolly accepts, clearly relishing the upcoming spectacle of Adrian's struggle. But the moment of bravado quickly fades, as Adrian's inner voice confesses his overconfidence. He is hit with the crushing reality of his own physical limitations, sweat beading on his brow. "This damn body," he curses, utterly fed up with his current weakness. Then, with a surge of pure will, brilliant blue energy ignites around his leg, launching him skyward, his first mission, conquer this pathetic fence. The emperor's eyes widen, a hint of shock replacing his amusement, as Adrian's true potential begins to reveal itself. Adrian's power pulsed, a soft thud marking the continued surge of his magic, a blue glow still radiating from him. The emperor's eyes widened, his voice laced with pure shock, barely managing to gasp Adrian's name. But Adrian? He was cool as ice, his gaze unwavering. The emperor's jaw dropped, his voice booming with disbelief, "Did you actually create a mana heart?" Adrian just smirked, casually asking, "Oh, this?" before dropping the bomb, "Yeah, I just whipped it up a little while ago." A confident grin spread across his face as he then challenged, "So, why'd you regret making that bet, huh?" The emperor's eyes practically popped out of his head, a stunned ripping from his throat. His uncle's face contorted in frustration, quickly correcting himself, "No, scratch that. Where on earth did you learn to forge a mana heart?" A subtle chuckle echoed. The emperor's mind raced, staring at Adrian and grappling with the sheer impossibility of a mana heart. Adrian's eyes go wide, a choked gasp caught in his throat as the emperor's voice booms, demanding to know how he mastered a technique only the weakest would ever learn. The heavens themselves seemed to crackle with the sheer disbelief, birds scattering in a frantic flurry. The entire castle shakes, a thunderous "what" erupting from within, echoing the emperor's absolute shock. A chilling system alert screams across the interface, "It really is the end of an era." Grohorn's mind races, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his eyes. But the emperor cuts through the tension, launching into an explanation, "A mana heart is." Grohorn's jaw drops, utterly stunned by the revelation, a crude technique that only low-ranked mages learn. He can't believe his ears, immediately challenging the statement, "What on earth do you mean?" The emperor, unfazed, decides to cut to the chase, declaring it would be faster to show him, and commands him to watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, a blinding turquoise aura erupts from his palm. The raw power twists and solidifies, forming a perfect, glowing ring of mana. The brilliant, turquoise ring pulses with power, a stunning visual of the emperor's mastery. The emperor's power display leaves Grohorn stunned, his mind racing as he stares at the vibrant blue energy, a single question burning within him, "What is this?" The raw blue energy pulses with incredible force, then, with a sudden, violent crackle, it explodes into countless fragments, and Grohorn's eyes widen in shock as he grasps the impossible truth, mana shouldn't shatter like that. The emperor is using a mana heart. But the emperor quickly clarifies, revealing that his current method isn't just better, it's a game-changer. A stark contrast to the ancient EU family, who, despite pioneering mana hearts, had crumbled into obscurity 100 years prior. Proving that the era of mana hearts is long dead, with no one daring to use such an outdated method today. Taking it all in, Grohorn pores over a document, Mana Chaining Basic Theory, a silent realization dawning on him, the world of magic has truly evolved beyond his wildest imagination. The text reveals the modern approach: mages now channel their power through glowing orbs. And knights, in a display of raw power, manifest intricate chains to draw mana, their very stage a testament to these woven constructs. Mana chaining kicks off with a single, glowing strand of energy coiling around a sword, then bam, it doubles instantly. Tripling, quadrupling in a flash, creating these insane, glowing patterns. Then, a fifth chain bursts forth, finishing the mind-blowing visual of the technique. Grillhorn, poring over these crazy schematics, actually admits this isn't total garbage. His eyes lock onto the basic theory section, penned by some dude named Altrinjan, and suddenly, a bell rings in his head. He's heard that name before. A jolt of recognition hits him, his eyes snapping wide with pure intrigue. Way back in the day, a legend was born. A voice booms out, challenging a figure gripping a sword with a sick glowing blue gem in its hilt, demanding to know if he's the legendary sword saint. The hooded figure, gripping his blade with silent power, coolly drops his name, Ernest Altrinjan. He unleashes a powerful declaration, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly light, challenging all: I have come to see who is more worthy of the name, Sword Saint. The ancient texts reveal a legend, a man who mastered bizarre arts, transcending both blade and spell. A spark of realization ignites in Grillhorn's mind, as the name clicks into place. No wonder the name sounded familiar. A knowing smirk spreads across his face as he settles deeper into his throne. The story's narrator then cuts in, demanding to know: so, what happened to that guy again? Moments later, within the opulent royal halls, the prince confronts his captain and a maid. He pivots to his captain, a challenging glint in his eye, demanding to know if he dared to read the book. The captain's unwavering gaze locks onto him, issuing a stark command: no, don't even crack the book open, you. Ignoring all caution, Grillhorn clutches the forbidden tome, and the royal guard captain's voice booms, challenging the sheer audacity of his decision. A smirk of pure defiance spreads across his face, as he glances away, a soft daha of amusement escaping him. Scanning the ancient script, Grillhorn declares he can't find a single trace of what he seeks within these very quarters. The captain, his face a mask of stern disapproval, lets out a frustrated "tsk" and demands if Grillhorn truly refuses to comprehend the dire situation. Suddenly, as if answering the captain's challenge, a powerful mook sound erupts with a surge of brilliant blue energy, engulfing the book in Grillhorn's hand. This power pulses with a profound secret, as the narration reveals that not every human heart is just a mana heart, some are purpose-made in class. His eyes now blazing with that same fierce blue light, Grillhorn stares up, a daring question hanging in the air: have you? The captain, visibly stunned by the raw power, finishes Grillhorn's sentence, demanding: ever heard of it? As this unfolds, the narration shifts, revealing that there are sometimes individuals like the ancient mercenaries, those who foolishly believe they are heroes from forgotten centuries. A golden-haired youth confronts the royal guard captain, his gaze intense as he drops a bombshell question. He demands to know if the captain understood the fate of those who couldn't pick a side between two warring kings. As images of ancient, glowing warriors locked in brutal combat flash before his eyes. The blonde youth, with a glint in his eye, then presses on, questioning if he's somehow different from those ancient, conflicted souls. He throws down a gauntlet, daring the captain to try and take down a double-chain knight. And the royal guard captain, a knowing smirk gracing his features, coolly replies: he'll become his guardian, just as his mother always wanted. But the blonde youth's confident facade cracks, a flicker of doubt in his gaze as he confesses, he's not so sure about that promise. The scene shifts to a more intimate, almost dungeon-like setting, where their intense conversation continues, the captain's eyes never leaving the enigmatic youth. The blonde youth stands tall among other figures, his aura demanding attention, the captain's words clearly resonating deep within him. The royal guard captain's voice booms, challenging: did you just question my qualifications as a guardian? Suddenly, a new, powerful figure steps forward, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, announcing with authority: I am, a Count of the Kingdom and the commander of the Black Lancers army. The captain's voice echoes, adding to the revelation: Master of the Black Lancers. He emphasizes, and one of the 5 silver lions who have sworn loyalty. The knight's entire form ignites with an overwhelming blue aura, power surging. The captain's voice intensifies, revealing more: one who has sworn to your blood. His eye burns with fierce, unyielding loyalty. The captain declares, his voice ringing out: a double-chain knight, Vale Baberhard. He finishes with a powerful statement, solidifying the knight's role. Vale Baberhard's presence was undeniable, his armor gleaming, but Grillhorn wasn't backing down, firing back with a defiant: is that sufficient qualification? No words were needed from the Count of Baberhard, just the silent, powerful statement of his hand on his sword. A smirk, a glint in his eye, his entire being screamed absolute, unshakable confidence. But before things could truly ignite, the royal guard captain moved, grabbing Grillhorn and shouting: stand down, Count Baberhard. The Count's smirk didn't budge, his piercing blue eyes locking onto the captain, utterly unfazed. And Grillhorn? He just grinned wider, a wild, unsettling smile as his eyes burned with an eerie glow. Moments later. Grillhorn was down, but not out. Battered and bruised, his grin was still there, a chilling declaration, that will be. A sickening thwack as something is ripped away. He clutches his gut, a guttural groan tearing from his throat. He almost died. But then, a sinister figure with glowing eyes just smirks, mocking him. Was it all just an act for sympathy? A twisted performance? Back in the present, a heavier Grillhorn stomps through the palace halls, his mind still burning with thoughts of that conniving bastard. That devilish bastard. The rage is boiling inside him. But then, the exact person he's fuming about appears, greeting him with a chillingly polite tone. Grillhorn's eyes practically pop out. The royal physician. The physician bows, dripping with fake humility, thanking Grillhorn for remembering a lowly servant like him. Grillhorn demands to know why he's here, only for the physician to drop a bombshell. The queen herself ordered healing magic. The power games are just beginning. Grillhorn is absolutely fuming, his words dripping with pure contempt as he tries to get rid of the royal physician. He roars, I don't need it, so just get out. But his mind snaps back to a brutal memory, a younger, leaner warrior plummeting through a blizzard of death, a chilling echo of his past power. Back in the opulent present, Grillhorn glares at the lavish spread, grumbling about the sheer waste of it all, his anger barely contained. Meanwhile, the royal physician, cool as ice, just watches on, his eyes holding a chilling, calculating depth. Suddenly, the silence shatters as Vale Baberhard, flanked by a maid and a guard, bursts into the grand hall, his voice cutting through the air, Brother, are you here? He charges forward into the chamber, his powerful stride demanding all eyes on him. His relentless pace carries him deeper, on a mission to find his brother. Grillhorn, the former prince, was absolutely feasting, completely alone at a massive table. His once chiseled physique was now, well, let's just say he wasn't skipping any meals, a shocking transformation from his warrior days. Mid-bite, a snarky voice cut through the silence, muttering, what is with this guy? Suddenly, Vale Baberhard loomed over him, a powerful presence, stating, it's been a minute. Then, a cutting jab, still the strongest, huh? Taking in Grillhorn's new look, Vale didn't hold back, heard you had a little accident, but wow, you look even worse than the rumor said. Grillhorn's face twitched, but Vale just twisted the knife, a cold, what a shame, hanging in the air. Shoving his plate aside, Grillhorn finally snapped, alright, what's your deal? Just here to start something. Don't you, a prince, have anything better to do? A dark, furious glint sparked in Grillhorn's eyes, his jaw clenching. Yet, Vale's inner monologue was brutal, a silent, easy for the guy who literally stabbed himself with a sword to talk. He drops the bombshell, a smirk playing on his lips, I heard an interesting piece of news, you see. Grillhorn's face tightens as Vale presses, I heard you made a bet with Count Baberhard. Vale's hand flashes, a small, wicked blade glinting as he taunts, something about dueling a double-chain knight. A chilling smirk spreads across his face, his eyes burning with unspoken challenge. Grillhorn's gaze drops, a storm brewing within him. But then, he snaps back, eyes blazing, how would you like me as your opponent? Morning broke, and Grillhorn was already at the table, ready to face the day, when the royal guard captain started talking, his tone hinting at something serious. Grillhorn couldn't help but scoff, clearly annoyed by what he was hearing, as the captain just laughed, finding the whole situation quite entertaining. He just couldn't wrap his head around why these legion commanders were all like this, especially when the king himself had praised their skills in both sword and magic. Then he remembered that one punk, who'd somehow woven 2 black knights at only 14, showing off insane speed. Elsewhere, the royal physician was deep in concentration, his hands crackling with raw magic, performing some seriously intricate spell work. Back to Grillhorn, he shot the captain a look of disbelief, just as a royal maid hurried in, bowing low and apologizing for being late, a pile of letters in her hands. The maid mentally noted that these letters were strictly for him, offering them up with utmost respect. Grillhorn grabbed the letters, a puzzled look on his face as he muttered, wondering why these people, who'd never bothered to write before, were suddenly flooding him with mail. The paper rustles, and Grillhorn's eyes? They're laser-focused, suspicion burning bright. He's at the table, captain and maid on standby, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head as he processes these wild letters. These letters are wild. One's a groveling apology and a plea for a deal, another's a guildmaster in deep trouble, and a third is literally begging the prince for help. Basically, these messages scream desperation from all sides, and he's not buying it for a second. Then, a devious grin. He sees it, the ultimate opportunity, a chance to legally pummel that scoundrel. He flashes a knowing grin at the captain, who can only manage a stunned, hey, in return. He turns to the maid, who just manages a hesitant, ah, yes. As she looks away, the weight of his words hitting them both hard. One last rustle of the letter, and Grillhorn's face hardens with cunning determination, he's ready to flip this whole situation on its head. A wooden sword slams down with a brutal, echoing impact. before clattering onto the wet, cracked stone floor. As a hand reaches out to retrieve it. Pick up the... Standing over the fallen youth, Vale Baberhard's voice cuts through the air. You need to know that you lack a shred of swordsmanship for this to be happening, don't you? He continues his harsh assessment. I didn't want to believe it, but what you lost because you were weak wasn't just a battle. You could have avoided it if you had a better personality. Before Grohorn can respond, a swift kick lands, sending a jolt of pain through him. His eyes flaring with a blue glow as he clutches his stomach, crying out, my muscle pain. Vale Baberhard pauses, observing the youth's agony. Wait. Before questioning him with a hint of surprise, did you not receive healing magic? Still laying down the law, Vale Baberhard drops some serious truth bombs, telling Grohorn a real knight knows their foundation is everything. Grabbing Grohorn by the collar, he makes it crystal clear, these aren't just fancy moves, they're about rebuilding their lost power. A deep growl rumbles, his stare absolutely locked on. Staring down at the prince, he doubles down, declaring he'll teach him right, no matter what. With Grohorn now on the floor, Vale Baberhard hammers home that this technique is the absolute bedrock for any knight. Then, bam. A blinding blue-green aura explodes around him, his armor and sword blazing with raw magical power. He hoists the glowing blade high, calling it the kingdom's training sword. The blade practically screams with power, its glow hitting maximum intensity with a fierce shing. And as the energy goes critical, Vale Baberhard's eyes ignite with that same electric blue, radiating the sheer power he's unleashing. He moved with blinding speed, his weapon arcing downward, leaving a trail of brilliant blue-green energy in its wake. Every muscle in his body coiled and released, channeling immense power into the strike. The air itself seemed to distort around the glowing blade, as it descended with unstoppable force. His eyes flared with the same vibrant energy, a testament to the technique's full activation. The final arc of his swing was a blur of light, a pure expression of concentrated power. Then, with a deafening quang, the strike connected. The ground beneath them erupted, shattering into countless fragments as the force propagated outwards. Grohorn was thrown backward by the sheer concussive wave, the impact cracking the very earth around him. Stunned and wide-eyed, he could only stare in profound shock at the raw power he had just witnessed. The dust settles, but the impact remains. Vale stands unfazed, his devastating strike having ripped through the very earth itself. Grohorn, absolutely floored by the sheer power, can only gape at the destruction, his mind screaming, just now. That raw power was absolutely insane, blowing away any expectations he had for a training session. Vale, cool as ice, watches his reaction, then drops some wisdom. A real knight's power isn't just about the sword. A sly smirk crosses his face, as he subtly hints that this kind of power might just be too much for Grohorn to even grasp. Grohorn's jaw drop turns into a wicked smirk, his eyes practically glowing with the sudden, epic realization of what he just witnessed. The ground itself is still throbbing with insane blue energy, a glowing, pulsing monument to the sheer magical devastation. Then, from the swirling, crackling energy, the legendary name itself appears in blinding blue light, Dragon Slayer. Grohorn's face goes from stunned to utterly enlightened, as the full, epic weight of the Dragon Slayer technique finally hits him. Grohorn's eyes blazed with raw power, his mind already calculating the next move. Mastering this technique wasn't just about victory, it was about leading a whole new knight order, or maybe, just maybe, this single skill was enough to win the ultimate bet. But then, a chilling voice cut through his grand vision, declaring, there is no need. The very idea of him leading a new knight order, even after mastering such power, was instantly dismissed. Grohorn, caught off guard, turned, his mind reeling, lead another knight order. Just that. Because that alone is enough. The audacity. A scarred, unyielding man watched the whole scene unfold, a single, contemptuous humph escaping his lips. With a hand already on his sword, he finally gave in, a curt, do as you please, sealing the deal. And then, in a blur of impossible speed, the man struck, his blade a mere phantom in the air. He slammed into a battle-ready stance, Grohorn's eyes glued to the spectacle. The very ground shattered under his feet, a raw display of power, yet the whispers of the world claimed this emperor's sword style was nothing more than a trivial training exercise. Grohorn clicks his tongue in pure frustration, forced to concede the undeniable power he just saw. He absolutely hates to admit it, but that was a raw, natural phenomenon. Then, in a blinding flash, a sword erupts with brilliant blue energy. The blade humming with raw power. This was the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, a weapon that, get this, couldn't even slay actual dragons. And the fools who wielded it in their world had totally forgotten its true power. The swordsman moved like a blur. A torrent of blue energy trailing his every precise motion, unleashing a technique that was once just a training exercise. The blade struck with a devastating impact. The sound echoing as the scarred swordsman lowered his weapon, his intense gaze fixed on the ground. Grohorn watched him, a wild mix of awe and frustration etched onto his face. The scarred swordsman, a master of his craft, continues to school his audience, dropping a truth bomb, real power isn't about hoarding energy, it's about channeling it perfectly, like a lightning bolt through your veins. He drives the point home, stressing that strength must flow from your very bones, through your core, and into the blade, not just a simple arm swing. Grillhorn, soaking it all in, gives a firm nod of understanding. The swordsman sighs, muttering about how the legendary Emperor's sword style, once a pinnacle of combat, is now just a basic warm-up, its true power lost to time. A fire ignites in Grillhorn's eyes, as he vows to resurrect the Dragon Slayer style, to show the world it's anything but a relic. His hands tighten into fists, burning with indignation at the thought of such a legendary technique being tossed aside like old garbage. Driven by his new mission, he strides forward, the days blurring into a relentless march towards his goal. He started his grind, pushing his body to the absolute max, day in and day out. A week flew by in a haze of pure effort, but his determination was absolutely unbreakable. Then, a whole month passed, leaving him totally wiped out but undeniably tougher. His grind was paying off big time. He could feel the training effects skyrocket, and he'd even hit the elusive chance stage. What's more, that annoying, clumsy trait that held him back. It was gone, replaced by pure, general dexterity. He stood tall, sword ready, radiating a new level of grace and confidence, a total powerhouse forged by sheer will. A deep breath, a quiet exhale, a silent nod to his incredible gains. Grillhorn's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, his grip tightening on the blade as he feels the raw mana surging through it. He's reached a whole new level where he can literally feel its power, then he declares his intent to swing the sword. His movements are absolutely fluid, way more natural than they were even a month ago. But then, out of nowhere, an unseen voice shouts for him to stop. He completely ignores it, pushing even harder, realizing he's already stronger than yesterday. The voice screams again, "Stop." But he just keeps going, his technique becoming even more perfect than it was just a second ago. The unseen speaker finally loses it, yelling, "Did you not hear me tell you to stop?" Grillhorn, in the middle of a powerful swing, wields a wooden sword that's already glowing with an otherworldly energy, its blade fractured but still holding. His hands clench the hilt, the fractured training blade pulsing with a soft, internal glow. Then, with a deafening quang, the hilt explodes, unleashing a torrent of raw energy. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, under a brutal downpour, a younger man stands grimly next to an older, heavily armored figure. The younger man, rifle in hand, gazes down with an unreadable expression, the heavy rain blurring his face. Back with Grillhorn, his grip tightens on yet another sword hilt, and with a quadjik, it violently cracks and glows, mana exploding outwards. A crimson pool spreads across the soaked earth, as the younger man stares down at the gravely injured older figure. His voice barely a choked whisper, the younger man gasps, "Uncle," his eyes wide with pure shock and terror. Grillhorn now stands before a colossal, cracked sword, embedded deep in the earth, its immense power radiating outwards in a blinding, golden explosion of light. Crack, the sound of wood shattering rips through the storm. As a training dummy is absolutely obliterated by sheer force. But the real storm is on a young man's face, tears streaming as he clenches his jaw. A furious shout tearing from his throat, "You stupid fool." He's kneeling over his fallen uncle, demanding answers, training on a day like this? His rage boils over, if that were the case, you wouldn't have become unbreathable. Then, a miracle, his blood-soaked hand ignites with an otherworldly glow. Revealing the truth, the hyper-focus trait is forged only in the crucible of extreme concentration. And in that desperate, burning moment, the legendary trait, hyperfocus, is born. Still reeling, he lets out a bitter, defiant laugh, a challenge to fate itself, wondering if he could be tricked again. But that defiance shatters into a raw, pained grimace, his face twisting in pure agony as the rain pours down. Suddenly, a towering, familiar figure looms over him, and he can only choke out, barely acknowledging the king's presence. His anger ignites again, fists clenching, ready to fight, even with a guard looming behind him. But under the king's cold, unwavering stare, his defiance crumbles, head bowing in a crushing display of defeat. Rain streaks down his face, hiding the raw emotion as he closes his eyes, utterly consumed by pain. From above, the king's voice slices through the rain, a brutal, cutting judgment aimed directly at the young man. A system screen flashes, revealing the legendary Adrian, also known as Grillhorn, the first prince, the absolute legend of the sword's edge. But then, consciousness flickers back, and Adrian's eyes snap open in a lavish room, confusion clouding his gaze. A massive wave of disorientation hits him, and he can only wonder, did I lose consciousness? He pushes himself up, a shocking realization hitting him hard, he had no idea about the true limits of this new body. Because in his past life, as a living, breathing sword, he had already conquered everything. He was the nameless war hero, the ultimate swordmaster whose legend was etched into history. He was the Crenary king, the absolute founder of the entire kingdom. His path. Pure, unadulterated conflict, a crimson tapestry woven from endless battles and countless fallen enemies. He was the one who led wars to absolute victory, constantly pushing the limits, elevating both body and soul through sheer, unstoppable will. He was once a terrifying presence, a monstrous force that literally guided the path of heroes. His influence, like a sharp blade, had shaped destinies, and his very name, Grohorn, echoed with raw power. He was a wise advisor and an excellent teacher, but always just a third party, never the one to claim the glory for himself. Now, looking at his own hands, he realized that's why he swung the sword until he reached this state, totally intoxicated by the sensation of making all the sweat, effort, and fruits of labor entirely his own. He knew he had to regain his power and his body, to once again become the one who says, "That which I desire, I shall obtain in no time." He's been grinding for over a month, ever since he snagged that mana heart. He's stacked up so much mana, the next stage is practically calling his name. His eyes blaze with raw power, but even he knows his current body has its limits. His body just can't keep up with the insane mana he's packing. He needs just a little more to hit that next level. Then, boom. His mana heart just exploded in size, a massive breakthrough. And with that power up, electric blue mana explodes around his hand. A clear signal his body is finally leveling up to handle the insane power coursing through him. The mana heart pulsed, a system notification flashing, confirming his body was evolving with the surge of power. Raw, untamed energy swirled, crackling with power. Grohorn's gaze sharpened, locked onto the surging power within. His body swelled, bulging under the sheer pressure of the mana, a radiant symbol blazing on his chest as he pushed past his limits. But he quickly regained composure, a determined smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "Then, let's see." His grip tightened on his sword's hilt. A triumphant system message flashed, announcing his new status. He had officially reached the rank of sword learner. But the revelations didn't stop there. The message continued, unlocking a brand new power. He could now unleash the most basic level of aura. A faint, ethereal blue glow erupted from his blade, signaling his readiness to unleash this incredible new power. He channels his power, and a faint, electric blue aura ignites around his sword. The energy crackling with a soft, powerful hiss. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he declares, "I can handle the basics." Elsewhere, the scarred swordsman gravely informs his younger companion, "Rumors are absolutely everywhere within the kingdom." The younger man, looking confused, asks, "Rumors? What kind?" The veteran knight lets out an exasperated "TSK," and explains, "It's about your little group. Honestly, even I'm getting fed up with it." The younger man, trying to change the subject, proposes, "Wouldn't it just be easier to find a dual opponent and settle things?" Meanwhile, a powerful knight with a knowing smirk muses, "As for the opponent, I have just the one in mind." Grohorn, radiating absolute confidence, drops a bombshell. He's already chosen his opponent. But who could it be? The scene shifts to a brutal, snowy wasteland where Vale Baberhard, the double-chain knight, stands amidst the fallen, his weapon humming with power, as the uncle reveals, "I've brought you the one you asked for." The uncle is visibly stunned, exclaiming. Regaining his composure, the uncle hands Grohorn a scroll, clarifying, "Ah, sir. Indeed. I've brought you the one you requested. This is the list of everyone who wants to challenge your highness to a duel." Grohorn just smirks, a knowing look on his face, as the uncle hesitantly adds, "However, your highness." Grohorn cuts him off, challenging, "Are you suggesting I just have practiced duels with them? And what if I do?" The uncle, now grave, reveals the real issue. "I heard they're practically crusading against your highness. They're more interested in gaining your favor than a fair fight." Grohorn just smirks, unfazed, stating, "I already know that." The uncle, still worried, tries one last plea, "That's exactly why, you need to listen to me, uncle." He stands in stoic silence, his formidable armor gleaming. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired figure, knife in hand, barks a critical order, "Just stop anyone from dying during the duel." Then, with a challenging smirk, he presses, "You can grant me a favor of that size, right?" Days later, the stage is set. It's the day of the first duel. A look of intense concern etched on his face, Taylor Baberhard makes his way toward the imposing palace. The first prince's palace, a monument of grandeur, looms ahead, its splendor mocking his inner turmoil. His footsteps echo on the ornate floor, his thoughts seething, the first prince's palace, where that scoundrel lives. Introducing Taylor Baberhard, the formidable son of a mere baron family. Suddenly, the timeline shatters, plunging us into a flashback, a few years ago. He grips the crumpled paper, a burning rage simmering within him. Staring at him, he seethes, he's so arrogant, just because he seized power early. To become emperor by cheating is an absolute disgrace. His family's legacy was a stain of humiliation. His grandfather endured an unforgivable insult from the Leonberg prince, and his father was utterly crushed by that same prince before the entire world, their honor shattered, reduced to the laughingstock of nobles and servants alike. His eyes blaze with an infernal red glow as he snarls, "Adrian Leonberg. Gazing at the stormy heavens, he makes a chilling promise: "Today, I will make you pay dearly for that day. Consider this my formal greeting, Your Highness, First Prince Adrian Leon Burke." A flashback ignites, showing two formidable armored figures in a stark courtyard, their gazes fixed on an unseen event. A younger, resolute Taylor declares, "I am Taylor, the second son of the Talheim family." His hand tightens on his sword's hilt, his voice unwavering: "I am a single-chain apprentice knight, honing the Talheim swordsmanship." As he confronts the gathered crowd, the murmurs of the onlookers cut through the air. Seriously, why hasn't he been given a proper title yet? And wait, isn't he about to lose his current one? He faces the prince, who's already looking down on him, just as arrogant and rude as ever. The prince lets out a sneer, clearly finding the young knight's very existence hilarious. Then, the prince drops a bombshell, saying it's interesting that the common sense he'd heard about hasn't even started to sink in for the young knight. His voice booms, dripping with sarcasm, as he calls out, "Lord Baberhard." Taylor, somehow keeping his cool, responds with a formal, "It's an incomparable honor to meet you." The prince waves a hand, brushing him off, and snidely says someone needs to tell him the prince is here. His face darkens, as he's told he should have behaved better in the past. The prince's words hit hard, making Taylor flinch, thinking, geez, always bringing up the past. Alone, staring up at the massive castle, Taylor thinks about the kids of this time, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze. His hands tighten, ready for anything, as he declares, "Now begin." The gauntlet is thrown. Adrian Leonberg's eyes narrow with disdain, a chilling promise in his tone as he vows to teach a harsh lesson about disrespecting authority. Power crackles to life, as Adrian ignites with brilliant blue magic, ready to unleash his teaching. Complex runes ignite within the tempest of power, forging a devastating incantation. A cold resolve settles on his face, as Adrian's voice rings out, a chilling challenge, then, "Your Highness." The attack unleashes, and Taylor's eyes widen, a desperate cry echoing, "Please be careful." Adrian strikes like lightning, a streak of pure force as his spell rockets towards its target. A phantom bird of pure energy tears through the space, a silent, deadly missile. Taylor meets it head-on, his own azure power erupting, shattering the incoming spell with a defiant counterblast. Adrian observes the deflection, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he dismisses the situation, too many useless soldiers. Adrian Leonberg's devastating blue magic slams into Taylor Baberhardt's shimmering azure shield, exploding with raw power. Taylor's gaze sharpens, his face bathed in the fierce, electric blue light of his defense. As the protective energy surges, revealing itself as a true mana heart. The sheer, unyielding force of Taylor's counterattack sends Adrian reeling, violently thrown backward as the ground beneath him shatters. Crack spiderweb across the stone, a testament to the shocking power he just faced. He barely catches himself, stumbling back to regain his footing. Disbelief flashes across his face. How could a simple mana heart wield such an insane mana chain? He demands answers, wondering if this impossible feat is because Taylor possesses only one chain. Yet, Taylor, still glowing with residual power, feels a strange, subtle tingling. Just as the tingling faded, Taylor's grip on his sword ignited a blinding blue flash from the hilt. His eyes shot open, a silent "what the dash" escaping him as the blade roared to life. Meanwhile, Adrian and his knight caught the bizarre sound from the sword, their faces etched with growing alarm. Adrian's mind went into overdrive, the terrifying truth hitting him: sword resonance. The sword's glow exploded, pulsating with raw, untamed power that screamed impossible. Then, a blur of motion. Taylor launched himself, the glowing blade a searing blue comet. Adrian could only gape, his jaw practically on the floor as the power went off the charts. Taylor became a living storm, engulfed in a swirling vortex of electric blue energy, his eyes burning with fierce power. The sheer, overwhelming force left Adrian absolutely floored, the blade's roar deafening. He lets out a primal roar, his blade erupting in a blinding blue light as he absolutely charges in. Blitzing across the ground with insane velocity. Every single step leaving a devastating trail of crackling blue mana. He connects with an earth-shattering impact, a blinding explosion of light absolutely obliterating his target. The light dissipates, and he lands with perfect precision. His devastating attack complete, leaving Adrian and the scarred swordsman absolutely stunned by the sheer power on display. The scarred swordsman is utterly bewildered, remembering the promise of a mana heart guaranteeing success, but this is something else entirely. Adrian, gripping a pulsating orb, feels the raw, untamed power, sensing that mana resonance is on the verge of exploding at any second. However, there's a massive twist to this whole situation. He's absolutely seething, ready to snap back at the audacity of the voice questioning his existence. But his focus is laser-sharp, a storm brewing behind his eyes, his hand instinctively going to his blade. But the voice isn't backing down, it's telling him to chill out, to get his head straight. The world blurs, but his senses go into overdrive, locking onto something deep inside, a powerful hum starting to reverberate through his entire being. Inside his mind, a bulky figure just floats there, completely submerged in this glowing blue liquid, with bubbles softly drifting upwards around them. Adrian's eyes burst open, blazing with electric blue power, as the energy absolutely explodes through his body. Then, a powerful command booms through the emptiness: awaken. Who cares if it's a demon sword or a holy sword? The name doesn't matter. Because it's just one of a million other names, all pointing to the same insane power. Adrian's awakening rips open a cosmic void, and a fragment of his soul explodes into being, taking the form of a spectral dragon. But a powerful voice cuts through the void, declaring that even if Adrian's memories are gone, its memories are intact, and it will awaken him, whether he likes it or not. The command hits him like a shockwave, and his eye ignites with an intense, intricate blue energy, a magical symbol burning within his iris. The power explodes, and the demon sword Grillhorn roars to life, unleashing ancient memories of its true purpose. The sword's true form erupts into reality, a towering, armored figure, radiating a powerful red aura, a living embodiment of its raw power. This isn't just a sword, it's the essence of a heart forged to slay dragons, the living memory of the ultimate dragon slayer. Adrian's face is engulfed by the surging red energy, his eyes now burning with the sword's infernal power. Adrian and the manifested sword are consumed by the dragon-slaying memory, a spectral dragon's form looming behind them. The sword's singular purpose, forged for the sake of slaying, is solidified, its power now coursing through Adrian. The dragon-slaying sword's true might exploded within him, its ancient power, forged through generations of dragon-slaying, now coursing through his very veins, inherited by the dragon's blood itself. And then, it appeared. The sword's terrifying true form, a monstrous, skeletal dragon head, blazing with crimson energy, its eyes promising absolute destruction. The spectral beast solidified, an overwhelming, primal force towering over him, radiating pure, unadulterated power. Utterly consumed by the spectacle, Adrian could only gape, a single, desperate question escaping his lips: just what in the world is this? Taylor Baberhard, witnessing the impossible, was struck speechless, his face a picture of pure disbelief. Even the season-scarred swordsman screamed out, a desperate, futile warning against the unstoppable force. But it was too late. His hand erupted with the same ferocious, crimson energy, the transformation accelerating. His eyes blazed an infernal, fiery red, his expression hardening into a terrifying resolve as the power fully claimed him. The first prince is back, and his presence alone commands attention. Suddenly, a desperate shout rips through the silence: stop. A sword hilt pulses with an intense, dangerous pink energy. As Grillhorn unleashes a dark, swirling aura that radiates raw power. That sword is dangerous, the voice screams, a dire warning. But Grillhorn, unfazed, addresses his uncle: Uncle, I have something to ask before we spar. His uncle, intrigued, responds: what is it? Grillhorn's eyes ignite, blazing with a terrifying red glow. As he makes a chilling declaration: if it looks like I'm about to kill my opponent, then. He explodes into action, poised for an unstoppable assault. Grillhorn takes his stance, a silent challenge in his posture as the spar is about to begin. With a chilling declaration, he challenges his uncle to stop him, or face the consequences. The challenge is met. The uncle's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, a surging aura of power erupting around him as he gets ready. But Grillhorn is just as ready, his eyes burning a furious red, a menacing crimson energy swirling around him. Then, an explosive clash. Red and blue energies collide violently as his sword slams into a powerful, blue-charged fist. But the uncle stands firm, his resolve unyielding, the blue energy around him pulsing with raw power. A thunderous "quang" rips through the air. And the uncle stands victorious, having utterly repelled the prince's furious assault. The sheer power of the counterattack sends Grillhorn flying backward, skidding across the ground with a look of stunned disbelief. The spar's explosive finish left a ringing silence, punctuated only by the metallic echo of a blade. Vale Baberhard's voice ripped through the tension, a furious accusation: Count Baberhard, what have you done? Adrian knelt, defeated, surrounded by knights, his uncle looming over him, while a panicked voice from the onlookers screamed: Commander, you're going to be punished for this with Adrian. But his uncle, unfazed by the chaos, simply cut through the noise with a cold command: stand back. I asked. Adrian, still reeling, gritted his teeth, a storm of humiliation and anger brewing behind his eyes as he seated. I did ask him, but... His uncle, however, simply stared down, delivering the crushing truth: I never said I'd knock him out. A primal growl tore from Adrian's throat as his eyes ignited with a furious crimson, raw power exploding around him, his jaw clenching with barely contained rage. A knight nearby stammered in sheer terror: Why, your highness. A surge of electric blue energy explodes into existence, crackling with untamed power. Coalescing into a phantom, almost human-like form, a raw, visceral memory of the sheer force he had just encountered. Adrian, his hand now faintly glowing with that same blue light, can't help but muse: he genuinely thought his own magic was about to crack. He vividly recalls his uncle, enveloped in that same powerful aura, realizing his strength was on a whole other level, not just some run-of-the-mill chain user. He distinctly remembers taking a direct hit from that formidable force, the blue energy still swirling around his chest as he processes the sheer power. Luckily, he concludes, examining his still glowing hand, there don't seem to be any lasting side effects, but man, that was close. A triumphant grin splits his face, his hand still radiating that soft blue glow, as he proudly declares he won the duel after all. Vale Baberhard, watching him from across the room, can't help but ask why he's smiling so much. Then, the scarred swordsman steps up, demanding to know what brings them all the way here. Adrian's uncle is absolutely floored, demanding to know what kind of insane move he just pulled off. Adrian, with a mysterious glow emanating from his hand, questions the very nature of the unrighteous sword he just unleashed, his power practically radiating off him. But his uncle isn't having it, his face a mask of disbelief as he declares he never taught Adrian anything like that, his stern gaze unwavering. Adrian, unfazed, coolly responds that he was simply true to the very essence of the blade, a statement dripping with confidence. He stares ahead, his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve, ready for anything. His uncle ponders Adrian's words, realizing that only true warriors grasp the sword's essence, and that essence is pure, unadulterated killing intent. A blinding flash of crimson energy explodes, showcasing the raw, impossible power Adrian now commands, a force that's both intoxicating and utterly mind-blowing. His uncle's face twists in pure astonishment, completely taken aback by Adrian's shocking evolution. Adrian himself seems to be processing the sheer unexpectedness of it all, a thoughtful look on his face. He was ready to drop some serious knowledge on his nephew about the sword's true path, but Adrian's insane power move had completely shut him down. Now, the seasoned warrior had to confess, he was just a soldier, not some deep-thinking scholar, and this whole, profound concept thing was way over his head. This guy lived for victory, plain and simple, even if it meant ditching the whole righteousness thing. Adrian, cool as ever, just dropped a bombshell, the sword itself was his teacher. His uncle's face was still stone-cold, as he laid down the law, that kind of killing intent was a total trap, ready to swallow him whole. Adrian just gave a tiny, knowing smirk, taking it all in. Then he fired back, calling out his uncle for all the drama, asking if he was trying to fix him. His uncle's eyes narrowed, making it clear he'd be watching every move. He'd find out if Adrian would get swallowed by that power, or if his inner strength would win out. After 3 days of non-stop, brutal practice duels, Taylor, his blade still humming with power, had to ask Adrian for his name again, just to be sure. Adrian, ever the stoic, remained poised, his sword a silent extension of his will. A rare smile touched Adrian's lips as he gave Taylor a simple, yet powerful, good work over the past 3 days. Imagine this, for 3 straight days, Taylor had to face down a sword radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. Taylor was blown away, but a hint of frustration crept in. It's a shame, isn't it? Then, with a playful jab, he called Adrian out, you would have won if you could have just kicked my ass once, but you couldn't. Taylor took a beat, then, with a respectful nod, told Adrian to bring that here. He then revealed a magnificent treasure chest, declaring, Your Highness. I'll take it. After their intense duels, Taylor faces Adrian, recognizing his past actions, and presents a treasure chest, questioning if this offering will be enough to make amends. The intricate wooden chest, reinforced with metal, rests in his grasp as he repeats, his uncertainty if this gift will truly compensate. Then, he directs Adrian to take the chest to Baron Tailheim, revealing its contents are merely some gold and silver. With the chest in hand, Adrian turns to leave, and Taylor offers a final, safe journey. Adrian considers the circumstances, recognizing he's not bound to fix the problems created by others, yet a soft, thank you escapes his lips. Leaving the castle behind, he contemplates that if you restore someone's dignity, it demands a cost, particularly now that his commander's practice duels have become the talk of the entire kingdom. Elsewhere, within a breathtaking palace, an unseen speaker ponders their past hubris, confessing they acted with unchecked freedom. From a towering balcony, a man and woman observe, the woman chillingly questioning, just how much more Adrian is destined to endure. But despite the anticipation, the expected news never broke, even after days of waiting. Taylor cuts to the chase, so, you're asking about the duel, huh? Adrian, with a slight smirk, points out his companion's new title, confirming the first prince's defeat by the double chain knight, but quickly adds that both fought their hardest. He clarifies his true intent, not threats, but a test of the first prince's sincerity. Elsewhere, a trio of nobles is absolutely stunned, one gasping. What is this? They whisper, convinced the royal family buried the story, and the one involved must be absolutely livid. A furious fist clenches, as the noble roars, why you mean me? The portly noble, absolutely fuming, is convinced the first prince is just too embarrassed to admit his defeat. Adrian, catching wind of their petty gossip, scoffs, thinking these nobles seriously need to find a better hobby than spreading rumors. His gaze sharpens, locking onto the knight. A low, guttural sound rumbling from him as he lays down his command. When you head out, Adrian demands, make sure you absolutely spread the results of that duel, got it? The knight snaps to attention, bowing low and declaring, I will do so. Later, Adrian stands, arms crossed, a thought gnawing at him, the rumors have to die down now, right? A hint of unease flashes across his expression. As a maid rushes in, dropping a bombshell, there's a rumor that your highness actually threatened him to fake the duel results. The young lord's face is plunged into shadow, his true feelings hidden. Adrian, fueled by a burning frustration, shakes off his past losses, declaring it's time to just train and get stronger. Then, with a surge of raw power, he channels an explosive blue energy, making the very air crackle. He explodes into motion, leaving a blazing trail of azure energy behind him. The energy surges, pulsating with a deep, powerful hum. He keeps up the blistering pace, each move unleashing even more of that incredible blue power. Then, with a devastating sweep, a massive arc of energy explodes outward. And as quickly as it came, the raw energy fades, leaving only the lingering scent of power. With a perfectly formed sphere of raw power glowing in his hand, he vows with fierce determination, I'm not going to lose again. Later, with Taylor by his side, Adrian asks about the remaining duels, and Taylor confirms, the one coming today is the last one. He's leveled up, and now, Adrian knows apprentice knights are just no match for him anymore. But hold up, he's not forgetting the last one was a sword master, a true knight who had perfected the blade. This wasn't just any knight, this was someone who wasn't satisfied with basic sword arts. A true prodigy, who joined a knighthood just to push their limits and train. And the name of this legend? Arwen Kurgain, a probation knight of the Iron Lion Knights. And there she is, a formidable knight, radiating power in an opulent hall. Adrian's eyes narrow, confirming it's her, the Iron Lion Knight's emblem unmistakable on her armor. They call her the Flower of the Cliff. A thorny rose, the legendary knight who broke the hearts of all men. Two powerful figures stand poised, their presence commanding the space as they take in the spectacle. The double-chain knight, Vale Baberhard, can't help but comment on the sheer audacity, to think even a woman like that came here on her own. He adds, a hint of awe in his voice, in a way, the prince has quite the ability. And there she is, Arwen Kurgain, the legendary Thorny Rose, radiating power, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Her full battle-ready form is a spectacle, an aura of raw strength shimmering around her. Vale Baberhard then drops the ultimate challenge, wouldn't it be truly hilarious if the prince gets humiliated by that woman? A quick flash of Grillhorn, then BAM. The epic emblem of the Iron Lion Knights takes center stage. And talking about this legendary crew, Vale Baberhard hypes them up, saying they're famous for their power, and Grillhorn? He's a total prodigy even among them. And check out this rising star in their ranks, Arwen Kurgain, a probation knight who's already proven herself and locked in her official membership. But Grillhorn's mind is elsewhere, totally baffled why a genius like that would even want to duel him. His attendant quickly jumps in, trying to smooth things over by saying there was just a slight misunderstanding about that past duel with Sir Arwen. Grillhorn just scoffs at that, flat out saying there's no way he'd fight without reason, totally shutting down the misunderstanding excuse. He then turns the tables on the attendant, demanding to know exactly what went down back then. The attendant just stutters, completely at a loss for words. His mind flashing back, the attendant can only think, you harassed Sir Arwen. A desperate gasp escapes his lips. As the sheer audacity of Grillhorn's past actions makes him internally scream, you crazy bastard. A flashback hits. Grillhorn, with a smirk, asks Arwen, did you say your name was Arwen? And then the outrageous follow-up. Grillhorn's words cut deep, indeed. You are quite pretty, just as the rumors say. How about you come in as my personal maid? Snapping back to reality, the attendant, still fuming from the memory, can only manage a strained, Your Highness. But inside, his fury erupts. The Knights of the Iron Lion are not your private property. And he can't help but curse Grillhorn in his head, you ugly thing. Is what I heard you said, Vale Baberhard states, his tone unwavering. Grillhorn retorts, sounds like the words of someone who's never met a better-looking woman. Because there's no way anyone would look at her and call her ugly. Vale Baberhard stands, a formidable presence in his dark armor. A subtle, almost chilling smile playing on his lips. Grillhorn addresses him, long time, Your Highness. You haven't changed a bit. But his face twists with disdain, to the point where the person inside is completely different. Suddenly, Vale Baberhard's eyes blaze with a fierce, yellow energy, a silent, explosive challenge. Grillhorn slumps, right, this is all my karma. The attendant's booming voice cuts through the silence, declaring the arrival of Count Baberhard as Vale makes his grand entrance. His intense gaze locks onto Grillhorn, a challenge unspoken but clear. Grillhorn, unfazed, returns the stare, recognizing the new Leon Knight with a cool demeanor. Then, Arwen Kurgain steps up, delivering her own sharp, formal greeting to the count. The arena is set, the tension is palpable, and the declaration rings out, the duel shall begin. Then, from the depths of the shadows, a cloaked warrior appears, blade in hand, poised for battle. Grohorn, ever the keen observer, can't wait to witness the prowess of the Iron Blood's prospect. Suddenly, the cloaked figure explodes into action, a lightning-fast blur across the arena. Grohorn's eyes blaze with an electric blue, locked onto every impossible, hyperspeed maneuver. A burst of raw, blue energy erupts from the strike. And it connects. A brutal, lightning-fast hit on Vale Baberhard. Vale Baberhard is sent flying, completely overwhelmed by the speed. The man's moved to backflow. Barely recovering from the first hit, Vale Baberhard is immediately met with a relentless assault as the cloaked figure whips out a sword, ready to unleash another devastating attack. No time to breathe, a lightning-fast strike lands, rocking him to his core. And just like that, a brutal kick connects, sending him flying. The sword comes down in a blur, and Vale barely gets his arm up to block, the force of the blow shaking him to his bones. Then, a brutal kick to the chest sends him flying, leaving him breathless and vulnerable. Meanwhile, Grohorn can't believe his eyes, uttering his shock at the sheer power and speed of the mysterious fighter. But the fight is far from over. As Vale tries to get up, the cloaked figure's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, and a powerful aura erupts around them. The blue energy morphs instantly, exploding into a terrifying crimson, crackling with raw power. The crimson power surges, focusing on their leg, as a system alert blazes. Dragon Slayer's heart has been activated. His eye, now absolutely blazing with a fierce crimson glow, signals the activation of his new, terrifying power. He unleashes a devastating flurry of red-tinged slashes, absolutely forcing Vale Baberhard to recoil under the relentless, brutal assault. The blade in his hand absolutely hums with a cold, blue energy, its unique, terrifying properties now fully manifest. Another powerful blow connects with a resounding, bone-shattering impact, sending Vale reeling further back. The assailant moves with fluid, deadly grace, his form an absolute blur of red energy as he relentlessly presses his advantage. From a distance, Arwen Kurgan watches the battle unfold, her gaze absolutely locked onto the assailant's weapon. Grohorn, observing the absolutely overwhelming display of power, acknowledges that this swordsman operates on a completely different level from any he has ever encountered before. His own eye absolutely glows with a blue light as a system notification appears, revealing the limited availability of the Authority of Judgment. The system further reveals a surprising, shocking detail about the assailant's past, identifying them as a former female apprentice knight. The former apprentice knight charges, her blade blazing with an ominous blue energy, it's Taylor Baberhard's legendary sword. The fact that she can even touch that blade, even with limited power, makes Grohorn scoff in disdain. His eyes ignite crimson, a blazing red aura erupting around him as he gears up for the ultimate showdown. In a blur of motion, the assailant strikes, her glowing blade a streak of death. He analyzes her moves, realizing her power is nothing compared to his own, just a small fraction of his true might. Steel screams against steel, as Grohorn intercepts the blow. Enveloped in a surging red aura, she roars, the real fight starts now. Blades collide with explosive force, red and blue energies erupting in a chaotic maelstrom. The sheer impact unleashes arcs of lightning-like energy, tearing through the very air. He's pushing his limits, sweat pouring down his face as he gasps for air, grinding through intense training. His lungs burning with every ragged breath. As he refuses to give up. His sword flashes, a blur of pure intent, zeroing in on the dummy. But just as he's about to land the hit, a sudden, sharp voice slices through the tension, freezing him mid-swing. Taylor Baberhard, ever watchful, cuts in with a decisive, stop. That's enough for today. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Grohorn, still gasping for breath, immediately fires back, tomorrow? I was literally just about to finish. Taylor fixes him with a look, a subtle frown creasing his brow. He then lays it out plainly, it's pointless if you're still this weak. A commanding voice rips through the silence, shouting, enough, as if to halt the very flow of time. But the declaration echoes, it is already too late. Grohorn, on his knees, challenges her authority, asking why she's so privileged, only for her to fire back, your commands are not the END. He then spots a fresh bruise, a battle scar from his relentless grind. He holds up a pulsating green orb, a silent challenge to her. Her eyes narrow, a silent judgment passing over him. The air crackles between them, a standoff of wills. Then, she simply turns and walks away, leaving him in her wake. But with every stride, her inner fire burns brighter, a fierce promise, I will absolutely not lose. Under a vast, golden sky, the imposing walls of a fortress stand silent. As two figures, small against the immense scale of the courtyard, prepare for a confrontation. Grohorn watches his opponent, a silent wish forming in his mind that no clear victor would emerge today, wondering if this was truly their third duel and feeling a genuine surprise at the turn of events. He acknowledges the rumors of her formidable sword skills, but finds the first prince's own abilities equally impressive. Facing him across the arena, the former apprentice knight's gaze is unwavering, a silent hope echoing that a decisive result would finally be reached today. Their stances are poised, a sword tip resting near Grohorn's armored foot, the air thick with anticipation. Before the duel can progress further, Grohorn raises a hand, declaring that he has something important to say. The former apprentice knight looks at him, her expression hardening, questioning if he is attempting to apologize now. Her eyes glow with a fierce red light as she makes her stance clear, she will not accept an apology. With those blazing red eyes locked on, she hears the voice recognize her burning desire to reclaim her pride with sheer power. A thought that, while totally admirable, might just fall short. Grohorn, ever the strategist, then drops a bombshell, proposing a high-stakes deal. The loser grants the winner a single wish. He stares her down, waiting for her reaction to this game-changing gamble. But she's not backing down, fiercely stating she'd never kneel or bow, no matter the command. Her face is stone, a silent, powerful declaration of her unbreakable will. Suddenly, from the sidelines, an attendant cuts in, warning Grohorn that a royal can't be saying stuff like that. He demands Grohorn retract his words, snapping that outsiders need to butt out and questioning their very presence. Brushing off the attendant's rant, Grohorn coolly pivots to Arwen, and casually asks for her take on everything. Even after rejecting the bet, the former apprentice knight drops a bombshell, revealing she's a knight of the Leonberg royal family too. Vale Baberhard, hearing this unexpected twist, instantly reaffirms his unwavering loyalty, declaring he'd never disrespect his highness. With a confident smirk, Grohorn coolly states that if his highness permits, he's ready to move forward. He pushes further, hinting that he's already eyeing the prize of this high-stakes bet. Vale Baberhard gives a firm nod, fully backing his lord's good thinking. Grohorn seals the deal with a powerful declaration, making it crystal clear, "No going back on your word later." Terms locked in, Arwen Kurgain snaps into a battle-ready stance, her sword gleaming, eyes burning with fierce determination. Grohorn matches her intensity, his sword now drawn, radiating pure, confident challenge. Finally, the former apprentice knight, with her glowing red eyes locked onto her rivals, readies her weapon, poised for the explosive confrontation. She explodes into motion, her sword a lightning-fast streak of blue. Her attack slamming into a desperate defense. But a dangerous smirk twists his lips, his eyes flaring with an infernal red. Unleashing a devastating wave of crimson power that blasts his foe backward. The raw force of the blow rips through the air, leaving Arwen utterly speechless at his impossible, newfound speed. Vale can only gape as a spectral red dragon manifests around the king. A chilling thought echoing in his mind, was he hiding his true strength all along? And with one last, overwhelming strike, Grohorn utterly dominates his opponent. The impact was instantaneous and overwhelming, shattering the enemy's sword into a million pieces with a single, explosive strike. The apprentice knight was sent flying backward, her body unable to withstand the raw power unleashed. Her face contorted in a mask of pure terror and pain, as the terrifying red energy consumed her. He vanished and reappeared in a flash, Grohorn unleashing another devastating strike, his red aura burning bright. A desperate scream tore from her throat, as the sheer power threatened to rip her to shreds. The red energy exploded with furious intensity, a concentrated blast of pure destruction. His eyes burning like hellfire, Grohorn unleashed the ultimate, game-ending strike. His hand, crackling with raw, untamed power, became a weapon of pure, destructive force. The apprentice knight crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated, as the last of the red energy faded away. He closes the distance in a blur, his red-tinged power absolutely exploding forward. The impact absolutely shatters everything in its path, leaving only a violent burst of crimson energy, sending the former apprentice knight absolutely launching backward to crash against a distant wall. As the dust settles, he stands alone, the red aura around him slowly fading, a clear victor. He approaches the defeated figure, who lies absolutely motionless on the ground, utterly vanquished. From a distance, the observers watch the outcome, their expressions a mix of absolute awe and deep concern. Vale's brow furrows, his gaze absolutely intense, processing the raw power he just witnessed. Arwen, meanwhile, looks on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, clearly taken aback. Looking down at his opponent, Grohorn states simply, almost casually, "I won the bet." Mic drop. Grohorn, the victor, loomed large over the fallen former apprentice knight, who was utterly defeated on the cold ground. A confident, almost arrogant smirk spread across his face, the bet was won, and he knew it. But Arwen Kurgain, watching from the sidelines, could only look on with a face full of worry. A new royal guard steps up to serve Adrian, the notorious first prince, ready to pledge unwavering loyalty. Face to face with the prince, the new guard is met with a direct question, "You're the new royal guard?" Vale Baberhard, ever the professional, confirms with a sharp nod, "Yes. I look forward to serving you, your majesty." Adrian gives a curt nod, declaring, "Right." I'll be counting on you. But here's the shocker, the prince doesn't just brush him off like everyone expected. The prince pivots and strides off, his footsteps echoing with authority. Adrian might have seemed arrogant, but the truth is, the heavens unleash a torrential downpour, drenching the entire castle. Vale Baberheart stands solitary, observing the sudden deluge. The heavens opened up, a torrential downpour hammering everything. The attendant, clearly stressed, questioned if they should even continue, worried for his highness. But then, a sinister cuckoo cut through the storm, followed by a chilling command, now. Adrian's face contorted in pure shock, screaming a frantic warning for his highness to be careful. Before anyone could even blink, Vale Baberheart was already there, a blinding burst of power deflecting the incoming danger. He was a blur of motion, a crimson inferno of power, pushing back against the assault. Adrian could only stare, rain plastering his hair to his face, utterly stunned by the display of raw power. Vale, eyes locked on the threat, was completely unfazed, because he'd seen this coming a mile away. Standing tall amidst the relentless rain, he'd once held a firm belief that his highness was destined for greatness, but that conviction now felt like a distant memory. Prince Adrian, with a new look, stands tall on the ramparts, a young apprentice knight by his side, about to drop a bombshell. The tension builds as Adrian, with a powerful gaze, drops the bombshell, "I want you." The apprentice knight is absolutely floored, letting out a shocked gasp, his mind reeling from Adrian's words. Still reeling, the apprentice knight can barely form a sentence, sputtering, how scandalous. Adrian, ever the strategist, watches the apprentice's reaction, a thought flashing through his mind, did I misjudge him? But the drama isn't over. The former apprentice knight, with her intense glowing red eyes, also catches Adrian's words, a gasp of disbelief escaping her. She wastes no time, her voice sharp with challenge, demanding to know, is that really what your highness desires? Adrian, unfazed, locks eyes with her, his response cutting, of course, you are now. He doesn't hold back, delivering a brutal assessment of her strength, you are merely an ordinary apprentice knight who cannot even defeat a goblin's thrall. Adrian, with that intense gaze, drops another bombshell, revealing his true desire isn't just for any knight, but one who embodies the absolute powerhouse potential and future of the legendary knight, Arwen Kurgain. Her powerful presence is undeniable, a true force to be reckoned with. He stares ahead, his resolve ironclad, and makes his demand clear, I need a knight who follows me. Vale Baberheart, clearly agitated, fires back, asserting that a real knight isn't some disposable pawn, but someone truly worthy, and only to him. Adrian surveys the knights, his mind racing through their potential, and from what he sees. A system window flashes, showcasing Arwen's insane stats, swordsmanship A, archery B, and off-the-charts mana sensitivity. Plus, traits like sword prodigy, competitive spirit, soft heart, and pure-hearted, she's a total sword genius. So, his final verdict, Arwen Kurgain is the one. Adrian drops the ultimate challenge, a direct order to the knight in front of him. He lays it down, become my knight. His words hit hard, landing on the young knight in her sleek, dark armor. A dream she'd chased her whole life. She finally became the knight she always wanted to be, but it was nothing like she imagined. Then, in a flash, she's a whirlwind of steel, tearing through enemies with her brutal scythe weapon. While whispers spread through the crowd, is that the kid? Yeah, the rumors were true. Her fierce gaze and dark, flowing hair hide a past filled with struggle. Even with all that power, nobody ever saw her as a real knight. She pushed herself twice as hard as anyone else, breaking through every barrier with pure, raw determination. Now, her weapon blazes with an intense, otherworldly glow, a clear sign of her insane grind and exploding power. She moves with lightning speed, her blade a blur, disarming her opponent and sending him crashing to the ground. The announcer's voice booms, winner, Arwen Kurgain. But even after absolutely dominating every single apprentice, her skill was undeniable, parrying another attack with ease. Her sword clashing with a fierce metallic ring, and consistently showing such incredible results. The hateful word still echoed in her mind, don't you dare call yourself a knight. Protecting a weakling like you? You're no knight. She just couldn't become a knight. But then, she's totally processing this massive offer, a blush creeping up her face. The prince's armored hand reaches out with an offer, and she's thinking, is he actually seeing her skills, or just her gender? He looks totally serious. But is he for real? Out in the massive courtyard, everything's about to change. The prince, with his crew watching, faces her and asks for just one thing. She lays down her terms, telling him to treat her not like a woman, but like a true knight. The word knight rings in her mind. The prince's armored hand clenches, sealing the deal, he's totally on board with her demands. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, meet hers. And with a decisive tone, he declares, fine. I promise. A swift, almost silent movement. And Arwen is on one knee, her armor clinking softly as she pledges her fealty. Meanwhile, in another part of the Grand Hall, James, the eldest son of the formidable Baberhard family, steps forward, proclaiming, "I swear loyalty to Prince Adrian Leon Burke. His voice ringing with conviction, and dedicate my sword and the rest of my life to your highness." A fierce determination hardens his features. As his blade, a symbol of his unwavering commitment, points to the ground, solidifying his claim as a true heir of Leon Burke. Kneeling before the prince, Adrian Leon Burke's voice boomed, "Rise, in the name of Adrian Leon Burke. I dub thee a knight. Be brave." He commanded, "Be courteous, and be loyal." The prince's decree resonated, "And be loyal." Ceremony done, James stood, a knight officially, the attendant watching, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He thought, Arwen Kurgain just became a knight yesterday. An orphan with no family, she had no choice but to accept our help. His brow furrowed, a suspicious glint in his eye, good grief, from what I heard, doesn't something smell fishy? His mind raced, suspicions mounting, could there be some hidden reason she joined the prince? Maybe he's even using her as a mistress or some kind of cover. His mind reeled, recalling her past. It's just so weird that she, who was just training under a subordinate knight, rose so quickly. Prince Adrian's mind is blown. He's totally freaking out, wondering if he's somehow become the bad guy. But his attendant, seeing the prince's internal struggle, just drops a savage line, "Oh, isn't this the worst scum on earth, right?" The attendant's face is totally stone cold, leaving everyone guessing what he's really thinking. Then he turns to Adrian, all serious, "Highness." And Adrian's just like, "Huh." The attendant keeps pushing, bringing up some old beef, about what you said that time. Flashback to the final duel. Adrian was all like, "I'm no knight who breaks royal orders." That memory hits Adrian hard, his eyes practically popping out. Back to the present, and the attendant isn't letting up. Did that upset the truth? He's basically telling Adrian, "You can't just ignore a royal decree, dude." And then, with a mic drop moment, the attendant totally calls out Adrian, "If you want, you can break the oath later, you fool." Adrian ponders the attendant's challenge, asking if he were to make the oath. Would they even accept it? He quickly rejects the idea, declaring he wants no part of it, finding no joy in the prospect of such a marriage. A chuckle escapes the attendant, making Adrian question if his serious tone is being understood. He doubles down, insisting he's absolutely serious. Suddenly, Adrian holds a document, reading the shocking news, Adrian Leon Burke is off probation and ordered to a royal banquet. He can only wonder, did I do something? He can't believe it, his probation lifted a whole month and a half early. A flashback hits him, the king, looking utterly devastated, had made it seem like Adrian would be locked away forever. Back in the first prince's palace, Adrian is once again stuck in his thoughts, totally baffled by the king's unpredictable moves. His stomach lets out a growl, cutting through the quiet, just as his attendant pops up, wondering if he's hyped about his probation finally being over. But he just shrugs it off, like it's no big deal. Seriously, who's he even gonna hang out with? He's a total loner in this palace. The attendant, with a quick oops, then drops the bomb, an invitation just landed for the prince. An invitation? The attendant's like, "Yep, this one," pointing right at the fancy seal. He snatches the letter, eyes popping, and starts scanning the words. Turns out, it's a royal social club invite, and his attendance isn't optional, it's mandatory. Fresh off the news of his probation ending, Adrian's mind races, questioning if his recent triumph was just a fluke, but he's definitely not celebrating it. As his loyal crew, James and Arwen, watch from the sidelines, James can't help but think it's all incomprehensible, while Adrian gets hit with another royal order. He scans the paper, realizing it's a royal invite to a high society bash, a mandatory mixer he can't ditch. He's already over it, mentally complaining, that he's way too busy grinding to bother with some useless gathering. Suddenly, a name on the invite jumps out at him, and it hits him like a truck. The letter, signed by Bernardo of the Eli family, spills the beans on who sent it. His face goes serious as he instantly recognizes the name. He flashes back to his uncle's stories, remembering the Eli family as the ones who pushed for the Mana Heart right up to the bitter end. And in the end, they crashed and burned centuries ago. A mesmerizing vortex of electric blue energy pulsates, hinting at ancient powers. And Adrian, with a decisive nod, declares, "I guess I should attend after all." His attendant, ever loyal, immediately confirms, "Understood. I will prepare your things." A deep, contemplative look crosses his features. His gaze fixed on the invitation, a silent prayer that the Eli family hasn't completely fallen from grace just yet. 4 months. That's how long it took after taking over the first prince's body, relentlessly training to shed the excess weight. A meticulous attendant, presenting a new outfit, eagerly seeks his highness's approval. Grohorn observes that the tailor followed his precise instructions, emphasizing the chosen black color. And the embellishments, he adds, are kept to a bare minimum. The attendant, practically beaming, enthusiastically affirms His Highness's pleasure. Grohorn, looking at his reflection, proudly declares his dramatic weight loss. The attendant excitedly confirms his measurements are down by over half, prompting Grohorn to entrust him with the palace banquet outfit too. The attendant, eyes gleaming with determination, vows to begin preparations instantly. Still leveling up his physique, the prince demands a pause, telling his attendant to hold on just a bit longer. He knows for a fact that his stats are going to keep changing. Just a few days later, he's already en route to a massive banquet, ready to charm some special young ladies. The royal carriage, flanked by an elite guard, rolls through the bustling city. And leading the charge, Sir Vale Baberhard, all smiles and shining armor, looks ready for anything. But inside the lavish carriage, the prince can't help but grumble, declaring that being a prince is absolutely disgusting. His loyal attendant, ever diligent, confirms that every single one of his orders has been perfectly executed. But the prince's face still shows a hint of annoyance, his mind clearly elsewhere, probably plotting his next move. Suddenly, Bayern's eyes widen, a gasp catching in her throat as she utters a single, shocked word. Her hand, poised delicately on her vibrant dress, leading the eye to a stark scar etched into her neck, as a voice demands to know its story. Bayern reveals to Grohorn that the scar is a brutal souvenir from her past, a testament to someone who absolutely earned the title, bitch. But the weight of these grim tales hits Grohorn hard, a visceral, internal scream of, again, as the cycle of darkness repeats. A dark, purple energy crackles around him as he rages against the endless stream of grim revelations, demanding to know why every step into the past unearths yet another nightmare. Meanwhile, Bayern's gaze drops, a quiet introspection washing over her, a stark realization hitting that even after months apart, the expected relief simply isn't there. Grohorn, now settled across from her, cuts through the tension with a direct question. Meeting his intense stare, she finally reveals her identity, Bayern, Your Highness. He whispers the name, a spark of recognition igniting in his gaze, like a forgotten memory, realizing it's a noble family name. He can't believe he's hearing that name again, in this very spot. The story rewinds to a distant past, an age before cities, when only tribes roamed the land. Among the diverse races of the continent. It was an age where humans were naturally born with mana. And some possessed the raw power to fight back against the monstrous creatures that terrorized the land. Then, at the end of the Great War, people across the continent bestowed the title 5 Heroes of the New Era upon 5 legendary figures. And one of those 5 heroes was none other than Grohorn. Grohorn stands atop a jagged peak, the battlefield below awash in a fiery, ominous glow, a profound question burning in his mind. He recalls the sheer scale of the enemy, a monstrous horde of tribal giants, their faces contorted in primal rage, each wielding weapons of devastating power. But without hesitation, the red-cloaked warrior plunges from the heights, sword flashing, crashing into the colossal form of a giant. A fleeting image of Bayern, her fiery hair and resolute gaze, flashes through his mind, her words a promise, what you and I will do after this war ends. But the memory is violently interrupted by a blinding white energy slash, a devastating thwack echoing across the battlefield. And just like that, Grohorn stands triumphant, lightning arcing around him, atop the crumbling form of a defeated giant, the very sky ablaze. This was no ordinary warrior, this was the legendary one who generated skill. His golden, glowing fist pulses with raw, untamed power, for he was none other than the king of giants, the one who single-handedly ended the era of conflict. Enveloped in a blinding golden aura, he unleashes another devastating blow, sending a colossal giant crashing backward, utterly overwhelmed. A fiery red-haired warrior, blade already singing, explodes into action, ready to dominate the battlefield. But then, a glimpse of the legendary ancient hero Grohorn, his tiger skin cloak billowing, reveals a gaze of fierce resolve. Back to the action, this warrior is none other than the legendary, iron-blooded sword angel. Her presence alone is a force, a true icon of power. Then, a devastating crash, as she obliterates her foes. Her eyes blaze with an intense, golden fire, a testament to her unstoppable will. Victorious, she stands tall over the defeated, a true force of nature. That golden glow in her eyes? It's not fading, it's a warning of what's next. Blade still ready, she charges ahead, proclaiming that she'll grab a bite once she's done kicking butt. The iron-blooded sword angel, a whirlwind of crimson fury, stands victorious over a mountain of foes, her voice a thunderous roar, you only think about yourselves, you pathetic worms. Her hand clenches around her blade, a surge of power, with bodies like yours, you only pick things that would do. Her face twists into a furious snarl, like you should have your head so that. A raw, crimson energy pulses from her hand as she crushes the hilt, the very metal groaning under her might. Suddenly, the scene cuts to Grohorn, his eyes burning with an inner light in the oppressive darkness. He scoffs, waving away the very notion as if it were a fly, just thinking about it dirties my ears. A low, guttural growl rumbles from his chest, his face twisting in disgust at some unseen memory. Bayern, ever observant, watches him with a worried gaze. Just what happened to make you act like this? Grohorn's eyes snap forward, his focus returning as he acknowledges their destination. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Emperor's. Grohorn strides towards the massive entrance, Bayern right there with him, her face a mask of concern. And through the epic, golden archway, two familiar faces are already waiting. Bringing a slight smile to Grohorn's face as he spots them. Great timing, he quips. He quickly glances at Bayern. Adrian, we'll talk later. And there, between Vale Baberhard and Arwen Kurgan, a stunning young woman in a red gown, her eyes locked on him. Vale Baberhard immediately steps up, his voice booming with respect. Your Highness. Have you? The Elu family descendant, from a line thought long gone, now stands before Prince Adrian Leonberg. Her voice overflowing with pure relief. I can't even tell you how happy I am to see you, safe and sound. Grohorn's eyes instantly narrow, taking in her appearance. You must have worked yourself to the bone to get so thin. He lets out a low, confident chuckle. Bayern, clearly worried, presses him, asking if he's still feeling off. He brushes off her concern, coolly remarking that his presence alone was a good thing. Then, with a suggestive gesture, he adds that today will be very entertaining thanks to her. Bayern is left completely dumbfounded by his cryptic remark. He pulls her in closer, a smirk playing on his lips, wondering aloud how she'd react, as if she'd never witnessed anything like it. His touch lingers as he compliments her fine skin, prompting her, visibly flustered, to demand he stop teasing her. The scene shifts to a lavish chamber where Grohorn, Bayern, Vale, Arwen, and the mysterious Elu descendant are now assembled around a low, ornate table. The Elu descendant's eyes close, a peculiar, almost unsettling expression crossing her features, as if she's sensing something deeply strange. A sharp thought cuts through the air, eyeing the main man. Usually, this dude would be totally wasted, hitting on everyone in sight. But Grohorn? He's totally chill, wine glass in hand, his golden locks gleaming as he scopes out the scene. Someone else whispers, his vibe is totally off from how it used to be. Grohorn just looks down, a slight change in his whole vibe. Then, a huge, almost cheeky grin breaks out on his face, his eyes crinkling in pure amusement. Bayern, clearly annoyed, snaps, seriously, you totally hooked up with the rich lion's daughter. Yeah, the rumors are absolutely everywhere, all thanks to Grohorn's wild past. With Grohorn surrounded by Bayern, Vale Baberhard, Arwen Kurgan, and the Elu descendant, Bayern keeps going. I could spill so much, but my eyes aren't good enough to see everything. If I'd known, I would have ripped her eyes out first. Grohorn just grins, a thought flashing through his head. She was stunning, even just in her armor, but a total monster. He stares, a dark thought about delectable flesh flashing through his mind, then casually drops a, hey. Vale Baberhard turns, utterly confused, muttering, pardon, as Grohorn hits him with a bizarre question, do you have any siblings at home? A beat of silence, then Grohorn drops the bomb, forgotten already? I have a younger brother. A chilling smirk spreads across Grohorn's face as he casually sips his drink. Leaving Vale Baberhard completely stunned, his eyes bugging out as he barely manages, what is? But before he can even finish that thought, a blinding, crimson flash explodes, and Grohorn's blade strikes with lightning-fast precision. The blow connects, sending a brutal spray of blood across Vale Baberhard's face, his expression a mask of pure agony. He crashes to the floor with a sickening quack. Grohorn, utterly unfazed, stands victorious over his defeated opponent. The entire room goes silent as Bayern, Arwen Kurgan, and the Elu descendant are left absolutely speechless, their faces screaming pure shock and terror. Grohorn's face is a mask of pure shock and anguish, his previous composure shattered. But then, a chilling voice cuts through the silence, a new player with eyes burning red declares, it's a relief that your family line won't end. Then, a blinding flash of purple energy explodes, with a deafening quang that shakes the very air. The scene shifts to the brutal aftermath. Grohorn, clad in dark, imposing robes, looms over the fallen Vale Baberhard, who lies utterly defeated on the lavish floor. And with a fierce, determined gaze, the young man with the burning red eyes looks ahead, declaring the dawn of a new era. Adrian unleashes a devastating blow. His punch lands with brutal force, snapping the king's head back in a shocking display of disrespect. Adrian seizes his father by the collar, his eyes burning with fury, as Taylor Baberhard, utterly stunned, screams out, demanding an explanation for this outrageous act. But before Taylor can even process it, Adrian delivers a lightning-fast kick straight to his gut. Gasping for air, Taylor collapses, his voice filled with disbelief as he challenges the prince's motives. Adrian, completely unhinged, smashes another brutal punch into the king's already battered face. The king stumbles, his face a mess of blood and bruises, as Adrian looms over him. Then, Adrian glares down at Taylor, who, still writhing on the floor, defiantly declares that this treatment is unacceptable. Adrian Leonberg is not holding back. His fist is a blur of glowing energy, slamming into the king with a brutal declaration that he needs to take even more punishment. The king is sent flying, a sickening guek, escaping him as blood erupts from his face. Adrian barely spares a glance for the downed Taylor Baberhard, his focus laser sharp on the king, who's now a crumpled heap on the ground. And just like that, another devastating blow connects, the impact ripping through the very air. Adrian stares down at his father's broken form, the king utterly defeated, as Taylor can do nothing but watch the horror unfold. The king's face is a mangled mess of bruises and blood, his eyes shut, completely out cold. After the absolute carnage, Adrian drops to his knees, his head hanging low, a single, haunting name whispered into the silence, Eli. He stands over the fallen knight, his voice dripping with a chilling authority, confirming he's the one calling the shots. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes burning with an unsettling red glow as he declares this day is gonna be wild. The knight, still reeling from the previous chaos, can only stare up in total horror, wondering what the heck just happened to Adrian. Adrian then drops a bombshell order, telling him to get the royal knights here, now. Command dropped, he just pivots and walks off. Even though he's totally shaken, Taylor forces himself up, his loyalty kicking in as he moves to obey the prince's crazy order. The massive, opulent royal palace just sits there, silently watching all the drama go down. Adrian then storms into another chamber, where a bunch of women and other folks are chilling around a huge, circular table. Without even a hello, he just cuts straight to it, telling all the women to get out, now. Meanwhile, the double-chain knight, Vale Baberhard, is on the move, striding through the palace halls with serious intent. His footsteps a sharp, determined rhythm on the polished floor. Back in the chamber, Adrian Leonberg spins around, his gaze locking onto a man who dared to linger, a chilling reminder escaping his lips, I believe I said women. His face a mask of cold fury, he presses on, if you want to leave, then leave. But before the man can even react, Adrian's hand shoots out, gripping his shoulder with crushing force, his voice a low, dangerous growl, but if you do, you'll be leaving as a woman. A guttural shriek of agony rips through the air as Adrian slams the man to the ground, leaving him a terrified, broken mess. The other women in the room are frozen in terror, while the remaining men can only stare in horrified silence. One by one, the women scramble to exit the room, their footsteps a frantic, hushed retreat. With the women finally gone, Adrian's piercing gaze sweeps over the remaining men, who are now all kneeling before him, his voice dripping with utter contempt as he snarls, none of you even formally knelt before a prince. He continues his relentless verbal assault, his voice dripping with icy authority, accusing them of showing absolutely no respect. A man with a dark mustache, his face contorted in a grimace of fear, hears the chilling accusation that they dared to mock him right to his face. Adrian's eyes blaze with an otherworldly electric blue, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as he declares, and insulted my knight. He looms over the trembling man, his presence utterly dominating the chamber. The man's hand clenches, a desperate attempt to hold himself together as he barely manages to stammer, what charges can even be applied in this case? Adrian's hand sweeps through the air, a chilling pronouncement that since they dared to look down on royalty, their offense directly challenged the very authority of the royal family itself. Another man, his purple hair stark against his pale, terrified face, listens in horror as Adrian clarifies, and the offense was once they challenged the authority of the royal family. Adrian's armored hand settles on his hip, his voice a death knell as he pronounces, this is tantamount to treason. With that terrifying declaration, Adrian surveys the now kneeling figures, his gaze a cold, calculating sweep as he demands, who shall we accuse of high treason? Adrian Leonberg's eyes narrow, the weight of his actions clear, 14 nobles and their retainers have been arrested. He looms above, surveying a vast hall where a multitude of figures are forced to their knees. After stirring up a massive scene, he knows the moment of truth is here, facing down the kneeling masses, ready to drop the hammer. He owns the entire hall, a lone powerhouse framed by grand architecture and a massive window. Elsewhere in the palace, the crowned elder gets the shocking update, his face grim as he processes the bombshell accusations of loyalty and treason. Adrian, though, is absolutely unshakable, his stare locked, fully aware of the fallout from his power play. But the crowned elder is seriously worried, grumbling that since Adrian dropped the royal family's name, these guys are in for it. He presses on, his voice thick with the burden of leadership, insisting that with 14 families implicated, they absolutely cannot sweep this scandal under the rug. He leans in, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, challenging the crowned man, are you really worried about the backlash from all this? The crowned man, chilling on his throne, tries to brush it off, claiming these families are nobodies, even among the nobles, but Adrian isn't having it. He fires back, no, these are the schemers who used your name to push their agenda. He just scoffs, his face stone cold. The crowned man tries to change the subject, asking about some letter, but Adrian shuts him down, you already know. Why even ask when your own people handle this stuff? He spells it out, it's about the brothers and sisters of those treasonous scoundrels. The crowned man just sits there, a worried look creeping onto his face, taking in Adrian's brutal honesty. Adrian, already thinking about his next move, tells himself to leave now, then drops a quick, "Yes sir," as he's about to bounce from the opulent hall. But the crowned man's voice cuts through, a challenge in his tone, "See? Got nothing to say, right?" Then, almost mockingly, he tries to calm Adrian, "Now, you don't need to be so nervous." He stands firm, his gaze locked, declaring he won't back down. A young woman, hands clasped in pure distress, pleads with him, demanding to know what this family could have possibly done to deserve this. He just looks down at her, a faint, chilling smile on his lips, and calmly declares that the scoundrel has already sealed her own fate. The young woman turns away, her face etched with sorrow, thinking of her family's generations of loyalty to the crown, a loyalty so profound that even the Burgess family had no idea about Bayern. His words paint a stark picture of a once mighty noble empire, now nothing but desolate ruins. A shadowy, fallen knight lies amidst the wreckage, their legendary arms severed, their power utterly gone. Adrian's smile widens, almost predatory, as he savors the thought of their great prestige and their lofty pride. The young woman clenches her fists, her resolve burning, internally vowing she won't let him get away with this. A soft grunt escapes him as Adrian's gaze falls upon a holographic display, his mind reeling from the contradictory information presented before him. He sees a warrior, bloodied and fierce, embodying the traits of a butcher and a war maniac, driven to madness by the sight of blood and obsessed with battle, yet simultaneously possessing a fragile heart and being tender-hearted. The display continues, revealing her as a caregiver, skilled in looking after others, but also burdened by a slave mentality. She had forever struggled to control her immense powers, yet now, she couldn't even control her own body. Later, in a lavish chamber, the young prince scratches his head, a troubled expression clouding his features, while Bayern watches him with a look of deep concern. Turning his back to the room, Adrian gazes out a grand window, questioning aloud, "Is it really okay for me to unleash her upon the world?" His eyes harden with resolve as he turns back, a silent vow forming on his lips, "I have to try." This S-rank talent wasn't just powerful, it was a wild mix. We're talking top-tier mana sensitivity, but also traits like butcher, war maniac, fragile heart, and caregiver all rolled into one. And get this, there was even a trait called slave mentality, a total devotion to serving someone else. This trait meant finding pure joy in serving a master with your entire being, which, changes everything. While all this was being processed, Adrian was already facing Bayern, staring her down. Bayern, looking up, actually reached out her hand and told him, "Swear your loyalty to me." But then, a look of total shock hit her as she stuttered, "Huh? What are you even talking about?" Adrian, completely serious, laid it out for her, "I'm telling you to become my knight." With an intense gaze, he pushed the issue, "Swear it, right here, right now." Bayern, now literally on her knees, could only let out a shocked gasp, totally blindsided by his crazy demand. With a look of utter shock and fear, she throws his own words back at him, reminding him he'd called her family insignificant just moments ago. Dropping to her knees before Adrian, Bayern makes the ultimate vow, declaring her unwavering service to His Highness Prince Adrian Leon Burke. Adrian's response is a simple, powerful word, as Bayern doubles down, vowing to dedicate her entire life to his service. Another sharp "good" from Adrian, as his hand reaches out towards her. A subtle blue glow surrounds him as he lays down the law, commanding her unconditional obedience from this day on. No hesitation, no doubt, just a resolute, "As you command." Her eyes flutter shut, a faint blush coloring her face, as the gravity of her pledge washes over her. Adrian watches her, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, but even he can't shake the lingering question, was this the right move? The rumor mill is buzzing. The Emperor's brother has been super low-key, and everyone's asking if he's finally thrown in the towel on the Crown Prince drama. But hold up, the real tea is way crazier. He didn't just strong-arm a royal into a knight's oath, he also straight-up imprisoned noble kids who said no. And tossed them straight into the dungeon. And get this, now everyone's saying he's on some wild, never-ending hunt for a personal knight, which is obviously just a sneaky way to build his own private army. Adrian, the Emperor's brother, can't help but wonder why everyone's suddenly so obsessed with him and his personal knight quest. He's like, "Dude, I only ever took in one personal knight, and there's Vale Baberhard, standing right there, loyal as ever." Suddenly, an older, super regal voice just cuts him off, basically saying, "Adrian, you've been a problem since birth, and now I'm getting a massive headache cleaning up your mess." The crowned royal is seriously annoyed, giving a major death glare. He keeps going, totally calling Adrian out for chasing women, then just drops the mic with one brutal word, "Pathetic." The tension is palpable as the older royal figure, his back to us, demands to know if Adrian has completely abandoned their wager. Adrian, with a sly smirk, fires back, appointing a maid as a knight. Classic you, old man. Adrian then ponders, how do rumors spread this fast? Just then, a voice booms, "The queen is here." Adrian, now on his throne, is caught off guard as the queen, looking absolutely majestic, appears before him, her maid close behind. She confronts him, clearly annoyed, I thought you changed. But no, you're still up to your old tricks. With a determined look, she declares, actually, this works out perfectly. Adrian is utterly stunned, letting out a furious, screw your mother. With a fierce glare, the queen delivers her ultimatum, this time, I will find you a proper spouse. Adrian, slumped on his throne, lets out a frustrated sigh, the weight of everything pressing down. His eyes unfocused, he mutters, I don't even know anymore. Elsewhere, Bayern sits, a pensive look on her face. She finally turns to Adrian, asking, so, will I get mana too? He gives a firm, yes. Adrian adds, with a knowing look, a very special kind of mana. Blue energy erupts from Adrian's hand, his thoughts racing to how the world has utterly forgotten the sword marquis. Bayern's eyes blaze with golden light, her own determination burning bright. Adrian's body ignites with a fierce red aura, his voice ringing out, I have not forgotten a single thing. A blinding golden light erupts, revealing the very essence of her past, the footsteps she left behind. And the phantom sword that once danced at her fingertips. All coalescing into a vibrant, living aura, absolutely insane. This radiant energy, shimmering with untold power, it's absolutely wild. Starts to sync up with the magnificent beating of her very own heart. The golden light goes absolutely wild, and Adelia Bayern feels the mana surge, her eyes practically burning with power. And Adrian watches, stunned, as the mana successfully imprints itself into her very being. Her gaze now holds the profound depth of mana that has settled within her body, a true power-up. A golden glow bursts from her hand, a raw, undeniable surge of power, and Adelia Bayern can only gasp in pure astonishment. As the sheer magnitude of the change hits her, Adrian Grillhorn, towering over her, lays down the law, declaring that the ritual is complete, and from this point on, she's his warrior, and he's taking charge. Blown away by the sudden, heavy declaration, Bayern can barely get his title out, utterly stunned. Catching his exhausted gaze as he looks away, she quickly checks on him, concerned. Adrian lets out a heavy sigh, clearly drained from the whole ordeal, grumbling about how much work it was just for one mana heart. Still reeling from everything, Bayern challenges him, demanding to know why he'd bother with someone as lowly as her. A tense silence hangs in the air. Before she pushes for an answer, demanding to know why he's being so kind to her. With a fierce resolve and deep gratitude, Adelia Bayern drops into a deep bow, vowing to serve him with every fiber of her being for the rest of her days. A nervous sweat drop appears as Adrian lays down the law, just don't forget who I am, your master. Adelia's eyes snap wide, a quick, eager, yes, yes, bursting from her. He turns, a silent, powerful presence. Then, with a piercing gaze, he warns, I am afraid you might forget. Adelia's face falls, a soft, resigned, truly, her only reply. Fast forward a few days. Sir Vale Baberhard, ever the loyal knight, addresses Adrian, Your Highness, regarding Bernardio Eli. Adrian takes in the report, as Vale explains, I'm told he's been allowed to see her until. Adrian's eyes flash with disbelief, truly, he demands, then a surge of annoyance. Don't tell me I have to repeat this trial as well. He's thinking, royalty doesn't face trials, and this latest news. Totally good. Still deep in thought, he's just chilling with a cup, dropping some wisdom about a man of proportion while another guy listens in. Then, he pivots to a young woman, straight up asking Adelia how she's doing, and she actually flinches a bit. She's like, what do you mean, and he just hits her with, hasn't your mana heart stabilized yet? Totally respectful, she confirms it's all good, calling him, Your Highness. Then, with zero hesitation, he drops the bomb, from today, you're joining my training. He gives a confident thumbs up, telling her to get changed and meet him at the training grounds, no excuses. And then he's like, oh, and ditch that bag, it's a knight's bag, not yours. Cut to the training grounds, and he's already there, getting his stretch on, ready to go hard. Adrian Grillhorn, looking sharp even in a casual shirt, snaps at his attendant, demanding to know what he's even doing. With a confident smirk, he clarifies, he's just getting warmed up. But his attention quickly snaps to Adelia Bayern, now fully armored and looking serious, as he points out, he's talking about her. Her armored boot hits the ground with a solid thud. Adrian then drops the bombshell on Taylor Baberhard, he's making her a knight. Taylor's jaw practically drops, his face a mask of disbelief and worry, how could he treat knighthood so lightly? But Adrian just brushes him off, telling him to back off and asking when he got so nosy, then challenges him to do it himself if he's so bothered. Adelia strides past them, her armored footsteps clanking, while Taylor desperately calls out to His Highness, clearly worried. Adelia, completely spent, collapses to her knees, gasping that she's finished her 10 laps. The grind never stops. Adrian Grillhorn laid it out for Adelia, the brutal physical training was just the warm-up. Now, it was time to get serious and master the blade. Adelia, head bowed, muttered an apology for her past self, but her eyes screamed a new resolve. She was all in. Grillhorn just smirked, seeing the fire ignite in her eyes. First up, the absolute basics. Grillhorn broke down the fundamental stance, explaining the footwork and posture, declaring today was all about getting that foundation locked down. Then, with a flash of steel, he showed her how it's done, his sword a blur of deadly grace. And the perfect follow-through, a flawless arc of power. He passed her the blade, telling her, "Your turn." Adelia tried to mimic him, but her stance was all awkward angles, a far cry from Grillhorn's effortless grace. But then, as she concentrated, a faint, otherworldly green light sparked in her eye, a sudden, powerful surge of something new. Adelia's training intensifies. Her sword slices through the air, landing with a powerful, ringing impact. She plants her armored foot back, a solid thud echoing, ready for the next move. Adrian Grillhorn, ever the watchful mentor, observes her with an intense gaze. Unbelievable. He thinks, she just copied that move perfectly after seeing it once. Adelia, ever eager, looks up and asks, "Was my stance correct?" His eyes flash with surprise, then narrow, thinking, not even a minute has passed. He can't afford to drop his guard for even a second, or he's done for. This is the weakest training partner of the eldest royalty, remember? Then, Adelia's eyes ignite with that eerie green glow again, and Adrian's mind screams, what if she surpasses me now? A sudden, intense shock hits him, leaving him utterly stunned. Grillhorn can only utter a soft HM, as his mind races, utterly blown away by Adelia's raw, undeniable talent. But before he can even process it, Vale Baberhard is already there, grabbing his arm. And demanding to know just what in the world he thinks he's doing. Grillhorn's face twists in a silent challenge. As Baberhard's voice crackles with warning, telling him not to even think about coveting her. But Grillhorn isn't backing down, firing back with a cutting question, what could he possibly offer that child? Baberhard just scoffs, utterly dismissing him, calling him a mere novice who's only held a sword for a few months. But as Baberhard's words hang in the air, a raw, crackling blue energy erupts around Grillhorn, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly glow. Enveloped in a surging power, he delivers his final, chilling declaration, Baberhard cannot handle her. Grillhorn's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within him as he dismisses the weakness of his former self. But that old Grillhorn is history, he declares, his power now on a whole new level. His eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, as he mentally prepares for the ultimate challenge of protecting her. Then, a colossal, swirling blue aura explodes around him, a raw display of his insane power. With his eyes blazing, he makes an absolute declaration, if he can't handle it, no one can. Because he's not just talk, he's face down pure nightmare fuel, his mind a blur of terrifying past battles. He's taken down the freaking giant king, the mad dragon, and a whole army of other insane creatures. His past flashes, showing a legendary, blood-soaked blade, proof of his savage history. That blade practically screams with the echoes of countless battles, its power now completely his. The legendary blade, now known as Grillhorn, is absolutely pulsing with an ominous red energy. This isn't just any weapon, a portion of the user's soul and mana gets transferred directly into it, and its power is now manifesting as a fierce, undeniable red glow in his eyes. His gaze, now absolutely burning with an infernal crimson, hardens with an unwavering, terrifying resolve. Vale Baberhard watches on, absolutely stunned, a flicker of genuine concern crossing his face as he takes in the sheer magnitude of this transformation. Grillhorn stands firm, his back to the night, declaring with absolute, chilling certainty, she is. The red light intensifies around him, practically exploding, reflecting the terrifying depth of his conviction. Mine, he finishes, his voice resonating with an undeniable, absolute claim. Adrian Leon Burke, the ancient Grillhorn himself, lays down an intense, possessive claim. His body erupts in a crimson aura, a fierce warning not to even glance at, let alone covet, what he claims. His eyes burn with an unyielding, razor-sharp intensity. He unleashes a chilling declaration of pure hatred for anyone who dares to challenge his will. The prince pivots, his armored form a silent, formidable force radiating raw power. His eye flares, burning with an ominous, blood-red glow. A soft, unsettling gurgle echoes as his face contorts in distress, as if drowning in an unseen force. His very grip on reality starts to slip, blurring into an uncertain void. He's losing it, unable to even grasp the sensation of life or vitality. Plunged into a dark, watery abyss, Adrian Leonberg is losing himself, his senses slipping away. He's completely overwhelmed by an icy grip and absolute darkness. His eyes ignite in the black, and he can only ask, is this a dark prophecy unfolding? His body drifts, a chilling thought piercing the void, at this rate, it's over for him. But then, from the abyss, a terrifying, thorny energy erupts around a spectral blade, the true power of Grillhorn awakening. The monstrous entity roars its chilling decree, this pathetic body will be devoured by the soul of Grillhorn. Shadowy, Clawed hands lunge from the void, trying to drag him down, his face a mask of pure horror. His eyes snap open, one blazing crimson, as he finally grasps the terrifying truth, that's the real danger. But with a sudden, powerful surge of defiance, he plants his feet on a glowing blue platform, roaring, enough. Adrian's defiance ignited a furious blue energy, spectral forms erupting around him, crackling with untamed power. His gaze sharpened, eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue intensity. A hand shot out, commanding the chaotic surge, seizing control of the raw power. The blue power exploded, a deafening hum as it solidified, ready to obey. He stood, a beacon of power, radiating an aura of unstoppable might, a force capable of changing everything. They say one ordinary knight can save 10 soldiers. Vale Baberhard pondered the words, his expression grim, the old saying echoing in his mind. Bayern, however, upped the ante, declaring such a knight could save 100. Before the imposing castle, Bayern declared, that kid could lead the revolution right now, your majesty. Overlooking the frozen northern lands, Bayern affirmed, I'm convinced. For the commander of the northern frontier. Vale Baberhard, his gaze intense, questions the very essence of a great cause. But the conversation takes a turn. Adrian, defiant, cuts him off, declaring a blunt, I don't care. The count, relentless, pushes further, hinting that even saving countless lives might not sway him. Then, Bayern's unwavering loyalty rings out, her body and heart are already pledged to his highness. She stands firm, refusing to yield to the count's arguments. Vale Baberhard, still hopeful, demands an effort worthy of their grand ambition. Adrian's sharp no echoes, a direct rejection of Bayern's recalled words. He then confronts his uncle, challenging if he truly has nothing more to teach him, as the count's surprisingly simple, underlying motive is revealed, just to help him shed some weight. Adrian lays down the law to Vale Baberhard, declaring, if you want to stay in my palace, then back off my business. But Bayern's loyalty is absolute, her mind screaming, I'll never go against your will, your highness. Vale Baberhard takes it all in, his face a total poker mask. He finally gives his answer, a curt, got it. No matter what, she never left his side, always keeping an eye on him. Her grip tight on her sword, a silent promise of defense. Later, Adrian's walking with Bayern, and she's still all about him, saying, honestly, it's pretty fun just doing nothing but serving you. He stares at a sword, practically humming with power, a curious, slipping out. The golden energy pulses around the blade, lighting up the armored legs nearby. A scarred, dark-haired man with an intense gaze just radiates pure authority. His intense gaze makes Adrian recoil, totally caught off guard, as the man demands to know why Adelia, his sword assistant, is even still here. Then, with a sudden, almost mocking clap, the man praises Adelia, like, good job. While Adrian, looking totally sheepish, admits he might have gone a little too hard, considering how fast she's leveling up. But the older man's vibe shifts, his face turning stone cold as he asks Adrian if he taught Adelia this trick too. Adrian, looking totally confused and a little worried, confirms it, asking if there's a problem. The man's anger absolutely explodes, yelling if Adrian alone wasn't enough to master such a lame trick. Adrian just closes his eyes, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden, intense pressure. And then, the older man, with a face like thunder, just drops the hammer, get out. Adrian stands his ground as the intense count lays into him, declaring there was a superior path, a potential Adrian couldn't even fathom. With his eyes burning red, the count's fury explodes, accusing Adrian of absolutely destroying everything. Adrian's loyal knight, Vale Baberhard, moves to intercede, respectfully addressing his prince, but the count just cuts him off, demanding Adrian leave immediately. Adrian, refusing to be dismissed like a child, turns his back, vowing to leave on his own 2 feet. A quiet, almost contemptuous sound escapes the air as Adrian simply strides away, leaving the count fuming in his wake. Vale Baberhard trails his prince, still worried, while Adrian's mind races, wondering if his teaching was really just a cheap trick after all. But he instantly shakes off the doubt, knowing deep down it's a lie. His loyal knight then cuts to the chase, demanding to know why the count would even say such a thing. Adrian, with a knowing look, simply states that the count, and everyone else in this age, just doesn't get it. The count, absolutely fuming, lays down the law, claiming Adrian's teachings have totally lost sight of what mana really is. Adrian just scoffs back, TSK, they wouldn't have just tossed it aside like trash. Then, with a knowing smirk, he promises, you'll see soon enough. And just like that, he pivots, striding away from the city with his loyal knight in tow, a powerful realization dawning on him. The absolute, mind-blowing power of the mana heart. As if to prove his point, faint blue energy starts to crackle around him. Before exploding outward in a silent, raw display of pure power. Adrian stands there, arms crossed, a look of absolute resolve etched onto his face. Then glances up and casually drops, you acted like you were never coming back. His knight, trailing behind him, quickly replies, "I was just following your orders, your highness." The count, with a steely gaze, lays down the gauntlet. He's ready to make Adrian a true king, but only if the prince can shatter his defenses and prove his worth. Adrian, his hand already on a hilt, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know, "So, what's the actual bet we're talking about here?" He's already in position, ready to unleash. The count's voice booms, laying out the stakes, a wish. That's the prize. He spells it out, break through, and get any wish. But if Adrian can't, he'll have to hand over his mana heart. Adrian, cool as ever, just smirks and says, "Alright, one wish for now." Their reflections shimmer, the air thick with anticipation, and Adrian clarifies, "Hold on, that's not what I was getting at." The count's helmet gleams, his voice a thunderous roar as he declares, "Let's do this. Fight." A sly grin spreads across the count's face, revealing his cunning plan. He'd been setting up the next battle all along. Adrian, still reeling from the count's audacious challenge, feels the venom in his words cut deep. But the count, a whirlwind of dark intent, wastes no time, launching himself forward in a blinding blur. His spear already a lethal extension of his unyielding will. Adrian's blade ignites, meeting the incoming strike with a deafening clang. As the count unleashes a relentless, brutal barrage of attacks, forcing the young prince to defend with every fiber of his being. The spear becomes a deadly blur, a gleaming streak of pure, lethal intent. But Adrian, with a surge of power, pushes back, his counterattack ripping through the air with a shockwave. Yet, the count merely grins, his eyes blazing with dark power, his voice dripping with contempt as he taunts, "Is this all?" The young prince's expression hardens, a volatile mix of frustration and fierce, unyielding resolve. Adrian explodes off the ground, a shockwave of white energy blasting around him as he shakes off the count's brutal attack. The count just watches, his face a stone mask. Then a chilling voice slices through the tension, demanding, "Have you given up already?" Adrian holds his stance, fully aware the count is an impossible challenge, but losing isn't an option. Then the count starts to glow with furious blue lightning, and Adrian realizes his uncle is on another level of strong. A terrifying force that lets him unleash his full mana, and he's clearly aiming for a humiliating, crushing defeat. A pulsating blue mana core ignites, its sheer power screaming that with a mana heart this intense, this is a death sentence. Adrian's eyes snap wide, a chilling thought echoing in his head, "Isn't this weird?" The count's face remains a mask of cold resolve, blue energy swirling violently around him. For centuries ago, the world was filled with countless mana heart knights. Achieving incredible feats, their very armor pulsating with raw power. But then, a groundbreaking mana manipulation technique emerged, allowing them to unleash their power from incredible distances. Truly, all their legendary knights were mana heart knights. And this mana chain was just a clever trick to extend their manipulation. That's the truth, he believes, as the mana chain technique is nothing more than a clever way to manipulate mana from a distance. Upon hearing this, Adrian challenges the very notion of a heart, demanding to know what his companion is truly trying to say. Vale Baberhard, however, presents a starkly different viewpoint, declaring that the mana heart wasn't inherently weak, it was its masters who failed. He stands, sword gripped tight, deep in contemplation. Adrian, locked onto the older man, cuts straight to the chase. Vale then drops a bombshell, asking if Adrian's even heard of the martial spirit hymn. Before dropping the truth bomb that their current spot is a place of crossed swords, a legendary battleground. Adrian, however, isn't having it, brushing off the topic as totally out of place. He shoots back with a knowing smirk, totally calling Vale's next move. Vale keeps dropping knowledge, explaining how once the mana heart was conquered, its users were stuck with lowly servants, and he throws Adrian's own words right back at him. The sheer volume of info hits Adrian like a truck, feeling like, too much, and he's asked if he needs a breather. Adrian, however, instantly shuts down the offer, signaling he's ready for more. Because for a knight, the journey itself, every step they take, that's the ultimate flex, the ultimate achievement. The scene shifts to a brutal, snow-swept battlefield, where a young knight, radiating pure conviction, proclaims his 100 victories as the ultimate source of his pride. He doubles down, asserting those victories are also his power. Vale Baberhard's eyes narrow, a silent UNH escaping him as he processes this. Suddenly, a blinding, ethereal blue light erupts from the night, signaling the engraving of a martial spirit hymn directly onto his being. The raw, shimmering energy coalesces around his outstretched hand. And with a surge of power, the martial spirit hymn is officially granted. The newly acquired power surges, channeling directly into his knight's sword. Now humming with energy, dwelling deep within the blade. This isn't just any hymn, it's specifically a common rank martial spirit hymn of sparring. Vale's eyes blaze with sudden insight, realizing this seemingly grand event is merely an ordinary, small achievement for someone who hasn't even earned their knighthood yet. The vision culminates with a powerful declaration, the effect of the hymn of sparring has been activated. This is a game changer. The vision intensifies. A young warrior, golden locks flowing, his eyes now blazing with an electric blue, channels raw power into the very sword he holds. This is it, the true power of the mana heart, a martial spirit him unleashed, surging through his weapon with unstoppable force. Suddenly, a blinding blue aura explodes around Grohorn. The hymn of sparking is officially activated. But Count Unnamed just shrugs it off, his voice dripping with pure arrogance, claiming it's all pointless. He keeps on trash-talking, rubbing in the fact that you can't win without a mana core. But Grohorn isn't listening. He charges in, his sword a lightning-fast streak of blue power. Then, bam. Steel on steel. Their blades crash together in an explosive burst of sparks. Indeed, the ancient Grohorn's mana surges, coursing through the powerful rings and overflowing from his very core. He pushes through the pain, blue lightning erupting around him as the raw power takes hold. But his opponent, Count Unnamed, just watches, a chilling smirk spreading across his face. Steel screams against steel as their weapons collide, the Count's voice cutting through the din, "You're quite good." He presses on, a mocking tone in his voice, good at stubbornly enduring. However. But the prince's eyes blaze with unyielding resolve, the blue energy around him flaring even brighter. He fires back, his voice filled with the weight of centuries. To obtain this hymn, I spent over 100 years. The mana of the rings, forged over 1,000 years, represents a power. Specifically to deal with the Knights of the Ring. While climbing 100 times, he endured a. Tapping into his ancient power, Grohorn's sword ignites with a blinding blue, launching into the devastating 1,000 waves. Unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp energy slashes. His eyes burning with resolve, he pours his entire being into the strike, for this is the raw power of the hymn of sparring. The ground explodes under the sheer force. Count Unnamed, completely blindsided, barely manages to utter a word as the attack connects. Now it seems you're a bit. A crushing impact. Leaving a fresh gash on the Count's face as his cocky grin shatters into pure shock. Grohorn's eyes blaze with fierce determination, his glowing blade still thrumming with raw power. He unleashes a blinding flurry of slashes, his blade a searing blur of blue energy. Golden eyes ablaze with raw power, he pushes the assault to its absolute limit. The Count, utterly blindsided, can only marvel at the sheer tenacity of his foe. To think he held out this long. The ancient sword SCRMS, crackling with an explosive surge of mana. It connects with a devastating impact, unleashing a shockwave of pure force. The sheer, unbridled power of the blow sends the Count reeling, his defenses on the verge of collapse. Grohorn stands triumphant, his attack a masterpiece of precision and might, sword poised for the next move. Utter shock contorts the Count's features, his mind racing, how is this? Did I not? As emerald energy erupts from his hand, a chilling realization dawns, not all mana hearts are the same. Still reeling from the brutal impact, he glares back, his dark aura flaring as he declares, "You are arrogant." But before the words can even land, a devastating stomp shatters the very ground. As Grohorn surges forward, a brilliant blue light engulfing him. His sword arcing with raw, crackling energy. Another explosive impact absolutely rocks the air, sending debris flying everywhere. Grohorn's blue aura absolutely explodes as he declares, "I will stop playing around." The Count, still standing strong amidst the dust, acknowledges his opponent's renewed resolve. This resolution now is commendable, however. Looking up at Grohorn, he adds with a hint of intrigue, "I shall praise you." His expression turns deeply thoughtful as he concludes, as expected, a normal grade martial spirit hymn is insufficient. A crushing impact reverberates as Adrian drops to one knee, his blade barely holding him upright. His eyes burn with conviction as he declares, "The knights made one mistake." Then, a flash of ancient glory. The red-caped hero, a titan of old, stands victorious over a mountain of defeated enemies, the narration booming, they didn't leave any energy for their descendants. At first, everything was passed down, perfectly intact. The legend continues, revealing the hero mastering devastating sword techniques and the profound martial spirit method of refining the heart. And the shining martial spirit hymn. But time, that relentless devourer, gnawed away at those glorious achievements. The hero's form, once radiant, now seems heavy with the weight of forgotten history. Until they were eventually forgotten, reduced to mere whispers, like tales about dragons never seen. Imagine a time when colossal kings and monstrous beings roamed, their very existence now just a whisper in the winds of history. A forgotten era where even the most epic martial spirit techniques became nothing more than myth. But of course, humanity adapted, forging entirely new martial spirit hymns. Yet their power paled in comparison to the ancients. A win against 10 knights. That was a huge deal back then. And taking down 100 soldiers. That was the absolute peak for a hymn designed just for human opponents. These new-gen martial spirits just couldn't cut it, never reaching the legendary status of myth or hero. They couldn't even stand up to a basic holy strike. Adrian's in a dark room, eyes fixed on a glowing wooden table, his mind racing with the idea of a mana chain, and it hits him, with these half-baked martial spirits, real power is just a pipe dream. Adrian Leon Burke, perched high above, throws down a scathing challenge, demanding if the man below has been drinking in the dirt. He can't even process the nonsense being spouted, a flash of blue energy marking his swift, disdainful movement. But the man he's facing, Vale Baberhard, isn't backing down, his eyes burning with defiance. Adrian's power surges, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him, as he unleashes a furious accusation, "You arrogant and foolish knight." He slams his foot down with crushing force, his voice dripping with contempt as he snarls, "All I need to know is just how great a thing you have lost." Then, a terrifying transformation begins, a monstrous, shadowy form erupting around him, pulsating with an infernal red glow. The terrifying visage solidifies, its eyes now twin points of burning, malevolent crimson. Fully unleashed, a terrifying, shadowy entity now stands before him, its voice a chilling echo, promising a brutal lesson, "I shall teach you." The monstrous, glowing hand reaches out, underscoring the chilling, inevitable threat. His transformation ignites, a dark, crimson energy coiling around his hand, a force no mere sword could ever hope to breach. A power capable of shredding even a dragon's scales as he rips a blade from its sheath, his form now a tempest of shadow and crackling red lightning. A primal roar rips from his very core, his eyes blazing with an infernal crimson fire as the transformation explodes. The raw power detonating through him, shattering the very earth beneath his feet, screaming to drink the blood of his foes. This monstrous power, he grasps, is born from the ancient hymn of true dragon. But as his hand twists, fingers morphing into razor claws, the sheer, overwhelming might of the hymn threatens to tear his current form apart. A guttural shriek of pure agony escapes him, blood erupting from his mouth as the chaotic energy rages, a strange blue light desperately fighting back against the crimson inferno on his chest. Yet, a critical piece of the hymn is missing, a gaping hole in the ancient chant. Leaving him exposed, the ultimate power of the dragon just beyond his grasp. Adrian's body convulses, the sheer power of the hymn of true dragon absolutely exploding from him in a violent, crimson burst. The very air itself is ripped apart as the ancient incantation, splitting the dragon's scales, takes hold. His eyes blaze a furious red, a primal scream tearing from his throat. As he clenches his hands, knuckles white, desperately trying to contain the surging, volatile power within. But then, a figure cloaked in dark energy strikes. Their attack, a blinding flash of azure light, collides violently with Adrian's crimson aura. The impact shatters the air, sending brilliant blue energy shards exploding outwards, completely overwhelming the red. Adrian's eyes widen in pure shock, a desperate realization dawning on him, at this rate, I'll be devoured. The blue energy coalesces, forming a swirling, radiant vortex that pulses with raw, untamed power. And then, with a deafening roar, the two opposing forces clash in a cataclysmic explosion, tearing apart the very ground beneath them. The clash detonated in a blinding, golden-orange explosion, ripping through reality itself. Adrian was absolutely rocked by the blast, a desperate, "Your Highness," screaming through the chaos. But through the smoke and rubble, a shadowy figure, crackling with dark energy, just kept on coming. Adrian, clutching his arm in agony, could only stare in disbelief, the fight clearly over. The Count, now towering over the defeated prince, delivered a cold, cutting blow, mocking, "Didn't you say you'd only use one ring?" With his eyes burning with a cold blue glow, the Count twisted the knife, "And you still failed, even after using all 4 rings." The Count, his power radiating, stood victorious, his blue aura a testament to his overwhelming strength. Staring down at the broken prince, the Count delivered the ultimate insult, "You couldn't even save your own sword." Adrian lay broken, his sword shattered, as the Count delivered the final, brutal truth, it was always going to end this way. Adrian, utterly crushed and defeated, could only stare up from the icy battlefield as Count Vale Baberhard loomed above him, the battle's brutal end laid bare. Those piercing electric blue eyes, cold and relentless, fixed on the defeated royal. But it was the scarred Count, his eyes blazing crimson, who delivered the ultimate psychological strike, "You lost." Out of the void, a terrifying dragon-like monster bursts forth, its jaws wide open, eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. Dark energy explodes from it, but a swift blade, Grohorn's own, flashes to meet the terrifying beast. But the sheer power is too much, Grohorn's hand strains, barely holding his sword as dark energy splatters everywhere. A raw, desperate "No" rips from him, his spirit refusing to break. The fight rages on, and he screams, "Stop," into the swirling abyss. Then, with a burst of pure will, Grohorn snatches a glowing blue crystal, its light cutting through the darkness like a beacon. He roars, pouring everything into it, "Please stop now," as the very air crackles with his power. He jolts awake, eyes wide with a raw mix of fear and agony. His hand instinctively clenching the fabric of his clothes, a desperate grip. Morning light streams into the room, spotlighting the bed where he lies. As his grip tightens even more, a soft tearing sound echoing the immense strain. He pushes himself upright, staring at his hands, a single, chilling thought echoing, the true martial spirit hymn. This, a chilling voice seems to whisper, is the brutal price for forcefully unleashing its power. The devastating consequence of splitting the dragon's scales. A sharp, agonizing wrenching sensation rips through his chest. As the voice continues, its words cutting deep, since the layman of the martial spirit is a martial spirit hymn regarding a dragon. My body became a massive scarf, did it, Adrian? The power surges, a profound transformation ripping through his very being, and he knows, without a doubt, it was a risk worth taking. This was the first martial spirit hymn he had woven himself, a testament to his own raw will and strength. For him, 100 victories were his pride, his very strength, his very essence. During 100 duels, he had endured 1,000 waves, each challenge forging him into an unstoppable force. And now, he would stand tall before even greater waves, his resolve absolutely unwavering. A voice confirms his efforts, noting that the grade of his dragon's sacrifice has risen slightly. A new level of power unlocked. As he regains his bearings, a concerned attendant rushes to his side, believing this new power should be enough for the current situation, addressing him as, "My third Prince Adrian." She expresses relief that he has finally regained consciousness, her voice practically bursting with worry. The attendant then reveals the dire state of their surroundings, explaining that it was total chaos, with the entire castle having collapsed, and she has never seen him look so ashamed before. What happened? Adrian finally comes to, and a nearby attendant wastes no time, dropping the bombshell that the Count left a message, demanding to be notified the second His Highness was conscious. A pained groan escapes him as he takes it all in, his gaze sharpening with a hint of unease. His hand clenches, a silent resolve forming, he's going to rest, no matter what. A gnarly scar on his chest screams of the power he barely controls. If he doesn't fully heal his spirit, shattered by pushing the martial spirit him to its limits. He knows he's in for a brutal reckoning, his entire world plunging into darkness. His reality and past memories would then collide into an absolute, mind-bending chaos. Eventually, the very world would shatter, transforming him into a raving lunatic, forever bound to his own martial spirit, trapped inside that nightmare realm. The chilling truth hits him hard, he'd be stuck in that blackened world once more, finally losing his mind. The mere thought of it sends shivers down his spine. Behold Agnes Bayern, a legendary swordswoman, radiating power and grace, her auburn hair a fiery testament to her incredible lineage. Back to the action, Taylor drops a bombshell on Adrian. Agnes was a legendary swordswoman, and as her descendant, he's got the potential to inherit her incredible martial spirit hymn. Adrian's mind is blown. He can't believe his own ancestor was such a powerhouse, a legendary swordswoman who left behind a martial spirit hymn. But Taylor quickly brings him back to reality, warning that to truly wield such a powerful hymn, Adrian will need to level up way beyond his current limits. Adrian hesitates, so, about that, as Taylor presses him on his thoughts about the hymn, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head, a storm brewing behind his eyes. His eyes fall, a troubled expression clouding his features as he struggles to find the words, stuttering, that is. Taylor, eyes downcast, ponders Adrian's future, a quiet determination in her voice as she whispers, "If I could truly become a knight." Her mind flashes to a younger, chibi Adrian, a fierce resolve burning within her as she thinks, "If I become a knight, then..." With a decisive turn, her red robes swirl as she walks away, offering a final, pragmatic piece of advice, "If you can't think it off, try it later." Taylor strides past Adrian, who remains seated, lost in thought, a half-finished glass of wine at his side. Suddenly, her steps falter, a flicker of doubt or a new resolve crossing her mind. Pivoting sharply, her face now etched with earnest conviction, she calls out, "Your Highnesses." Her hands clasp together, a powerful gesture of unwavering respect and ironclad resolve, as she declares, "I will become." Adrian's eyes widen, caught off guard by the sheer force of her unexpected vow. A magnificent, ancient sword, radiating an ethereal glow, materializes, embodying the very essence of the hymns of martial deeds. Martial spirit hymns, they kick off with the epic blast of a charging trumpet, right? But get this, some of these legendary hymns can actually start from just one single, epic step across a plain. Adrian's eyes just about pop out of his head, totally blindsided by what he's hearing. These insane hymns? They usually kick off with a super intense, heartfelt oath, just like when Taylor knelt down, pledging his whole life to His Highness. It's not just words, it's a total game changer, a hardcore oath of loyalty that locks you in completely. The prince just stares at his hand, still trying to wrap his head around that level of dedication. He's thinking, is this like Adelia's martial spirit hymn? And then, boom, a fresh wave of power just explodes. A golden aura just blasts out from a hand, absolutely throbbing with insane power. And as all that energy comes together, a brand new martial spirit hymn is born, looking like a glowing, mystical tree. He'd done it. A martial spirit hymn, a powerful oath made manifest, erupts into existence, forming a brilliant, glowing tree-like structure right before their eyes. And this wasn't just any hymn, oh no. The system blazes with confirmation. A martial spirit hymn of normal grade, a hymn of domination, has been forged. Adrian's eyes widen, a glowing orb now pulsating in his palm, his mind reeling from the sheer, unexpected surge of power. Taylor, however, remains steadfast, kneeling with unshakable resolve, knowing he's forged this martial spirit hymn, even if it means accepting a slave mentality for the ultimate goal. Across the city, Adelia lets out a sharp gasp, a thump of shock hitting her chest, utterly floored that a descendant of the Vale Marquis would actually forge a hymn of subordination. Adrian, quickly pulling himself together, a thoughtful look on his face, realizes, this was definitely some unexpected, game-changing help. He glances down at his hand, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from it, the seed of the martial spirit hymn now firmly rooted within his very being. A knowing, almost wicked smile plays on Adelia's lips, as she calculates exactly how Adrian's newfound power will perfectly align with her own grand schemes. Facing Taylor once more, Adrian's expression softens, and he simply says, "Thank you." Adrian's new power was a mystery, but Adelia was on the case, watching him like a hawk, as she sat at a table, a plate of food before her, a low rumble filling the air. Her face twisted with worry, her eyes locked onto him. He was right there, across from her, still looking a bit rough from everything he'd just been through. Adrian's mind was racing, he knew he had this new power, but he was totally clueless about what it was actually for or how it would help him out. Fast forward a few days, the epic castle loomed under a perfect sky, and he was still deep in thought about his whole deal. He was all ears for someone off-screen, his face giving absolutely nothing away. Front and center before a majestic throne, Adrian, rocking his Prince Ian alias, told the Queen he was fine, all while Adelia kept a close eye on everything from the sidelines. Inside his head, a whole different battle was raging, he'd rather fight actual bad guys than deal with the mess of who he really was. But the Queen? Oh, she had her own tangled thoughts, because dealing with people who thought they owned Adrian's very essence was way tougher than any simple enemy. Adrian faces a probing question, does he resent his uncle? Adelia, sensing his pain, assures him she means no ill will, recognizing the harsh treatment he endured, yet he coolly replies, I don't really resent him. But Adelia isn't convinced, challenging him, how could he not resent the constant harshness and nagging from his uncle, calling his denial a blatant lie? Adelia, refusing to back down, insists he has to feel something, but he just shakes his head, a firm, no. I really don't, escaping his lips. With an unyielding stare, he doubles down, I don't have any such feelings. But beneath his calm exterior, a terrifying power awakens. An inner demon, planted that fateful day, stripping him of his pride and twisting his very truths. Imagine the torment. He silently battles this monstrous force, a crushing burden he must endure. This dark seed, this insidious power, was a twisted gift from that very day. If he fails to conquer this inner demon, it will surge forward, consuming him entirely. He's locked in, absorbing every word, a fierce determination burning within him. Whatever comes next, he's ready. Adelia presses on, revealing that his uncle, the Emperor's confidant, was always the rough-around-the-edges type, a stark contrast to Adrian. She pushes him to see the bigger picture, arguing that without that roughness, his uncle would have been a complete idiot, even daring to disrespect the Emperor. A flicker of understanding crosses Adrian's face, recalling how his uncle supposedly had the Emperor's heart on lock, better than any official appointment. But the calm shattered. The moment probation ended, chaos erupted, and a young Adrian was caught in the crossfire, ordered to be arrested with everyone else. Adelia wonders aloud if his uncle's impossible situation forced him into that dysfunctional role, while a younger Adrian's face twists in anguish. Adrian's hand goes to his chin, a storm brewing behind his eyes as he processes everything, but he holds his tongue. He pivots, staring out the window, a heavy sigh escaping him as the past crashes down. Hands clasped, Adrian remains lost in thought, the conversation and its painful memories swirling within him. Adrian's mind races, a burning question consuming him, why would that man, of all people, do that for him? Old scholar Nicolo Marchable, looking super serious, calls out to the prince. But Grillhorn's comeback is instant and totally defiant, shutting him down cold. Bayern, watching the whole thing unfold, can't help but think about how awkward this is getting. Nicolo keeps pushing, his voice getting super intense as he drops the bombshell, if someone doesn't back down, the human demon piece is toast. He's practically yelling, asking if the prince is even ready for this, reminding him he just got back. The tension is through the roof. But Grillhorn isn't backing down one bit, firing back that he's not even started yet, and they shouldn't play games with him. Even though he looks young, Grillhorn's mind is already miles ahead, he's got all the intel he needs. Nicolo, looking defeated, apologizes and says he can't let this happen, but then, plot twist, he offers to join Grillhorn if he's really set on this. Nicolo lays down the gauntlet, declaring Grillhorn will face trials, and if he proves his worth, the old scholar will unleash his full power. Grillhorn's face twists into a confident, almost predatory smirk. His response is chillingly simple, sounds good. Nicolo slams a book onto the table, the sound echoing. Grohorn's conviction burns as he declares, exactly. You always have to watch them, because humans will always exploit the lenient. Nicolo's eyes widen slightly, acknowledging the prince's chillingly accurate assessment. He pushes the book forward, a glint in his eye, promising Grohorn will find its cold, economic analysis of human-demon relations interesting. And the kicker. The book reveals the Mana Protection Act was a total scam, only benefiting the demons, turning them into lazy burdens on humanity. Nicolo's words hit home, and the young prince can't deny the logic, conceding that all relationships are a two-way street. The scholar dives deeper, highlighting crucial sections of the book, emphasizing his points with sharp precision. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the majestic castle, Nicolo turns to the prince, the heavy book a silent testament to his arguments. Grohorn lets out a surprised gasp, but Nicolo just grins, promising to await his decision. The prince stares at his hand. Realizing this wasn't just a lesson, it was a masterclass in manipulation, a wry laugh escaping him. That old man is seriously sly, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. While Nicolo, ever the strategist, ponders the first prince's next move. Nicolo Marchable, the cunning scholar, stands in a lavish chamber, his thoughts a mystery. He's thinking, this prince is nothing like the rumors claim. Time flies by, under a brilliant sun. Back in his room, Grohorn just lets out a tired sigh, totally over it. Lying on his bed with Nicolo Marchable nearby, he just flat out says, I'm bored. Grohorn thinks, yeah, Nicolo is totally not what the rumors said, but he's not making excuses for himself. He's still here, even after all that, and for the first time ever, Grohorn feels sorry. He turns to Nicolo, asking what's next, then just tells him to bring the guy in. He thinks to himself, it's already been days since that last duel. The moment of truth had arrived, and Nicolo Marchable, ever the watchful advisor, knew this long-awaited meeting was finally at hand. But a shadow of unease fell over Grohorn, his expression shifting as he faced the newcomer. The air crackled with tension as the formidable figure stood before him, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A wave of realization washed over Grohorn, as he saw the unyielding resentment still burning in the man's eyes, a testament to their past. The man offered no words, his stoic silence speaking volumes. With a heavy heart, Grohorn lowered his gaze, a single, heartfelt apology escaping his lips. A flash of indignation crossed the visitor's eye, his inner monologue raging, he knew the prince's foolishness had brought him nothing but misery. Staring down the prince, the man's voice cut through the silence, a defiant declaration, he regretted nothing, absolutely nothing. Even as the man's unforgiving words hung in the air, a peculiar sense of relief washed over Grohorn, a quiet satisfaction that, despite everything, the man remained steadfastly himself. The uncle's voice slices through the air, hitting Grohorn with a sharp reminder of his past actions, specifically the capture of his own brother Andrew. But Grohorn, completely unbothered, just coolly asks what the man wants. The uncle's scarred face is a mask of stone, his eyes burning with an unyielding intensity. He makes a dramatic, almost desperate offer, his arm, his eye, anything Grohorn demands. But Grohorn, with a dismissive wave, shrugs off the grand offer, calling it junk and asking what he's supposed to do with it. A subtle, knowing smirk plays across Grohorn's face. He boldly proclaims his generosity. Grohorn makes it clear, he's calling the shots, and he'll state his wish first. Then, with a casual tone, he turns to his uncle, proposing an unexpected outing. His uncle, still on edge, throws a curveball, reminding him that his probation is over and he can't just waltz out of the capital. But Grohorn just flashes a confident grin, shrugging off the worry and clarifying he's not going far, just a little trip outside the capital. He lays out his plan, it'll take some time to set up, but with the upcoming banquet, that's his golden ticket out of here. His uncle, looking defeated, just nods, promising to get in touch once the schedule is locked. Grohorn, ever the boss, just tells him to get it done. Then, his uncle, with a poker face, asks what the heck he even plans to do with this outing. Grohorn takes a beat, thinking it over, before his uncle cuts in with a hesitant, well. A sly grin spreads across Grohorn's face as he confesses it's totally out of left field, but he's just itching to see the world beyond the palace walls. He's already calculating, seeing the Count's broken promise as a golden opportunity to leverage for his own gains. But even as he plots, seeing that stubborn old man's antics, he can't help but feel a little bad for him. Suddenly, his uncle's voice snaps him back to reality, demanding to know why he's so amused, accusing him of being a little too happy these days. He just gives a non-committal as his uncle addresses him with respect. Then, the older man drops the news, the letter he's been waiting for is finally here. A pristine letter, sealed with a distinctive red wax emblem, is presented, its secrets waiting to be unveiled. The message inside is brief but impactful, I have recently achieved a small accomplishment, a clear sign of victory. And the sender? A fierce woman with dark, flowing hair and eyes that blaze with blue light, her armored body radiating raw, crackling power. Electric blue energy surges around a razor-sharp blade, humming with raw power. Her electric blue eyes blaze with power, dark hair flowing as she declares, "It seems we will be able to meet you soon. I hope you remain in good health until that day." This powerful message, from none other than Arwen Kurgain herself, brings a subtle, knowing smile to Adrian's face. Clutching the letter, a thoughtful expression crosses his features, knowing it arrived at the absolute perfect time. Just 5 days later, his uncle delivers some truly welcome news. Then, just 2 days later, the long-awaited day of departure finally dawns. Carriages and guards thunder out of the castle gates, a powerful procession beginning its journey. Peering from his carriage, Adrian questions, "Uncle, where are we going? You said we were stopping by to see Ellen." Elsewhere, his uncle stands with a stern, knowing gaze, simply stating, "You just can't stay still." He demands answers from his uncle, pushing him to spill the details and get back inside. This is Ellen County, the royal court's ultimate weapon-making powerhouse. Deep within its borders, insane iron mines churn out top-tier ore. Plus, a legendary guild of blacksmiths is on standby to forge that raw power into unstoppable weapons. His uncle, with a sly grin, announces it's all absolutely perfect. But Grillhorn is totally lost, confessing he just wanted to patrol the borders and check out the royal armory. His uncle bows low, begging forgiveness from his highness, then drops the bombshell, "It's a royal order, so no weapon talk." Grillhorn grumbles that it's natural given his uncle's role, but the gears are turning in his head. He realizes with a fierce glint in his eye that if he wants a real weapon, he'll just have to storm the royal palace and take it. The epic journey rolls on, and Grillhorn is already deep in his own head, plotting his next move. Meanwhile, his uncle keeps a close eye on him. And a thought bubble pops up, this guy's actually got some brains, despite the royal facade. But the journey wasn't all deep thoughts. From the carriage, Grillhorn was already over it, demanding the window be shut, only for his uncle to hit back with a hard "no way." Whether they liked it or not, by carriage or on horseback, the grueling 20-day trek was just getting started. Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, is living the game life, with his stats and skills laid out like a boss-level UI. Their epic journey includes a quick pit stop in Ellen County, a town en route to the capital, then it's a 2-day sprint to Lion Castle. This is their chance to recharge before the final push back to the capital. But right now, he's totally stuck. He's literally been stuck in this carriage for 3 whole days, not moving an inch. And to make it worse, the person across from him is totally boring. He's had enough. He needs to check his status, pronto. Turns out, after wielding the sword of true Grillhorn, his mana is totally drained. A faint blue glow surrounds him, a clear sign of his power being completely zapped. It was finally time to power up, to pull in every last speck of mana hiding deep inside him. With absolute focus, he was going to refill it all. The blue energy pulsed around him, as he pulled in every last bit of hidden power. He thought, if I can just fill this mana heart, the possibilities would be insane. Then, a shockwave hit him, his eyes snapping wide open in pure disbelief. A single thought screamed in his head, when did my mana leak this much? The sheer scale of the expanding energy was mind-blowing, a massive aftereffect from an insane feat of magic. Then, the truth hit him, this was all because of the sword of true Grillhorn. His mana heart hadn't just refilled, it had exploded in size. His entire constitution was undergoing a radical shift. The expanded mana heart was literally rewriting his very being. And now, his body could hold way more mana than ever before. He'd officially hit the Sword Expert stage, unlocking a brand new power condition. What's more, some of the restrictions on his recovered authorities were gone. And the legendary Grillhorn Sword Authority just got a massive upgrade. The system messages vanished, and Adrian, now chilling on a plush couch, was totally engrossed by something in his hands. He was holding 2 tiny, glowing figures, a bizarre manifestation of his power, and he just muttered, "You're." A sound of pure intrigue escaped him as he checked out the miniature versions of himself, each one faintly glowing. A confident, almost sinister smile spread across his face, his fist clenching with a surge of raw power. After pushing his limits and leveling up even further, Adrian Leon Burke finally reached a jaw-dropping estate, its epic classical architecture dominating the landscape with its sheer grandeur. Inside, a dude was already bowing super low, practically gushing about how honored he was to meet the prince. It was Torrance, the Ellen family's eldest son, making his official welcome to the prince. As they started moving, Adrian gave a quick thanks for the hospitality. Torrance, being the super polite host, quickly figured Adrian was probably wiped from his trip and offered to show him straight to his room. Adrian just listened, his face giving nothing away as they kept moving. Adrian arrives at the estate, hyped to be a major weapon production site, and he's immediately checking out the massive collection of weapons. But hold up, these are all just for show, not the real deal. He's gotta find his special item amidst all this flashy, but ultimately useless, gear. With that laser focus, he's locked in on his mission, find that one crucial item. Back with Torrance, he's asking an older attendant if the blacksmith's guild has really taken over the area, and the attendant's like, yeah, but... Adrian catches wind of the conversation, and immediately wants to check out the blacksmith's turf. He's already on the move. The attendant quickly warns him that blacksmiths are a tough, stubborn bunch, so don't expect them to roll out the red carpet. Adrian takes it all in, knowing that when these guys are in the zone, even a lord showing up won't break their focus. He hears the warning, these blacksmiths are as stubborn as the iron they forge. But Adrian knows true craftsmanship demands respect, even generosity. Stepping into the guild, the heat hits like a wall. Furnaces blaze, fire erupting everywhere. The attendant shouts over the din, this heat is brutal. We can leave if it's too much. The whole place is a chaotic symphony of steel and fire, blacksmiths everywhere, pounding away. But Adrian? He just stands there, totally unfazed, pure determination in his eyes. The air is thick with the relentless, deafening clang of hammering iron, a primal rhythm of creation. Torrance Ellen, looking worried, turns to him, a question in his eyes. The flames just keep on roaring, painting everything in a hellish, fiery light. Adrian is practically swallowed by the inferno, but his eyes burn with an even fiercer resolve, completely undaunted. The blacksmiths are going all out, their hammers slamming down with relentless force. But amidst the chaos, Adrian Leonberg is right there, pushing his limits. His eyes are locked on, pure determination burning within him. But then, through all the noise, one sound cuts through everything else, a perfect, ringing impact that demands attention. He keeps hammering, every hit a masterstroke, forging with unbelievable skill. Then, he pulls back from the forge, a quiet, escaping him as his eyes catch something new. An ancient blacksmith, his body practically glowing with raw power and heat, is absolutely going off at his forge. His hand, practically blazing with power, grips the hammer, revealing the sheer force he wields. This is insane. Adrian's eyes flare with a golden light, a sudden, powerful realization hitting him. That's the one. A searing memory, a blazing inferno, and a legendary sword, the very first thing he can remember. But in the present, he's already drenched in sweat, the blacksmith's guild a furnace of raw power. His loyal attendant, Adelia, can't help but notice how much he's sweating. He just gives a simple, almost dismissive, ah. A quick sigh escapes him as he takes in the fiery scene. The guild is a whirlwind of activity, blacksmiths everywhere, the air alive with the deafening clang of steel and the fiery breath of the forges. Every heavy step reverberates through the massive hall. Then, a man emerges from the crowd, bowing low, offering his respects to the prince. Adelia quickly fills him in, revealing the man is Zakhen, the master of this entire blacksmith guild. Adrian Leonberg is locked onto the forge, the raw power of the glowing metal and flying sparks demanding his focus. But before he can even blink, Zakhen explodes, screaming at Adrian, demanding respect for his highness and calling him a rascal. Adrian just stares down at the fuming guild master, a chillingly calm, "You're loud," cutting through the noise. Zakhen is absolutely floored, his jaw practically hitting the floor at Adrian's sheer nerve. The glowing metal bar just sits there on the anvil, pulsing with raw, untamed heat. Adrian's eyes are fixed on the bar, realizing the blacksmiths are still struggling with the heat, even after all their prep, and they're doing something he didn't even command. Zakhen snaps back, telling Adrian that unless he's planning to jump in and use the furnace himself, he needs to stop just standing around. Other blacksmiths are still grinding away, one yelling at his partner to grab the tools. Adrian completely ignores Zakhen, just looking down and dropping a single, unexpected command, "Step on the pedal." Adrian's gaze locks onto the forge, his presence a silent, intense judgment. The forge roars to life, each hammer strike a thunderous declaration of power, a relentless rhythm. Every impact unleashes a blinding explosion of sparks. The clang of steel on steel ripping through the very air itself. Adrian's focus remains absolute on the blacksmith's relentless work, the sheer force of each strike undeniable. But as the inferno rages, something shifts within him, a piercing blue light ignites in his eyes, mirroring the forge's raw power. The very air around him explodes into a swirling vortex of roaring flames and blinding light. And through the inferno, the hammer descends again, slamming into the incandescent metal with earth-shattering force. Adrian stands unyielding amidst the raging inferno, his gaze locked onto the blacksmith, who, undeterred, continues to unleash a barrage of blows, shaping destiny with every strike. Suddenly, an insane golden energy just explodes around Adrian, hitting him with an overwhelming, mind-blowing sensation. He's totally reeling, trying to figure out what on earth this crazy new sensation even is. On a brutal, snow-drenched battlefield, amidst countless fallen, lies the one known only as the demon sword Grohorn, the legendary ancient hero himself. But for some unknown reason, the scene cuts to a lavish hall, where Uncle and Torrance Ellen are deep in conversation about a master craftsman who's been non-stop melting and forging for 100 months straight. Torrance Ellen can't help but ask if all this effort is just for failures, but Uncle just shrugs, saying it's impossible to tell. Because every single sword this ripped, white-haired smith creates is a certified masterpiece, earning him the legendary title of Master Smith of Swords. He even melts down swords that seem totally worthless at first. It's a complete mystery how he does it. And get this, Uncle reveals that for the last month, the smith has barely slept, pouring every ounce of his being into his craft. Torrance Ellen can't help but worry, pointing out that once the smith isn't so young anymore, their concern will hit a whole new level. As they stride towards a magnificent building, their intense conversation carries on, with Uncle finally declaring the smith nothing short of a true craftsman. Days turned into nights, and the prince was relentless, showing up at the forge every single morning, and not leaving until the stars were out. But through it all, the old man just kept going, a relentless machine of craftsmanship, his hammer a blur of motion. And the prince? He just watched, a silent observer, as the forge roared and the hammer struck with a powerful clang. Another earth-shattering clang. It got to the point where the townsfolk just knew the first prince was around, and honestly, they barely even blinked an eye anymore. Then, the moment arrived, the prince was finally leaving, a quiet thud as he stepped out. In his hand, a brand new, gleaming sword. He stared at the sword, a deep, unspoken thought in his gaze, the sheer power of its making resonating within him. The forge roared to life, golden energy exploding with every earth-shattering clang as the master smith unleashed his power, crafting something truly legendary. But back at the palace, Grillhorn was deep in his own world, a million thoughts racing through his mind. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, desperate to catch one last glimpse of the master's legendary creation before he had to leave. With his back to the lavish surroundings, he carried a heavy, unspoken weight. But duty called, and with a heavy heart, he ordered his attendants, declaring it was time to go, with a party tonight and an early departure tomorrow looming. Little did he know, the master smith was watching, a knowing smirk on his face. His deepest desire was for the prince to see the finished sword, even for a second, a magnificent blade now glowing with otherworldly power. Just as Grillhorn started to leave, a sudden shout stopped him dead in his tracks. He spun around to see the master smith, who declared with a flourish, the sword was done. The very air crackles with energy, a hushed gasp echoing as something incredible begins to manifest. His golden hair glinting, he stares up, as Adrian and his crew are absolutely stunned by the unfolding event. But across town, against a blazing sunset, Zakhen is finally done. 2 incredible blades, forged to perfection, are ready. He wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, a raw, calloused hand a silent witness to the sheer grind he just endured. And behold! The newly forged sword bursts with a powerful, almost divine light. Then, in an absolutely jaw-dropping reveal, Zakhen steps forward, ditching his blacksmith's apron for the sharp threads of a noble, kneeling before Adrian with the legendary sword. He raises the blade, his voice ringing out with a powerful declaration, "I dedicate this sword, to your highness." His eyes, filled with quiet resolve, lock onto Adrian's. Adrian and his entire entourage are left absolutely dumbfounded by the shocking turn of events. The metal burns with the power of 1,000 suns, forged and hammered into its ultimate shape. Then, with a powerful swish, the brand new blade is unleashed from its scabbard. Its polished surface gleams, reflecting every ray of light. This isn't just any weapon, it's the legendary blade from the Song of the Smiths, destined to birth a sword like the sun, and a king. Adrian grips the magnificent weapon, feeling its perfect weight and balance. Master Zakhen, eyes fixed on him, proposes a name for the blade, Twilight. While Twilight might hint at darkness, for Adrian, this blade is the dawn. Adrian smirks, noting Zakhen's surprisingly eloquent choice of words for a blacksmith. Zakhen, utterly surprised, can only stammer out a bewildered response. The blacksmith lets out a massive sigh of relief, gazing up at Adrian, who's just standing there, holding the epic new blade. His grizzled face, worn from all that intense forging, just screams pure triumph. Later, with Vale and Bayern nearby, Zakhen comes up to Adrian, needing to talk. Adrian just tells him to go talk to his uncle instead. Night descends on the castle, and Adrian's like, "Yeah, I'm staying here tonight, while the guards keep watch from the battlements." Chilling alone in his room, he's deep in thought. While Adrian's catching Z's, Zakhen's just standing there, thinking about the prophecy. He's like, this sword. It's Adrian's destiny, forged the second he first showed up. Adrian's awake now, listening as Zakhen keeps going, saying the sword basically chose its own birthday. Adrian then hits him with a skeptical, "Is that really what you think?" Adrian's face gets all serious, as he really thinks about what Zakhen just dropped on him. He's holding the old man tight, who, with a look of pure shock and dawning horror, whispers a chilling realization. "I see," he breathes, his eyes snapping open with a terrifying new understanding. Adrian's hand clenches the sword, echoing the blacksmith's earlier words, "Yeah, so how could I not get what the guy was feeling?" Still laid out, Zakhen's voice is a mere whisper, "I see." His eyes shut, deep in thought, as the full impact of his revelation hits him. Then, with a gasp, his eyes burst open, burning with fierce determination. "Now I get it." He stares up at Adrian, reaching out a hand, "Your Highness, just give me the sword for a second." Adrian watches as the blacksmith's hand goes for Twilight's hilt, a silent, intense moment hanging in the air. With a firm, knowing grip, Zakhen takes the blade. He clutches the sword's hilt, a deep realization hitting him, and makes a heartfelt plea for its destiny. Imploring, "Please, may this sword become as great as you are." Adrian gazes at the blade, a fierce resolve hardening his expression. His hand gripping the weapon with unwavering strength. He locks eyes with the elder, a powerful declaration ringing out, "It certainly will." Later, Adrian is by Zakhen's side, a silent vigil as the elder rests. His face serene in sleep. Outside, beneath the sprawling night sky, Vale and Byron keep watch. And Adrian's unwavering conviction resonates through the silent night, certainly. A luxurious, red velvet-lined box snaps open, revealing the gleaming silver blade of the legendary sword Twilight nestled within. Torrance Ellen, ever the diplomat, explains that a sword's true value is only understood in battle, and suggests it would be incredibly convenient for Adrian to possess it. Adrian, surprisingly, plays it cool, claiming he just happened to have the sword and plans to give it to his father, insisting Torrance not get the wrong idea. But the moment his hand grips the hilt, a genuine, almost primal smile breaks through his facade, a silent acknowledgement of the blade's undeniable power. "This is a good sword, a truly good sword." Torrance, completely unperturbed, simply reiterates that a good sword is a gift and Adrian should just take it. He then, with a flourish, proudly declares the Ellen family's unwavering loyalty to the royal family to be absolutely exceptional. A sentiment Adrian acknowledges with a thoughtful hit, as Torrance smoothly finishes his thought, "It is an honor for the family." Adrian's true thoughts, however, are a masterclass in cunning. He had planned to use this flashy magic sword as mere bait to get the Master Smith's real sword back, but now he's just ended up with a perfectly good sword for absolutely nothing. The journey presses on under a vast, clear sky. The cavalry is going full throttle, but the carriages and wagons are seriously lagging. They're already way behind schedule, so Vale Baberhart is pushing his troops to the limit, shouting for them to keep up. Seeing the knight's intense focus, Adrian can't help but comment on how busy he looks. Vale, however, is totally surprised to see Adrian, since he'd been completely absent from the county, and Adrian quickly clarifies he was on a secret mission from the king. Adrian's armor creaks as he thinks, realizing his brother, the king, has been busy behind the scenes. Vale then lays out their plan for a lightning-fast ride to the capital, mentioning it'll be tough for anyone who can't ride, and Adrian's response is a very awkward, about that. He just flat-out admits he can't ride a horse. Vale's face just goes blank with shock, a stunned silence falling between them. Standing before the horses, Adrian drops a bombshell, revealing he was literally a sword. He then asks the ultimate question, how could a sword ever ride a horse? The journey to the Iron Lion Castle was a wild ride, with Adrian and Taylor hitting some serious bumps in the road. But even with the chaos, they kept pushing, cutting through whatever came their way. Adrian's face was pure determination, eyes locked on the prize. Even if it was a bit messy, they crushed the journey in a single day, with the epic Iron Lion Castle finally appearing on the horizon. Adrian, leading his squad of knights, charged straight for the massive castle gates. He took in the sheer scale of the fortress, finally here. Thud. The first Prince Adrian Leon Burke and his crew finally hit the ground at the legendary Iron Lion Castle, where York of the Waldun family was already hyped up to formally greet the Royal Highness. This epic stronghold, dripping with the noble blood of Leon Burke, was now ready for their arrival. Adrian cracked a slight smile, watching the welcoming committee and thinking, wow, their energy is seriously over the top. Torrance, right there, wondered out loud why they were getting such a hyped-up welcome. And Adelia, with a sly smirk, totally finished his sentence, saying it was, like, super obvious. Then, out of nowhere, Adrian's uncle, Arwen, stepped up, asking if he should, spice things up a little. He then hit his nephew with this super formal, almost sarcastic, address, dropping the bombshell that he'd graciously allowed himself the honor of seeing His Highness again. Adrian wastes no time, immediately calling out his uncle, Arwen, demanding answers. But then, a mysterious figure appears, a young woman with fiery hair, clutching a book, radiating a cold, powerful energy. And Adrian's reaction is immediate, a sharp gasp of shock. Adrian quickly moves to shield Adelia, a clear warning that any threat to her would be met with his fury. While he strategizes, Adelia watches, a question mark hanging over her head. But Adrian simply brushes it off, smugly thinking how useful it was to have instilled such absolute loyalty in her from the start. A confident smirk plays on his lips as Adrian gets ready to make his move, ordering his loyal followers to keep pace as he confidently strides ahead. A daring grin spreading across his face, clearly ready to settle things with his uncle. He boldly declares that everyone should remember the knights now standing behind him, their loyalty absolutely locked in. Standing tall, sword casually slung over his shoulder, Adrian just oozes confidence as he surveys his new, loyal knights. Before him, the Iron Lions stand in perfect, disciplined formation, their armor practically blinding under the sun. He turns, facing the assembled warriors head-on, and throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know who among them would dare to show him the sword of the Iron Lions. The intricate details of a knight's armor are on full display, shining brightly in the sunlight. With a fierce, determined expression, Adrian watches as Taylor, one of his most loyal knights, turns and walks away, his command clearly understood and accepted. Adrian then pivots, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he locks eyes with his uncle and declares, he's staking the entire Leon Burke name and holding him personally responsible for how their spar turns out. His uncle, Arwen, just scoffs, is there still no end to this? While Torrance Ellen and York Waldon look absolutely stunned, realizing the legendary iron-hearted knights of the Leon Burke family are now just a total bluff. The tension is palpable as three armored knights face off in the courtyard. Suddenly, a new challenger emerges, declaring himself Dale of the Reenant family, ready to make his move. He's here to represent his powerful family, the Raynants, and he's not backing down, asking for permission to challenge the prince. This knight is serious, boldly stating he will stand before the prince himself. But Adrian isn't playing games, cutting straight to the chase and telling him permission isn't needed. Dale, however, isn't letting it go, emphasizing that he did ask for permission. And then, with a chilling shift, he tells Adrian to be careful, the fight is on. No more talk. Dale explodes into action, his staff a blur as he charges. Adrian's face tightens, his eyes burning with fierce determination as the challenge begins. A surge of electric blue energy explodes forward, moving with unbelievable speed. As an armored aggressor, absolutely radiating a powerful blue aura, blasts into action. A young knight, completely blindsided by the lightning-fast assault, lets out a guttural scream as the blow lands. The sheer, brutal force of the impact sends him absolutely soaring backward, crashing down onto the unforgiving ground. But from a slight distance, Grillhorn remains unfazed, observing the brutal chaos, a small, pulsating blue orb held with unnerving calm in his hand. Another knight looms over the downed trainee, taking in the brutal damage with a stone-cold gaze. Paul Rothium, a voice shouts, clearly shocked, realizing the victim is only in his first year, and I'm in my third. The fallen knight lets out another pained groan, still getting absolutely hammered by the relentless impacts. I am Raleigh, the magic apprentice. Cough, another knight roars, unleashing a powerful magical attack with everything he's got. Grillhorn just goes for it, unleashing a devastating sword strike that's practically a blur. Debris flies everywhere from that hit, and he just stands there, cool as ice. Another one bites the dust, sent flying, hitting the ground hard. Outside the massive academy, Grillhorn's just dominating while the other knights watch in awe. Multiple bodies are just sprawled out around him, proving he's on a whole other level. He just sighs, like, good grief. As if he's bored by how easy that was. Then, a dark-haired knight steps up, throwing down the gauntlet, saying he wants to fight the real knights and that everyone else was just too slow. He stares down Grillhorn, calling him Arwen right to his face. Grillhorn just nods, while the knight lays out his plan, basically telling him, you're coming with me. A subtle tension hangs in the air as Bayern observes the scene. Grillhorn, with a confident air, addresses Vale Baberhard, who responds with utmost deference, calling him, Your Highness. Then, a mischievous glint in his eye, the prince challenges the crowd, announcing his knowledge of their love for wagers. He suggests a thrilling bet to ignite the atmosphere. But Bayern isn't having it. Sharply reminding him that Arwen is no mere trophy. Undeterred, Grillhorn's command rings out. As he summons Karl to bring forth the sword. Grillhorn, with a legendary blade in hand, lays down the gauntlet, offering the ultimate prize to the victor. No waiting, no delays, this sword is up for grabs, right here, right now. The crowd is stunned. Bayern and Vale Baberhard can't believe what they're hearing, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. But Bayern isn't having it. She steps up, reminding Grillhorn, he's worth 100,000 times more than any mere sword. She's not backing down, emphasizing that his royal value is beyond comparison to any blade. Vale Baberhard backs her up, confirming her words are nothing short of brilliant. But then, a new challenger emerges. Dale Reenant steps into the spotlight, announcing himself as Dunham of the Reenant family. He's not just anyone, he's an official knight of the Iron Lion Knights, and he's about to hit that legendary triple chain. Grillhorn is visibly shocked by the knight's confidence, letting out a gasp, as he asks if Dale is seriously going through with this. With Dale Reenant stepping up, Grillhorn unveils an epic blade, declaring it the 17th masterpiece forged by the legendary Master Smith. Then, the ultimate prize is offered, win, and the blade is yours. Dale Reenant can't believe it, calling out the incredible coincidence. The blade itself is a marvel, its hilt a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship. Grillhorn hoists the weapon skyward, admitting his lifelong dream of owning a Master Smith creation. The blade pulses with a soft, celestial glow, lighting up the entire arena as he makes his grand presentation. Then, the bombshell, this isn't just a master smith blade, it's his 100th, his final work. Dale Reinant is stunned, having never caught wind of such a legend. He instantly grasps the blade's insane value, knowing it's the master smith's ultimate, final masterpiece. With a powerful Kafine, Grohorn accepts the challenge, his entire form now blazing with a fierce, crackling blue aura. Dale Reinant watches him, admitting that even if Grohorn's path is twisted, the sheer, relentless effort behind it is impossible to deny. With a low thrum of power, Grohorn makes his declaration, promising to give his absolute all in the coming fight as a vibrant blue energy ignites around his hand. The power surges, a deep hum resonating through the air, and he contemplates the misguided path others might see him on. But Dale Reinant, radiating his own subtle blue energy, scoffs at the display, deeming it utterly insignificant and a mere political maneuver for his people. The subtle jab lands, aimed squarely at Adelia, who can only watch with a look of deep concern. Even the calculating uncle, bathed in the same mysterious blue light, watches the spectacle with an unreadable, thoughtful expression. Grohorn's eyes blaze with an electric blue intensity, his conviction absolute, this path is righteous, especially when it's for his people. He locks eyes with Adelia, a powerful command in his voice to watch closely, leaving her utterly bewildered. Then, with an explosive burst, Grohorn unleashes a colossal, radiating circle of electric blue energy, crackling with lightning-fast tendrils. Engulfed in the swirling, raw power, he begins to articulate the essence of this path. His voice booms with absolute conviction, the blue energy around him going wild as he lays down the law, this is the path they're on now. Adelia's face is a mask of worry, but the uncle just watches, unreadable. But then, in an explosive burst, Grohorn's blue aura absolutely explodes into a blazing, golden-orange inferno, sealing his commitment. His eyes are practically burning with that same raw energy, a testament to the insane power now surging through his veins. A faint orange glow washes over her, and Adelia's worry melts away, replaced by a burning, fierce determination, a silent promise to absolutely crush it. Chilling in his chair, the uncle can't help but wonder, seriously, how many times have we been to Iron Lion Castle now? He glances at his teacup, a moment of quiet thought, before he continues. This is he pauses, a thoughtful, escaping him. He's thinking about the royal line, how the fourth prince couldn't care less about the throne, probably never showing up, and how the third and fifth only bothered to visit when the first prince was on probation. Even the second prince swung by a while back, he remembers, looking at his subordinate. With a dismissive wave, the uncle sighs. So that's how bad his reputation was. It's a fact that the first prince was the rightful heir, but for things to have gotten this messed up. He finishes with an angry glare, you definitely share some of the blame. He keeps going, thinking back to when the 3rd Legion's commander actually backed the first prince, even if it was just a little bit. His voice gets lower, a touch of regret in it, wishing the prince hadn't ended up so alone. Then he snaps at his subordinate, eyes blazing, demanding to know why he'd been playing guardian angel this whole time. He nods, accepting the truth of it, confessing that he wasn't wrong, and yeah, he totally ditched his nephew. He remembers another prince, a total mess as a ruler, but at least his tyranny would have been easy to control. But then there was his nephew, the first prince, who he once chewed out for being obsessed with some weird waxed potion. The scene flashes to a brutal fight, the young prince's eyes bugging out as his uncle chokes him, screaming if he'd lost his damn mind. He remembers the prince's insane defiance, how he actually attacked his own uncle with a sword. His grip crushes the struggling kid, his face twisted in pure rage as he calls him a total, hopeless scoundrel. His eyes narrow, remembering the crushing disappointment that greeted him upon his return to the palace. His own nephew, the first prince, had the audacity to send him poisoned wine, brazenly calling it a gift and even enclosing a letter. With a furious burst of power, he crushed the bottle, the poison vaporizing in a flash. That single act had incinerated any last shred of familial affection he had left. The poison, sourced from who knows where, was utterly obliterated by his raw mana. He burned away what little familial affection remained along with it. But he knew, fighting the prince's evil was a never-ending battle, because the first prince had become a truly hopeless scoundrel. And he's only getting stronger every single day, right? The first prince had truly become a king. He presses on, declaring that as the first prince, he's the rightful heir, a young man utterly transformed from who he once was. His listener hangs on every word, a grim intensity etched onto his face. He emphasizes that this is crucial so the prince can finally compete on a level playing field with his rivals. Dropping to his knees, almost prostrating himself, Baberhard desperately begs for understanding. His eyes snap wide open, the sheer weight of the revelation hitting him hard. He rubs his chin, utterly perplexed, admitting he just can't wrap his head around any of it. Staring up at the speaker, he confesses he's lost, unsure if it's him or the first prince who's truly transformed. The elder's eyes bore into him, a sharp command to raise his head, the one they call the Silver Lion. As the figure strides away, Baberhard shouts, "Your Excellency well done." Meanwhile, the drama unfolds elsewhere as Adelia Byron voices her deep concern, uttering a worried question about the first prince. The majestic castle looms, a silent giant under the vast sky, a stark, almost eerie contrast to the explosive tension building inside. But Waldun, ever the calm one, brushes off her fears, confidently stating there's zero reason to worry, because Dunham always knows his boundaries, so nothing serious could possibly go down. Adelia, still clearly not buying it, pushes back, asking if Dunham could really win against Prince Adrian, even in a no-holds-barred duel. Waldun, with a knowing look, simply retorts, pointing out that Dunham is her knight, after all. But Adelia's expression twists into pure bewilderment, as she whispers that Waldun has completely changed, now spouting utter nonsense. Suddenly, the training ground explodes into action. Dunham is violently launched backward, slamming into the stone floor with a bone-jarring crash. He lies there, utterly dazed, barely managing to gasp out his own name in sheer, utter shock. Dunham is absolutely floored, knocked out cold on the training ground. The crowd is buzzing, because Adrian just dominated, proving his insane power once again. He just turns his back on the defeated knight, striding off like it was nothing, that blue power still radiating. Meanwhile, two serious-looking guys are watching from afar, and one of them just goes, "Told you so." Adrian's eyes drop, his hand clenches, a whole new vibe coming off him. Then, a confident smirk crosses his face as his aura explodes, and he drops the bomb. He wasn't the one you needed to worry about. His hand practically glows with power, as he shouts, "Next." Suddenly, a memory flashes, a voice from the past, Uncle always used to say. He remembers a night, blazing with blue energy, that a night truly began at 2 rings. And just like that, Adrian's blue aura absolutely explodes, pulsing with insane, raw power. Enveloped in crackling blue energy, he stands, the sheer force of his power screaming that his words were no exaggeration. But even as power surges, a critical thought cuts through the chaos: this immense strength still isn't enough. He can't take down the dragon that devoured a feudal knight. A new, chilling resolve hardens his gaze. With that decision, the blue energy around him explodes, swirling into a violent, unstoppable vortex. A system notification blazes to life, trait overload activates. As the trait takes hold, the chaotic energy around him abruptly falls silent, leaving only the searing glow in his eyes. His grip tightens on the sword hilt, the blue light still radiating from his very being. But a chilling sensation washes over him, his own body feeling alien, unfamiliar. His transformed eye, now burning with an intricate blue pattern, reflects the profound, terrifying change within him. Adrian feels it again, that same, electrifying sensation from back then, a power surge that completely transforms him. Then, with a lightning-fast move, he unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, his sword slicing through the air with an incredible whoosh. His blue aura flares even brighter, flickering with raw, untamed power that's off the charts. He slams his blade down in an explosive strike, the impact unleashing a shockwave of blue energy that blasts everything away. He drops from the sky, sword still extended, and multiple figures are sent crashing to the ground, utterly defeated by his insane power. He lands with a bone-shattering thud, the sheer force of his impact cracking the very earth beneath him. But even after that insane power display, Adrian clutches his chest, blood trickling from his lips. That power comes at a cost. Outside, a crowd of onlookers stares up at the massive building, their faces etched with pure awe and shock at the sheer destruction. As debris rains down from the shattered structure, Adrian just walks away, leaving behind a scene of absolute devastation. He unleashes a devastating sword strike, the metallic clash exploding with raw power. Without a moment's hesitation, he follows up with a lightning-fast, bone-shattering kick. A guttural roar of pure power erupts from him, his eyes blazing with the raw, untamed energy surging through his very being. He unleashes another blindingly fast sword strike, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him as his opponent barely manages to react. The relentless assault is a blur of motion, his blade a blue streak against the opponent's desperate defense. With a deafening crash, Adrian's sword connects, sending a shower of sparks and raw power erupting. He seizes the momentum, the blue energy around his blade surging as he relentlessly drives the opponent backward. A look of pure terror flashes across the opponent's face, their sword groaning and cracking under the sheer, overwhelming force. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Adrian's glowing blade obliterates the opponent's weapon. His eyes are absolutely blazing with that signature blue energy, showing just how much power he's still got flowing through him. With a final, epic streak of azure energy just vanishing into thin air. A broken sword hilt just lies there, totally abandoned, proving the insane power he just dropped. And right next to it, a hand just lies there, motionless, its faint orange glow already fading fast. Adrian stands there, absolutely victorious in front of the massive castle, just looking over all the defeated guys around him, with a faint blue aura still radiating from him. He lets out a huge, triumphant laugh, his face just screaming pure satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dunham's over there, giving Vale Baberhard the update, confirming that Raiden is officially out cold. Vale Baberhard just nods, stating that this beatdown is exactly what he deserved for his blasphemy. Adrian, on the other hand, is just absolutely glowing, completely enveloped in this insane, ethereal blue silhouette, radiating pure, untamed energy. The blue energy was absolutely exploding around him, but his resolve was even stronger, a silent vow to face down any challenge, no matter how epic. As a new verse began to form for his hymn of sparring. He wondered if this was the moment, if only now, with this insane power-up, he could finally grasp the true sword of his destiny. The raw energy surged, focusing intensely around the hilt of his blade. Confirming the hymn of sparring had just hit an insane extraordinary grade, its entire essence transforming to match this new level of power. He gazed upwards, a silent, powerful acknowledgement of the transformation washing over him. The vibrant blue aura now completely engulfing his entire form, from his boots to the sword in his hand. The hymn of sparring was gone, replaced by the absolutely formidable hymn of dueling. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he finally acknowledged his incredible success. Rising from the dust, a voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know if he's okay. Back on his feet, the hero locks eyes with his steadfast ally, a silent understanding passing between them. Because here, only the victor earns true respect, the mark of a genuine knight. Facing the expectant crowd, Adrian boldly proclaims this is far from the first prince's end, as Vale Baberhard watches, knowing he's destined for even greater heights. He confesses, the fight pushed him to his absolute limit, he barely had enough strength left. Among the spectators, a dismissive voice sneers, calling them nothing more than simple men. Adrian, a confident grin spreading across his face, declares his absolute devotion to the blade in triumph, nothing ignites his spirit more. Then, a thoughtful expression crosses his face as he realizes his friend would despise hollow platitudes, asserting that an honorable loss far outweighs a deceitful win. Turning to Vale Baberhard, Adrian starts to recount a moment when both. His uncle can't believe it, those monsters couldn't have broken Adrian's barrier. Was their mana really that strong? Dunham totally agrees, that was some serious power. Then, with a smirk, his uncle drops a bombshell, it's actually kinda cool to hear Adrian obsess over his sword. But Adrian, kneeling alone, is deep in his own head, thinking about how his entire world, everything he knew, got absolutely wrecked and left behind with the old him. But even after all that destruction, he suddenly realizes there was one thing, just one, he could never let go of. A powerful vision explodes in his mind, a blazing sunrise, figures silhouetted against it, a core memory of accepting defeat with grace and respecting true strength. This isn't just some random thought, he gets it now, this is the unbreakable spirit of the knights. The scene opens on a bustling courtyard, a formal assembly wrapping up with a crowd of important figures. Adrian, the young prince, wraps things up with a smooth, polite farewell. Even wishing Count Waldun good health, who quickly returns the favor, telling the prince to watch himself. Adrian then casually remembers the count's name. While Waldun, looking a little worried, asks him to keep their talks quiet and hints that maybe a confession would be better for the prince. A sly smirk spreads across Adrian's face. As he thinks about someone new to mess with, his hand casually near his sword. The shadows deepen, hinting at his next move. The golden sun blazed to life, painting the sky as the epic journey pressed on. Before long, at a makeshift camp, Waldun made the call, they were camping here. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Adrian just gave the green light to go ahead. Eyes fixed on the prince, Waldun's mind raced, a silent, calculating thought forming. Then, to Bayern, he casually dropped the bombshell, Adrian's big moves were coming, and soon. Back in his room, Adrian let out a massive yawn, pondering if it was time to crash, but the thought felt more like a rhetorical question. Suddenly, Bayern appeared, dropping a perfect bow and declaring, the prince was back. But Adrian was already miles away, deep in thought, realizing his one true mission was to be a total slacker, but a slacker with some seriously rare talent. Adrian, clearly not in the mood, turns his back on Bayern, who cautiously addresses him, Your Highness. Still in bed, he cuts her off sharply, No, forget it. You may leave. A deep, contemplative expression crosses his features. Dunham, the legendary man-lion knight, a master of swordsmanship level A, a feat most knights couldn't even dream of reaching B grade in a lifetime, always knew Adrian was different, especially when he unleashed the power of Gruhorn. The kingdom's top dog, the leader, was on a whole other level. But Adrian, now radiating with a powerful blue glow, knew deep down that even the most talented, ordinary people had their limits, and he was beyond them. Adrian's mind races, realizing this very moment is the reason he once sought a completely different destiny. He remembers the mana chain, a force that once crushed him, leaving him so overwhelmed he thought fleeing was his only option. That's why he was so desperate to break free from his past. But now, he sees the truth, everything happens in its own time, and no mana chain is truly unbreakable. Ultimately, it all comes down to the flow of time. He has to confess, this new path is still a mystery to him. So, he's going back to basics, starting his learning journey all over again. That's the right attitude. His uncle reassures him it's not too late, emphasizing that with enough effort, any dream is within reach. He jolts awake, mind racing, questioning if this intense experience was just a dream, a mere illusion. But then, a voice hits him with a challenge about the Iron Lions, and his uncle drops a bombshell, saying other princes would never have been so chill with them. Then, a slick-looking guy named Ian, with a confident smirk, just casually calls it a very wise judgment. Adrian's face just totally blanks, a massive, what is wrong, flashing across his mind. He screams for his uncle, feeling this invisible push, and then it hits him, they don't remember him. They don't remember the mana chain. He pauses, then a memory flashes, the one about taking down the red dragon. Ian cuts in, clarifying their duet was actually about crushing the double chain knight, and he'd already practiced it. With a decisive step, Ian vows to make good on his old promise. Adrian is just left hanging, totally bewildered, his mind spinning from these wild memories and declarations. Vale Baberhard, with a hand over his heart, makes a solemn vow, declaring his absolute loyalty to the first prince of the Leonberg house. As a count of the kingdom and commander of the royal knights, he doubles down on his pledge, while Adrian, back turned, hangs on every word from his uncle. His uncle, looming over him, boldly announces his official backing for the prince, who, slumped on the bed, can't help but question the move, fearing another cunning trap. Adrian's face twists in pure anguish, begging them to keep a crucial secret from him. Vale Baberhard, with a look of absolute conviction, simply tells him to trust him. Later, Adrian, standing by a carriage, explodes in frustration, demanding to know when he ever said he wanted to be king. His uncle's declaration, however, became an unstoppable force, as the entire city erupts in celebration, showering him with congratulations. In a grand hall, Adrian stands at the center, accepting heartfelt congratulations from his uncle, Bayern, Ian, and a host of other nobles, all bowing in deep respect. Vale Baberhard, now officially duke, causes a sensation among the knights, boldly declaring Adrian's kingship a monumental blessing for the entire realm. Suddenly, the palace was swarming with fresh attendants and servants, all sent directly from the royal court. But Adrian was not having it, his face contorting in pure frustration. He was the emperor now, the absolute center of everything, and this endless fuss was driving him insane. Argh, it's so annoying, he roared. He snapped at his loyal knights, send them all back right now. But Vale Baberhard, ever the pragmatist, dropped the truth bomb, they're here by royal decree, your majesty. You can't just send them away. Adrian, still seething, shot back, then get them out of my sight. This is annoying me to death. A brief calm descended upon the royal halls. Finally, some peace and quiet. Adrian slumped into a massive chair, deep in contemplation. But his moment of peace was shattered by a familiar voice, calling out, Adrian, are you there? A tense voice slices through the air, demanding to know why the young prince is even here. He keeps going, flat out accusing Adrian of playing everyone like a fiddle, and then drops a bombshell about knowing his past moves. The third prince, Kilian Leonberg, was secretly training with Count Baberhard, even spilling the beans about his Grand Duke status. Adrian, though, brushes it off, claiming he's too clueless for such schemes, just a lost prince trying to find his path. Ian jabs a finger, his voice exploding with rage, shouting that Adrian just made a huge mistake by trying to fool him. Adrian just turns his head, a tired look on his face, muttering that he's got zero interest in any of this. Sitting alone on the throne, his mind races to the real mastermind behind this mess, vowing to hunt down the culprit who caused all this chaos. Meanwhile, a scarred man watches, a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. His dark, ornate armor glinting as he lets out a single, chilling word. Uncle. Adrian, ever the strategist, decides to bide his time, playing along with Ian's game for now, because, honestly, who cares about this petty stuff? But Ian isn't letting it go, demanding to know why Adrian went rogue on the Baberhard situation without a word. He then drops the bomb, reminding Adrian that the Baberhards are literally the only thing standing between the kingdom and those terrifying northern mountain monsters. With a sly grin, Ian declares that as long as the big shots remember the brutal winters, the Baberhards are totally safe. Adrian breathes a sigh of relief, and Ian just shrugs, saying it was all just business as usual, bound to happen anyway. But then Ian's face gets serious, and he hits Adrian with a heavy question, does he really think a failed firstborn's fate changes just by staying quiet? He continues, dropping another truth bomb, remember this, no matter what. Because, as he lays it out, your firstborn legitimacy. It's locked in, unless you're dead. Adrian's face darkens as Ian drives the point home, you can't just hide and expect things to change. Later, Adrian's mind races, a new resolve hardening his gaze as he thinks, I need to find something real. He'd always just assumed being the firstborn was enough. Yeah, he totally thought that way. The palace halls shimmer with insane luxury, a silent flex of the power he's supposed to grab. Inside, Adrian watches the court's power plays, surrounded by nobles, a brutal reminder of the Leonberg kingdom's legitimate bloodline. He strides into the opulent hall, his every step a statement, announcing the arrival of the Leon Burke royal family's eldest son. Cutting through the crowd, the whispers confirm it, Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, has arrived. His eyes scan the lavish chamber, sizing up every noble, every rival, every potential ally. Nobles huddle in hushed groups, their whispers a symphony of intrigue, every single one a piece on the chessboard of power. A sharp-eyed noble, dark-haired and bespectacled, watches the scene unfold, his poker face giving nothing away. And across the room, a mysterious veiled figure in regal purple stands with silent grace, a captivating enigma in the bustling hall. Adrian, a beacon of royalty with his golden locks, holds his ground under the glittering lights, poised for the night's main event, until the banquet began. The first prince, Adrian, is here. His footsteps thunder through the opulent hall. As he storms up a magnificent staircase, glaring down at the assembled court. Ian, a dark-haired attendant, is absolutely floored, shouting about how mind-blowing it is to see such a dignified presence, just like the king in his prime. Adrian, with Byron now by his side, just smirks at the commotion, thinking, is this all just for show? He lets out a soft sigh, seriously doubting if these are actually the kingdom's esteemed elders. Down below, several nobles are practically glowing with a sinister aura, each one sporting a trait, heart of a serpent. This isn't just a trait, it's pure evil karma, built up by crushing others, and it manifests as a terrifying, coiling serpent. Adrian, now radiating a faint purple aura, scans the crowd, his eyes razor-sharp as he silently condemns them for harboring such vile traits. He scans the room, eyes laser-focused, a silent judgment forming, only one here is truly worthy of his absolute disdain. His mind races, plotting his next move, he needs attendance, not just skilled, but absolutely pure, when a noble bows low, daring to speak to him. The noble, feeling the chill of his disapproval, quickly apologizes for even being there. But Adrian's mind is already set, this is all he needs, these people will be the vessels for the seeds he's about to plant, his stare intense. Jehos, a noble whose lineage was personally sanctioned by the Emperor of the Bourbons, can't hide the shock on his face. Suddenly, a booming voice from the balcony declares the arrival of a major player from the Empire, the Marquess Montpellier of Bourbons. Adrian, with Ian and Byron at his side, hears the grand proclamation, Ambassador Coulon du Bourbons Montpellier is here. Adrian's face just drops, a single, stunned word escaping him. The hall buzzes with anticipation as the ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Coulon de Bourgogne Montpellier, makes his grand, sweeping bow. His opulent purple and gold robes catching the light. He smoothly straightens up, a sly smile playing on his lips as he takes in the entire scene. This wasn't just any envoy, this was the legendary ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Coulon de Bourgogne Montpellier. His eyes lock onto Adrian, a casual, almost intimate greeting delivered with a knowing smirk. It's been a while, Prince. Adrian's eyes absolutely ignite with a searing electric blue, a raw, crimson power surging around him in a silent, furious roar. The very name of the empire hangs in the air, a declaration of power, Bourgogne. An empire backed by an unstoppable military machine, its legions of knights poised for war, spears glinting. The ancient nemesis, the one he and his friend battled for centuries, still burned in his memory, a ghost from 400 years past. His eyes, once serene, now blazed with an electric, furious blue, a raw surge of power threatening to erupt. That name, etched in the very fabric of this nation's suffering, was a direct, personal insult to him. A violent, internal explosion of pure, unadulterated rage detonated, blinding him with a crimson spray of phantom blood. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing it, the ambassador's grip snapped onto his arm, a shocking, ironclad hold. Adrian stood, his pristine uniform now symbolically splattered with blood, his face a terrifying mask of barely contained fury. Ian, ever the watchful advisor, immediately called out His Highness's bizarre outburst, as Jehos, utterly bewildered, chimed in, confirming he'd never seen Adrian act like this. Adrian, still visibly shaken, could only manage a clipped apology, admitting his composure had completely shattered. The ambassador, watching the entire spectacle with an unervingly knowing gaze, simply offered a single, loaded, questioning glance. The ambassador, ever the smooth operator, offers to escort the prince, who's just chilling with a whole squad of nobles and knights. Later, in his private chambers, he's like, ugh, gotta change these clothes, and then he's totally mind-blown realizing his old body was useless and couldn't even use his powers. What a discovery. But wait, his uncle's totally scoping out the new guy and asks, who is this dude? And boom. The mystery man is none other than Marquis Bielefeld, looking all serious and important. Adrian, hands clasped, is deep in thought, muttering, Bielefeld, so not everyone got the memo, huh? He's totally checking out the whole crew, especially this new Marquis Bielefeld, and you can just feel the awkward vibes. Back alone, Adrian's losing it, clutching his head as his eyes go full-on glowing blue, showing off that raw, unstable power. Meanwhile, Ian and Jehos are looking worried, with Ian dropping the bombshell, so, I heard things went down. The air was thick with unspoken words, and Marquis Bielefeld, looking absolutely stone-faced. His eyes locked onto Adrian, he didn't hold back, declaring, Marquis Bielefeld said. And an unseen voice cut in, pointing out Adrian's volatile display, that you looked like you were about to cause some trouble. Adrian, his hand gripping the table, had to admit to himself, it seems he wasn't entirely spouting nonsense. And just like before, his eyes flared with that unmistakable, powerful blue glow. While the unseen voice demanded answers, what on earth are you trying to do? Adrian's mind was a whirlwind, protesting his innocence but admitting his bewilderment. All the while, the notorious House Bielefeld was flexing its muscles right in the heart of, I am not that reckless. It's just that I simply couldn't understand. The kingdom, with nobles bowing down to them in a way they wouldn't even for the royal family. It was a powder keg, an atmosphere so charged it could never be called peace. The kingdom's past. It was a one-sided relationship, barely an alliance. And Adrian was clearly deep in thought about it. Wondering aloud how they even got here. How on earth did the country end up in this state? But the Marquis Bielefeld just shrugged it off, honestly, it's not that special of a story. He remembered when legendary knights led the fight, but over time, the power gap just exploded. Outstanding knights stepped forward to lead the charge. But as time passed, the gap grew larger. The chasm between them just kept getting wider, and the gap widened. Until, before the empire even became a superpower, the kingdom was already a tiny nation forced to bow down. Before the empire became a superpower, the kingdom was a small country forced to kneel. This brutal historical truth hit Adrian like a truck. And he finally connected the dots about his own kingdom's past. Don't tell me, it's because of that. Leon Burke, a small country on the continent's edge. The Bourgogne Empire, a total powerhouse, once went up against a kingdom that had some secret weapon, something that let them actually stand a chance. From day one, their martial arts training was flawless, every single move perfected, building up a legacy of both normal and absolutely insane achievements, spawning epic heroic tales. These weren't just stories, they were full-blown legends, and even myths that defined who they were. Adrian, radiating a soft blue light, was deep in thought about these martial hymns, the absolute core of their strength. He totally got the deep meaning behind the fugu, martial spirit hymns, the battle anthems that once made his family legendary. But then, a heavy truth hit him, they ended up losing absolutely everything. Later, looking his uncle dead in the eye, Adrian dropped a bombshell, Uncle, I've totally changed my mind. His uncle, completely taken aback, shot back, what are you even talking about? Adrian's mind was clearly on being a king. With a confident, almost mischievous grin, Adrian declared, I'm actually going to try it. Even with his immense contributions to the kingdom, Adrian's uncle grapples with a profound sense of regret over the path Adrian has chosen. But Adrian, unwavering in his conviction, fully embraces the possibility of future regret. He knows, with every fiber of his being, that this is an unavoidable destiny he must fulfill. A magnificent palace looms into view, signaling the second day of the envoy's critical arrival. Adrian, clad in his regal uniform, maintains an inscrutable facade. His uncle rushes forward, dropping a bombshell, first Prince Adrian Leon Burke is gone, and Lord Vale of the Northern Baberhard court is already here. Adrian's expression tightens, a low hum of concern escaping him as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The other nobles gasp in shock, leaving Adrian and his uncle to face the stunned court, the tension palpable. He flashes back to the harsh words, the sheer disrespect from those who saw him as just a country bumpkin, daring to stand before royalty. Not a single soul believed this kid could ever become king. He was just a kid from a forgotten village. A total nobody, and even among the outcasts, he wasn't exactly standing out. But against all odds, against all the hate, he stepped up. He stepped forward in front of everyone, just like he's gotta do right now. Adrian stands, absolutely radiating with a shimmering blue aura, a silent, powerful hum vibrating around him. His gaze is razor-sharp, absolutely resolute, like he's reliving a pivotal memory. He remembers all those who had eyes, but were completely blind to his true potential. Even lost in a sea of faces, he stood out, a silent powerhouse, his blue energy subtly radiating pure dominance. He recalls his absolutely unwavering stance, rising tall before the masses, utterly refusing to be swayed by their pathetic doubts. His power, a true rhythm of kings, was completely beyond the grasp of ordinary abilities, a grace only the true crown could ever command. They had completely dismissed him as unfit, a mere country bumpkin, even predicting total disaster if he ever dared to ascend the throne. As the youngest, he was a total joke compared to his elder brothers, all of whom seemed far more prepared for the crown. Yet, despite all their scorn, a fierce, unyielding determination burns in his eyes, glowing with that same vibrant blue energy. Adrian's resolve is absolutely rock-solid, every single contemptuous gaze he'd ever faced fueling his fire. His inner strength explodes into a vibrant blue aura, a silent, undeniable declaration of his inherent power. Among the onlookers, a stern-faced man with fiery red hair locks onto Adrian, his gaze intense and unyielding. Adrian, still absolutely radiating with his powerful blue energy, completely dominates the assembly, his presence demanding every single eye. With an almost terrifying confidence, he simply states, "Now this is sufficient." His eyes blaze with an intense blue light as he starts to drop a command, "You may raise your..." Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy, crackling with purple, erupts from a hooded figure in the distance, who whispers about an overwhelming sense of dread. The figure, now revealed as an ancient elf with flowing white hair and sharp, pointed ears, is absolutely stunned, utterly questioning the very existence of such a powerful being. Adrian, his blue eyes still blazing, takes in the elf's shock, realizing someone out there still remembers his true, powerful name. This isn't just any elf, a powerful, enigmatic figure makes her grand entrance. Her dark robes swirl dramatically, revealing a glimpse of her imposing form as she strides forward. Her very presence crackling with raw energy. Adrian's jaw drops, his face a mask of utter shock and confusion. Why is that madwoman here? He mentally screams, completely blindsided by her arrival. For countless ages, elves have been seen as the ultimate beauty, the most benevolent beings who wouldn't even hurt a fly. They were thought to be the truest form of beauty, pure grace and elegance. That's the picture everyone gets when they hear elf, a reputation built over 1,000 years. But here's the twist, the truth is way darker. In reality, they're a brutal race, using their stunning looks to lure and destroy their enemies. Even the toughest knights, born with iron-grade strength, aren't safe from their tricks. And some of them are even more dangerous, with power beyond belief. And get this, she's an elder high elf, almost 1,000 years old. Her name is Sigrun, the legendary dancing magic swordswoman. She was part of the legendary expedition that annihilated the Red Dragon a decade ago, and now she boldly asks, "If your master falls, will you join me?" A confident smirk plays on her lips as she vows to keep her companion entertained for eternity. Then, with a provocative challenge, she questions, "So what if you're just a sword?" She boldly declares her intention to reveal the true essence of being a sword. This was the absolute madwoman who subjected him to unimaginable torment. Grillhorn can barely believe his ears, questioning if she actually uttered those words, but Vale Baberheart confirms the chilling statement came straight from the king she serves. Facing the enigmatic elf, Grillhorn probes, "Have we met?" Sigrun, intrigued by his query, retorts, "How peculiar. Why do you feel that way?" Grillhorn confesses this is his inaugural encounter with her, a revelation that elicits a stunned "Really?" from Vale Baberheart, while a host of powerful figures watch the unfolding drama. The ancient elf merely hums, her gaze holding an unyielding mystery. Grillhorn's mind races, a guild flashing through his thoughts, a place where power is everything. He recalls that even 400 years back, Sigrun was a legendary figure, a living weapon he'd crossed paths with. And who knows what kind of monster she's evolved into now, as Sigrun coolly states that a sword at its peak can cut through anything, mesmerizing all who witness it. But, she clarifies, only those with true mastery and deep understanding can truly comprehend its power. From that next-level understanding, she pointedly tells him, he clearly hasn't reached that level. He just grins back, coolly retorting that his preferences are simply unique. Sigrun remains silent, her face a mask of inscrutable thought. Finally, with a subtle gesture, she wraps up their intense exchange, declaring that despite its brevity, it was a pleasure to meet him. On a brutal, snow-drenched battlefield, bodies everywhere, a lone warrior in crimson pushes through, the chilling crunch of snow underfoot the only sound. His eyes, sharp and resolute, lock onto the grim truth, he's made it, for now. Elsewhere, in a luxurious room, an older woman stares down at a tiny child, her face etched with worry, whispering, "Too young, way too young." She keeps scrutinizing the kid, picking apart every detail, especially the blank stare, like she can't even hold eye contact. A jolt of fear hits her, is this little one actually here to fight her? The child, completely unaware, just stares off into space, confirming the woman's worst fears, still too young. Her face tightens, the gravity of the situation crushing her, this is definitely not good. Then, a shimmering, otherworldly glow bursts from a tiny, mysterious figure, like reality itself just glitched. Back in the royal halls, the conversation turns serious as a voice confidently declares, the prince will definitely find his perfect match. But the prince, deep in thought, can't help but wonder about the insane pressure. A consort needs wisdom, kindness, health, and a top-tier family background. Is he even ready for that level of commitment? Just then, the attendant drops a bombshell, an elf delegation wants an audience, and he's totally on board. Decision made, the attendant swiftly moves to get things ready. She heads straight for a stunning, queenly figure, radiating pure elegance, none other than Queen Sigrun herself. Back in the chamber, the prince is totally blown away, elves haven't shown up in their kingdom for ages, and he's genuinely shocked. With the stunning elf now before him, the attendant cuts straight to the chase, is it true she's here to become the prince's future spouse? With a knowing smirk, Sigrun totally confirms it, proudly announcing she's a high elf. She then lays out her credentials. Basically, she's like a super elite noble from an ancient, powerful family, and the prince can't help but subtly clench his fist in response. Grillhorn's mind was a whirlwind, desperately trying to figure out what Sigrun was really up to. But Sigrun just kept going, cool as a cucumber, dropping the bombshell that her age alone was way older than his. She'd been around for a whole millennium, and mortal souls. They couldn't even touch hers. Bayern, totally stunned, watched as Sigrun casually mentioned it was a beautiful day for a human, and then dropped the bomb that she was the reason the prince even followed her. With an intense stare, she revealed that from the very second she laid eyes on his highness. Grillhorn's jaw practically hit the floor. He knew the deal, elves don't lie about fate or connections, which made her claims hit even harder. Bayern, still reeling from the sheer audacity, had to ask if everything Sigrun had just spouted was actually for real. Her face was a picture of pure shock as she whispered, just how incredibly bold this elf truly was. Still reeling from the high elf's audacious claims, Bayern's mind races, questioning everything she thought she knew about fate, and if this elf is seriously about to propose a marriage alliance with the prince. As if reading her very thoughts, Sigrun drops another bombshell, declaring with an almost divine certainty that the prince's destiny was always intertwined with hers. Her words hang heavy, a direct challenge to everyone in the room. Grillhorn, utterly baffled by her claims yet knowing elves don't lie, can only stammer, demanding how she could possibly call their profound connection a coincidence. The other nobles are absolutely losing it, gasping and whispering, with one of them practically exploding in outrage at her insolence. Just as the tension peaks, a sharp tak cuts through the air, as a hand grabs the door handle, about to burst in and interrupt everything. But even with the door about to swing open, the high elf doesn't flinch, her composure absolutely unshaken. It's Sigrun, the ancient elf, who commands the entire room, her powerful presence undeniable. Then, with a mic drop moment, she lays it all out. Her one, true purpose is to marry the prince and unite their ancient clans. With an intense, piercing gaze, the elder high elf Sigrun doubles down, demanding an answer. While Grillhorn, a seasoned executioner with 2 decades of loyal service, stands ready, his blade a chilling testament to his lethal profession. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, bore into him as she pushes the boundary, challenging whether he's on a fact-finding mission or here to deliver a death blow. A sly, knowing smirk plays across her face, clearly amused by his response. Stunned by her uncanny knowledge, Grillhorn can only stammer out a bewildered, "How did you know about me?" A terrifying purple aura erupts around her, and he's hit with the chilling realization, she's a monster whose true power is utterly beyond his comprehension. The raw magical energy pulses around Sigrun, amplifying her already terrifying presence. While a faint, defiant blue glow ignites in Grillhorn's eye as he grapples with her bizarre claim of a shared destiny. His face hardens, a silent challenge in his gaze, as he realizes she even knew his secret identity as an executioner. Sigrun's voice cuts through the air, dripping with pure sass, practically daring her opponent to even exist in her presence. But Grillhorn, eyes blazing, fires back with absolute conviction, declaring he knows exactly who he is. The high elf just keeps on with her mind games, doubling down that he's been running his mouth right in front of an executioner. Grillhorn's patience snaps. He's had enough of her antics, shutting down her little show. He lays down the law, telling her to back off his destiny. But Sigrun? Totally unbothered. Her smirk says it all as she casually drops that he's just a fun little mystery to her right now. Grillhorn's face hardens, the chilling truth hitting him, if he just lets things be, his entire kingdom will be wiped from history by this crazy elf. He vows to transform himself, to become an irresistible feast, something to be savored and devoured, far too exquisite to just be a fleeting taste. And as he drops that bombshell, Sigrun's eyes narrow, a real question finally slipping out, who are you, really? Right now, I'm just a prince, abandoned by my own father. Grillhorn fires back, his resolve hardening, as Sigrun challenges his very being. But if she's so curious, she'll just have to wait and see what he becomes. The ancient elf stares, her gaze piercing, her thoughts a mystery. She'd always sensed something off about his whole ordeal, questioning why Adrian was even facing such a trial when it made no sense. But now, it all clicks, she finally gets it, it was all because of him. A shockwave of realization hits Grillhorn, the truth slamming into him with full force. That heritage from another world? It just got a whole new, terrifying meaning. Then, a blinding flash of light. And he emerges, striding through a magnificent, sun-drenched hall, his presence now commanding the attention of every single noble and guard. The crowd absolutely loses it as he stands there, hand in hand with Sigrun, making a statement that's impossible to ignore. They look absolutely unstoppable, a power couple ready to shake up the entire kingdom. Then, with a gaze that could cut glass, he turns to the crowd, ready to drop a bombshell. And then he says it, loud and clear, he's getting engaged to Sigrun. Mic drop. But inside, he's probably thinking, whoa, did I just say that out loud? Calling her name like it's nothing. He's playing the long game, realizing he can't cross Sigrun right now, so this engagement is pure strategy. This whole Elf Alliance thing, even if it seems like a small gig, is actually a huge deal. His real plan? Simple, trick her and turn her into his personal spy. After weighing all the angles, he decides this is the ultimate power play, especially for the Queen's benefit. Sigrun, ever the strategist, sees right through the facade, knowing this engagement is a power play for her own gain. But for Grillhorn, this is all about his own game. Inside the grand, echoing hall. He's already plotting to use this whole charade to build up enough power, so he can finally break free from that crazy elf. Adrian Leon Burke, a legend in the making, stood at an impressive level 23, boasting incredible stats across the board, strength, agility, vitality, magic, and luck, all backed by a formidable arsenal of skills and items. With a soft touch, Adrian reached out, his fingers closing around a delicate flower, a stark contrast to the power he wielded. But even with all his might, the king on his throne still held the upper hand, a frustrating advantage Adrian knew was purely due to his royal bloodline. A gasp, a frantic pant, as the sheer weight of these revelations hit Bayern hard. She remembered just recently, Adrian's uncle Waldun had come knocking, desperately seeking his backing in a high-stakes political game. First, he snatched the Iron Lion Castle's flower, and now, he's boldly going after the elf. You might think you know beauty, but the elf race? Their allure was absolutely beyond imagination. A sly smirk spread across Bayern's face, a clear sign of satisfaction, or maybe, pure anticipation. And soon, a duel was set with him, a clash that felt absolutely inevitable. Ian grinds his teeth, knowing a full kill would be a mess, but he's ready to cripple Adrian just enough to keep him functional, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. A guttural sound escapes him, as he clutches his face, consumed by his dark machinations. He vows with chilling resolve, to utterly crush Adrian, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, amidst a brutal, snow-choked battlefield, Adrian Leon Burke stands over the fallen, transformed into something far more formidable. Elsewhere, the formidable Sturmhilde Stuttgart, clad in gleaming armor, stands ready to make a monumental declaration. Declaring himself the Silver Lion, commander of the Royal Knights, and with absolute authority, he notarizes this epic duel. Adrian is sent hurtling downward from the towering structure. Sturmhilde's voice booms, declaring that no one will face consequences for the outcome. Ian just casually yawns, totally unimpressed by all the hype for what he calls a simple exchange of blows. He then drops a bombshell, revealing his meticulous preparations for Adrian, adding, "I've brought some new toys. Do you like it? I hope you do not disappoint the expectations of the kingdom." Adrian, feeling an insane amount of pressure, can only manage, "I've felt this one before, but..." Ian, now glowing with a faint blue aura, just shrugs off Adrian's struggle, saying, "It's too much. Let's see if you can still slap me around." Before Adrian can even blink, Ian unleashes a devastating blue energy strike, sending him absolutely soaring backward with a bone-shattering crack, screaming, even after the duel ends. Adrian gets absolutely rocked by the hit, a blue aura exploding around his body. The sheer force launching him off his feet and sending him spiraling wildly through the air. His body still engulfed in crackling blue energy as he plummets further. As he falls, Adrian can't help but reflect on his recent power-ups, muttering, "But I've gotten a bit busier lately, you see." Adrian slams into the ground, the sheer power of Ian's blow ripping through him, leaving him breathless. A guttural cry of pain tearing from his throat. The crowd gasps, three noble women frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as the duel takes a brutal turn. Even the stoic Sturmhilde Stuttgart, the legendary Royal Knight commander, can't hide his shock, questioning if the defeated figure before him is truly the same first prince he once knew. But even on the ground, Adrian's gaze burns with an unyielding resolve, a defiant spark that screams this fight is far from over. Then, the booming voice of Sturmhilde cuts through the tension, officially crowning Ian, the first prince, as the undisputed victor. Ian looms triumphantly over the fallen Adrian, his victory absolute, while the onlookers can only stare in awe and dismay. And with a gavel-like finality, Sturmhilde slams down the verdict, declaring the third prince officially out of the fight. A collective gasp of, "Heavens!" ripples through the crowd, as Adrian, defeated but unbroken, stares up at the sky, his destiny irrevocably changed. The pristine uniform of the defeated prince stands as a stark contrast to the turmoil within him. Adrian, still reeling from the loss, can only stare down as the whispers of the nobles swirl around him. He scoffs internally, their petty judgments meaning nothing. Across the way, Ian stands with Vale Baberhard, who can barely believe it, asking if Prince Killian actually lost. The shocking truth reverberates, defeated by a newcomer with only months of training. Pure, unadulterated rage twists Adrian's face, as he lets out a furious curse against his opponent. Even the hardened guards can't believe what they're seeing, their eyes betraying their shock. Still reeling from the duel, Adrian snaps, "What?" Elsewhere, Ian drops a bombshell on Vale, the first prince bolted from Baberhard right after the duel, and he's gone too. Vale can only manage a stunned, that is. The word is out, he's making a beeline for the north, straight to the Baberhard territory. A massive convoy of carriages and armored knights thunders through the colossal gate, abandoning the capital in its wake. In his private quarters, Adrian, head still bandaged, observes a tiny, furry companion, muttering about its newfound riding prowess, then declares that with the reins in its grasp, it's time for the real deal. His fist tightens, a silent vow forming, he shouldn't have said anything, he needs to learn humility. Meanwhile, his uncle, Waldun, confronts him, demanding, but why the sudden rush? Adrian, averting his gaze, ponders that the banquet just wrapped, and a few days of rest would have been far better. Clad in full battle gear, his eyes burning with resolve, he states his undeniable truth, there's no place for him in this capital anymore. A shadowy power broods, seething over the audacity of those who dare to forget who truly rules this empire, even as they scheme for power. Elsewhere, Ian throws shade at Vale, asking if those traitorous knights were ever really loyal, and Vale just scoffs, reminding him they were just mercs, not nobles. Did he really fall for their act? But Adrian? He's locked in, unyielding in his resolve. His uncle, though, is seriously worried, thinking if they just stuck together through thick and thin, their bond would be unbreakable, and Adrian's rush job is just plain reckless, a gut feeling he just can't shake off. Ian and Vale keep their eyes glued on the prince, who's clearly in his own head. He just knows it, if he drags his feet any longer, he's totally going to end up hitched to that psycho. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he remembers Sigrun, the elder high elf, and how everyone she ever took an interest in was utterly destroyed. With a fierce glint in his eye, Adrian vows he's gotta get stronger, and fast, before that nightmare becomes reality. He thinks of Sturmhilde Stuttgart, realizing all his hard work in the peaceful capital has left him with zero options but to bail, to escape this mess he's in. He knew, deep down, that true growth and the sharpening of his very soul demanded a place of ultimate challenge. Meanwhile, back at the capital, Ian was lost in thought, staring out at the relentless snowfall. This was the ultimate proving ground for humanity, a truth that seemed to weigh heavily on Bayern as she too stared into the distance. A brutal land where legends were born, and Adrian's eyes burned with an unyielding determination. The only place he belonged was the battlefield, no question. Now, deep in the unforgiving, snow-choked mountains, he gestured towards the menacing, distant peaks, confirming they were the legendary Blade Mountains. This was the sacred border his family had defended with their very blood, the brutal cold a relentless testament to the unforgiving land. His companion was practically a human icicle, whining about freezing to death, which made Adrian deadpan, asking why he wasn't just in a carriage if he couldn't hack it. Adrian pushes through the brutal, freezing mountains, shrugging off the intense cold. He even jokes to himself, wondering if he's packing on some extra pounds from the journey. But back in a chilling flashback or a deep, dark thought, his uncle remembers the heavy price he paid, the sheer burden he shouldered to get where he is. He questions when the emperor could ever truly rest without his relentless efforts, and scoffs at anyone who dares to call him just an annoying old man. Back to the present, Adrian's eyes are locked forward, his face a mask of pure determination against the brutal weather. Right next to him, Vale Baberhard pushes through, her resolve burning bright as they conquer this insane, dangerous landscape. She shoots him a worried look, her voice laced with concern as she asks if he's even okay. He quickly brushes off her concern, shouting that he's totally fine, even though it's clearly a brutal journey. But Vale, ever the loyal knight, offers him an escape route, telling him he can swap out anytime if it gets too rough. But Adrian, a true knight, instantly shuts down the idea of seeking personal comfort. His eyes blaze with renewed intensity, his determination now an unstoppable force. Vale Baberhard can't help but think about the sheer difficulty of falling out of the king's good graces. But then again, Adrian's mind races, processing the weight of the royal command. Every single knight here, he realizes, has been unwillingly conscripted by the king's absolute command. Ian, watching the chaos unfold, can't help but think, if Karl were here, he'd have this under control. He scoffs, realizing these royal knighthood members are anything but true royal knights. Adrian's thoughts turn cynical, are these even immediate knights? Should we even call them knights? The king, his own uncle, is nothing more than a stubborn, old geezer. A defiant humph escapes Adrian, even as he grudgingly accepts that this body, bound to the king, is his own flesh and blood, as they push relentlessly to the north. The king's whole demeanor. Totally over the top, a massive weight on everyone's shoulders. Through the biting snow and relentless winds, the knights press on, their resolve unyielding, pushing deeper into the unforgiving north. The brutal, frozen wasteland stretched out, but Adrian wasn't backing down. He shot a look back at his crew, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, knowing they had to push through. He yelled over the howling wind, blasting out a warning, if we don't move it, we're gonna get swallowed by this blizzard. And just like that, the weather went from bad to worse, the air turning into a chaotic vortex of snow and ice. Seriously, the snow just flipped a switch in BAM. Full-on blizzard mode. It became an insane forced march through the brutal conditions, the wind screaming so loud you couldn't even hear the person next to you. Adrian kept pushing the limits, eyes locked on the path ahead, as Vale fought to keep pace, barely able to shout over the storm's fury. The blizzard was a total whiteout, zero visibility, leaving the knights to trust only their horses and gut feelings to survive the insane landscape. But Adrian, a golden blur against the white chaos, kept leading the charge, the knights pushing through, their figures almost swallowed by the relentless snow. He roared, his voice supercharged by mana, a desperate, powerful shout for speed ripping through the blizzard. The blizzard was absolutely brutal, and Adrian immediately noticed Adelia getting slammed by a massive gust, her huge shield turning into a wind trap. He yelled out to her. Right there, Vale, always on point, gave a quick shout out of thanks to the prince. Worried about his main man, Vale then checked in on Adrian, who said he was cool, but there was a definite but hanging in the air. Adelia was still getting absolutely hammered by the wind, and Arwen screamed at her to watch it, or she was going down hard. Watching her get tossed around, Adrian barked at Arwen to make sure Adelia was safe, no matter what. Arwen gave a quick "Roger that," and Vale chimed in, telling Adelia to ditch those shields for some stability. Ian jumped in to clarify, pointing out that those massive shields were basically turning her into a human kite in this insane wind. Adrian, getting serious, demanded she ditch everything, screaming that nothing was worth her life. But Adelia, calling him "Big Brother," was having none of it, refusing to just drop her precious shield. She tried to explain that it was too massive to just stop, leaving Adrian to question her judgment. And just like that, the brutal blizzard kept slamming the brakes on their journey, over and over. The blizzard was absolutely brutal, a non-stop barrage of wind and snow, but the knights pushed on. Even the toughest knights were getting absolutely hammered, their gear turning into dead weight, and you could hear the gasps for air over the wind as one of them started to go down. Then, with a sickening thud, she completely wiped out, her shield going flying as she crashed into the snow. A shout ripped through the storm, and Adrian instantly knew, someone had fallen behind. He shot a grim look over his shoulder, then yelled at everyone to keep pushing forward. The knight was just lying there, totally helpless, her face screaming pain and exhaustion as the snow started to pile up around her. Adrian, on his horse that was barely holding up, could only watch the disaster, knowing the storm made a quick rescue impossible. Every single step was a massive struggle, the snowdrifts practically trying to swallow them alive. As the whole squad started to lose steam, Taylor, Adrian's right-hand knight, absolutely ripped into the struggling soldiers, screaming at them to get up and move, even as they barely managed a tired salute to their prince. The blizzard's fury, a constant, brutal companion for days, was finally starting to break. Across the endless, frozen wasteland, the exhausted knights pushed through, a faint light their only hope in the crushing white. Just as this brutal, hellish march was finally wrapping up, Grillhorn let out a massive, weary sigh, his face showing every ounce of the struggle. Every single step was a battle, his heavy boots sinking deep into the snow. Then, out of nowhere, the air went dead silent, and he snapped his head up, shocked, the blizzard just, gone. Seriously, if it was gonna stop, it should have done it way earlier. But now, the sky just snapped clear like the storm was a total prank, blazing with an impossible blue. The epic journey was finally over. The knights rolled up to a massive castle gate, and Grillhorn took in his perfectly lined up troops. His heavy boots now hit solid, clear ground, a total game changer after all that snow. Every single step hammered home that they were finally here, their march now a powerful, steady beat of pure determination. He strides through the colossal, ornate gates of a magnificent castle. While the castle's lord, a battle-hardened man with a weathered face and a scar over his eye, intently observes his arrival. A grand banner, emblazoned with the crest of Balerhard, snapped sharply in the wind. The lord's voice rings out, a powerful declaration of his authority as the rightful ruler of Balerhard and the formidable commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion. Imposing and resolute, he stands before the mighty fortress, flanked by his loyal knights, poised for the grand arrival. Formally extending his powerful welcome to the first prince. Grillhorn, his gaze sharp and reflecting the brilliant sky, meets the imposing figure's eyes. Sunlight explodes off the intricate golden details of the lord's formidable armor. A subtle, knowing smile spreads across his lips, a silent assessment of the young prince. With a grand gesture, he declares a sincere welcome to Winter Castle. A brutal, frozen wasteland stretches out, littered with the defeated, as the unforgiving winter reigns supreme. Way up north, deep in the Killer Blade Mountains, a massive castle looms, a stronghold designed to smash back the monster invasion. It's the ultimate monster-killing base, but the sheer volume of beasts is insane, making it feel like a lost cause, with someone declaring it's totally hopeless. Prince Adrian stands with his uncle, who's totally bummed about the brutal conditions and the insane death toll for soldiers. He flat out says he's never going back. Over in another room, Ian and Byron are chatting about the castle, pointing out that while it's a regular soldier gig, it's also where the royal family's own bloodline gets stationed. Sure, some fancy nobles might try to play politics with the Winter Castle status. A quiet click as a door swings open. Because for anyone born and bred in Galunia, that place isn't just a duty, it's their entire life's purpose and ultimate pride. Adrian confronts the imposing knight, his voice cutting through the air. Vincent Ballarhard, the man himself, turns his back on the crowd, dropping a bombshell announcement. He's stepping down as acting commander to reclaim his true title as Ranger Company commander. His son, Vincent Jr., steps up, a relieved smile on his face, glad to see his father back safely, and the elder Vincent, proud, acknowledges his son's efforts. A knowing smirk crosses the younger Vincent's face. His father playfully jabs, asking if he thought he'd never have a kid, and Vincent Jr. fires back, telling his old man he's past his prime and should just chill out. Then, the elder Vincent pivots to Adrian, dropping his full title, Vincent, eldest son of the Ballarhard family, and recognizing Adrian as the first prince, the new Ballarhard Ranger Company commander. Vincent of House Ballarhard, the first prince's own son, stands tall, his eyes burning with intense focus. Adrian, ever the cool one, throws out a laid-back greeting, a smirk dancing on his lips. But the younger Vincent's mind is already on the Winter Castle, a legendary fortress where only the truest warriors throw down their lives for honor. Adrian, the young prince, stands defiant in the snowy castle, his words cutting through the cold air. This isn't for the faint of heart, he proclaims, only for those ready to sacrifice everything. But then, he drops a bombshell, demanding to know why his father would even bring such a person here, even as Vincent Ballarhard Sr. coolly offers to guide him through the castle. Adrian, eyes blazing, doesn't back down, pushing Vincent Sr. for the real reason this person is even here. Vincent Sr.'s face hardens, giving Adrian a no-nonsense confirmation. It's exactly as he heard, no more, no less. The truth drops, Vincent Sr. has decided to become Adrian's guardian, meaning the prince is now officially staying at Ballarhard Castle. But Adrian isn't having it, firing back with a sharp reminder about the weakling who got kicked out of the castle for their past screw-ups. Vincent Sr. takes it all in, his face a mask, a dark shadow crossing his features. A profound thought crosses his mind, people can actually change. Finally, he turns, looking directly at his son, Vincent Jr., with one crucial request. He locks eyes with Adrian, demanding an open mind, no judgments allowed. The tension is palpable as the trio gathers around the massive table, the high-stakes conversation unfolding. Taylor cuts in, stressing the dire situation, the monster's power surging, driven by its own dark desires. He admits there are still unknowns, but with Adrian here, they're going all in, with just one final hurdle. Adrian's gaze is fixed, his mind clearly racing. Taylor drops the bombshell, it's the orcs. A massive orc horde is tearing through the frozen lands, their overwhelming force making ranger arrows useless and their base impossible to defend. Ian confirms the dire reality, revealing he's already hand-picking knights from the castle to confront this menace. He kicks things off, dropping a single, powerful word on the whole crew. Adrian, the prince, flashes a confident grin, totally buying into the plan. Ian, with a stone-cold face, locks it down, telling the prince he's got this. But Taylor cuts in, dropping the bombshell that these Blade Mountain orcs are no joke, and if they mess up, the whole military effort could go down in flames. Ian's all ears, taking in the heavy truth of the situation. Taylor pushes for the intel, demanding to know the exact size and power of the orc army. The intel drops, 50 orcs, max, no overlord confirmed, but they can't rule out a superboss lurking in the shadows. Adrian's eyes lock onto Ian, a silent challenge in his stare. The question hangs heavy, are you really ready for this? With a fierce resolve, Ian shuts down any further debate, asserting their current efforts are more than enough. This isn't just any skirmish, that mountain entrance is a critical ranger path, and if this goes sideways, it's a full-blown war zone with them. Adrian cuts in, his voice laced with doubt, insisting that future operations will be a nightmare. He challenges Ian directly, demanding to know how he can be so sure against the terrifying Blade Mountain orcs. Still pushing, Adrian demands to know what Ian's secret weapon or strategy is to pull this off. Taylor drops a bombshell, revealing the orcs are just about 3 dozen strong, then casually asks for a wardrobe change. Ian doesn't even flinch, calmly agreeing that the request is trivial and he'll handle it immediately. A steely glint flashes in his gaze, Ian's face setting into an unyielding mask of pure determination. His mind made up, he barks a single, powerful order, move out. Adrian, completely blindsided by the abrupt command, can only stammer out a bewildered, pardon. He's still questioning the plan, demanding to know what Ian means and why they're being sent on a mission to navigate the orcs. Ian, ever the strategist, calmly replies, telling him his mission is to escort and protect the Imperial Knights. But Adrian isn't buying it, pushing back, why do they even need my protection? Ian just drops the bomb, the 3rd Legion is coming for them. Adrian visibly recoils. Then, the order, get his gear and report back. But someone else is watching. The Imperial Knight, Joseph Trait, is locked onto the group, his eyes piercing through the distance. He thinks to himself, like it or not, these soldiers better be useful. He's still thinking about it, how they were totally blindsided by that blizzard. It's clearly bothering him. Joseph Trait, the Imperial Knight on a secret inquiry, keeps his disguise tight, watching everything unfold. High above the snowy peaks, a lone castle stands sentinel, its formidable defenses overlooking a vast, frozen expanse where a few weaker creatures are mixed among the stronger ones. A distant tower pierces the sky, its presence a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. Inside, Ian's sharp gaze fixes on Grillhorn, his expression unyielding as he begins to speak. He warns that while Grillhorn may not trust the numbers, the orc population is far larger than he imagines, dismissing Grillhorn's concerns about failure and telling him he's overthinking the situation. Suddenly, Ian unleashes a burst of energy, a blinding flash erupting between them. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he presses his advantage, forcing Grillhorn back under the sheer force of his will, while others watch from behind. Grillhorn's own eyes flare with a golden light, a powerful, instinctual reaction to the sudden assault. Ian, seemingly unfazed, attempts to access a system interface, only to find the status window inaccessible. Observing the intricate details of the armor, he wonders if he is facing a triple chain knight. Out of all who came back, only one is a real ranger, the rest are just basic scouts. With that in mind, Ian's like, alright, I gotta check my own status. Back in the hall, Grillhorn's hyping up the knights, declaring, alright, listen up. Getting ready for the mission, Ian tells Adelia. Adelia's mind is racing, thinking, if his power goes wild, I'm the one who's gonna be in deep trouble. This brutal trek through the snowy mountains. You gotta have max stamina, every step counts. Drop your stamina, and your limbs lock up, making it impossible to move, especially out here in these insane snow mountains where every step is a death trap. Now stuck with Grillhorn, Ian can't help but think, man, this guy's nagging is even worse than his dad's. They push through, their horses kicking up snow as they blast across the frozen terrain. Deep in the frozen wilderness, Ian was on point, scanning the horizon with his spyglass, a puzzled expression on his face as he questioned if he was seeing a rabbit. But the spyglass view quickly sharpened on a dark, ominous shape cutting through the snow, instantly erasing any thought of a harmless creature. No, this was definitely not a rabbit, it was a massive orc, its menacing green face and glowing red eyes a terrifying sight, emitting a deep, primal snarl. Ian's face became a mask of grim determination, his eyes locked on the target through the lens, the gravity of their discovery sinking in. He quickly relayed the intel to Grillhorn, a whole group of orcs was up ahead, and now it was time to decide their next move. Grillhorn's eyes narrowed, a steely resolve hardening his features, ready for whatever came next. Without hesitation, Ian started gearing up, the distinct sound of his weapons being loaded cutting through the silence. They stood shoulder to shoulder, a powerful duo, poised and ready to take on the orc horde. Meanwhile, the orcs continued their unsettling advance, their growls echoing ominously through the frozen trees. The biting mountain winds whip around him, Grillhorn stands poised, scanning the frozen wasteland as a primal roar, thick with killing intent, rips through the silence. A confident smirk flashes across his face as he pivots, uttering a chillingly calm, "Hi there, long time no see," to the incoming danger. No hesitation, just pure, explosive power. A blazing inferno erupts from him, striking out. But a monstrous orc, all muscle and fury, barrels through the snow, ready to smash everything in its path. Too slow. Grillhorn's lightning-fast kick connects, a brutal impact to the orc's face, showering the air with blood. The sheer power of the strike sends the beast flying. But the ground trembles with the thumping footsteps of more enemies, and he instinctively grips his sword hilt, ready for the next wave. The first orc crashes down, out cold, but the real fight is just beginning as the prince braces himself. A roar of pure killing intent still hangs in the air as he blurs into motion, his legs a streak of speed, charging headfirst into the battle. He drops like a meteor, weapon flashing. And the impact shatters the very earth. His eyes blazing with an unholy light. Grillhorn's face is pure, unadulterated battlelust, sending a geyser of crimson across the pristine white. As the orc's body detonates in a sickening burst of blood and viscera. That thick, metallic scent of blood, it's everywhere. He takes a step, his boot crunching into the blood-soaked snow. A chilling smile spreading across his face as he realizes this is it, this is what he's been missing, what he's been craving. Standing over the mangled corpse, Grillhorn grins at the incoming wave of orcs, a dark thrill in his voice. This is great. The battlefield's frigid air hung heavy. As Grillhorn stood over the defeated orc, a dark-haired woman behind him urgently warned, "Hushings. It's dangerous. Do not come closer." Her face etched with worry, she quickly retorted, "I'm not attempting it." But Grillhorn, in his ornate armor, merely shifted his stance. A faint smirk playing on his lips as his eyes began to glow with an intense inner light. This was a tale dating back 800 years and much more. From an era when orcs were the unquestioned, powerful masters of the continent. This wasn't some myth or hero's journey, but the story of someone who couldn't even leave a name in history. It was the hymn of a pitiful man who absolutely hated orcs. A sorrowful image of a father who fought and fought until his strength finally ran out. A torrent of crimson energy erupts from him, enough to bury countless green corpses beneath a rising mountain of power. This is the fleeting verse of an extraordinary avenger. As a red pond forms beneath his feet, Grohorn's eyes blaze with an infernal glow, reciting the hymn of his vengeance. His uncle drops a bombshell, casually mentioning, "I heard that people died in the Winter Castle." But then quickly pivots, reassuring him, "Don't worry too much. You will not have to fight." But the facade drops, his uncle's face twisting with contempt as he sneers, "What do you think that scoundrel prince could possibly achieve?" Then, he drops the real bomb, making it clear what truly matters. What matters is not that scoundrel, but Balarhard. His hand clenches, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. Grohorn, looking up at his uncle, asks with a flicker of doubt, "Can you do that?" "I will do my best for you." His uncle's gaze is intense, his words a chilling command, "Your Excellency, Count of the Royal Court." Elsewhere, Joseph Trate and Sturmhild Stuttgart are reeling from shocking intel. Joseph can only stammer, "That is definitely what I heard." L lies. The battlefield erupts. A monstrous orc unleashes a brutal axe swing, its roar echoing. And Joseph Trate barely blocks the devastating blow, his mind reeling, "This is insane. What is this thing even doing?" The fight is relentless, a symphony of destruction, and even Sturmhild Stuttgart, the Silver Lion, can only watch the brutal onslaught. But Joseph isn't backing down, his voice rings out, a rallying cry for his first rank to hold the line and push forward. But the orc is a beast unleashed, its axe a blur as it strikes again. Another crushing blow rocks Joseph, forcing a pained cry from him. He's pushed to his limit, a furious thought crossing his mind, before he roars for the second rank to charge. Then, with a primal scream, Joseph launches himself into the fray, no longer holding back. His gaze hardens, a fierce resolve burning within him, ready to turn the tide of battle. Joseph Trate was getting absolutely pummeled, his defenses crumbling against the orc's brutal onslaught. He barely managed to parry a blow with his gauntlet, the impact rattling him to the core. The sheer power of the orc was crushing all hope, leaving his allies in utter despair. But a fierce resolve burned in his eyes, he wasn't giving up. Then, with a burst of blue energy, he exploded forward, a blur of motion. His attack landed with a thunderous crash, slamming into the orc's arm. Without missing a beat, he followed up with a devastating kick right to the orc's face, sending green blood flying. The orc roared in pain, its head violently snapping back. The force was so immense that its weapon literally exploded in its hand. Grohorn, crackling with raw blue energy, surveys the absolute chaos of the battlefield, taking in the grim scene of fallen warriors. His voice cutting through the absolute din, he issues a stern warning, "Do not drop your weapon so easily." Meanwhile, Joseph Trate can only gulp, his face etched with pure apprehension at the overwhelming odds. He stands with the uncle and another knight, all observing the brutal clash between their forces and the surging horde. The battle rages on, impacts echoing across the snowy terrain as knights desperately fight against the numerous orcs. Recognizing the absolute futility of their current stand, Commander Sturmhild Stuttgart issues a grim command, "All troops, prepare for retreat." Grohorn, his expression hardening, acknowledges the impossible odds, stating, "Their numbers are too high to scope at." A surge of red energy emanates from him as he considers the dire situation, knowing it will be difficult to hold them all with their current numbers. His eye glows with an intense, almost furious resolve, reflecting the surging power within him. The battlefield erupts as a hulking orc unleashes a primal scream. Then, a sickening crunch, and a geyser of blood explodes across the frame, painting the chaos in a gruesome red. Even seasoned warriors like Joseph Trate and Commander Sturmhild Stuttgart can only watch, their expressions etched with grim determination as the tide of battle threatens to overwhelm them. Ian's sharp gaze cuts through the chaos, his face a mask of intense focus as the brutal reality of the fight unfolds before him. But at the heart of the storm, Grohorn remains unyielding, his golden hair stark against the spraying blood, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze. A terrifying, fanged maw lunges forward, its razor-sharp teeth ready to tear through anything in its path, a chilling reminder of the brutal foes they face. But Grohorn isn't backing down. With a defiant roar, he slams his feet down, a blazing red aura erupting around him, signaling a desperate, powerful counterattack. His eyes blaze with an infernal, crimson light, the raw, untamed power of his aura swirling around him like a raging inferno. Watching from afar, Ian and Uncle can only stare in awe at the prince's explosive power, Ian barely managing to voice a stunned question about his highness. Bloodied but unbowed, his gaze burns with an inferno of resolve, the unleashed power still surging through his very being. He explodes into action, a desperate cry of, "Your Highness," echoing behind him. His grip tightens on the weapon, a furious crimson energy coiling around it like a living serpent. The blade itself becomes a conduit of pure destruction, blazing with an unholy red light. Another orc falls, but the onslaught is relentless, an unending tide of monstrous fury. He slashes, he cleaves, he kills, yet the horde just keeps coming. Red lightning arcs from his every strike, carving a path of devastation through the enemy lines. His eyes, twin embers of that same terrifying power, betray a grim, unbreakable will. The crimson-edged weapon, a harbinger of death, hungers for the very essence of his enemies. He stands, a lone warrior, a crimson-clad titan amidst a sea of fallen foes, the sheer scale of his power undeniable. Across the frozen, desolate plains, he wandered the barren lands ruled by orcs, his relentless march pushing him deeper into enemy territory. In a blur of crimson steel, his blade ripped through another enemy, a devastating strike that left nothing but a bloody mess in its wake. The horde was endless, but his resolve was unbreakable. His eyes burned with fierce determination, his grip tightening on his weapon, ready to face whatever came next. He dove back into the chaos, a crimson blur tearing through the green tide, every strike a declaration of his unstoppable might. His mana was gone, completely drained, but he kept moving, fueled by pure, unadulterated grit and an iron will. But he refused to stop, his heavy boots pounding the frozen ground, leaving faint, glowing crimson footprints. He pushed through the pain, through the exhaustion, as if devouring orc blood and tearing at their flesh was the only way to keep his power burning. And with every single step he took, the legendary Grohorn pushed on, his spirit absolutely unbroken against impossible odds. He kept pushing, but with every single step, the man was getting weaker, more fragile. But the demonic sword in his hand was the only thing keeping him going. Literally burning his remaining life force to fuel his insane resolve. This was all for his ultimate, final wish. A wish forged in a past where everything was annihilated, not a single soul left standing. He remembered the sheer devastation, the crushing emptiness that followed it all. He remembered the warmth of his family, a memory that felt so distant now. It was a requiem, a final, desperate prayer for his wife and daughter. And finally, a burning vow of vengeance reflected in his blood-red eye. When he finally confronted his lifelong enemy, and finally brought them down, a fierce crimson aura already pulsed around him, hinting at the immense cost of his triumph. Strolling away from the vanquished enemy, the desolate snowscape silently absorbed the aftermath of his brutal fight. But now, in the present, the man was already a wreck, his face a roadmap of pain and time, a brutal shadow of his former glory. A weary, ah, escaped his lips, a silent testament to the crushing weight of his existence. But then, his eyes ignited with an infernal red glow, and a monstrous crimson aura exploded from him, shattering any illusion of weakness. That single, blazing eye mirrored a shadowy form, a silent, terrifying oath burning from its core. With a primal roar, he unleashed his full, devastating power, the explosive crimson energy ripping apart the very earth beneath his feet. Swallowed by the raging crimson storm, he was a vortex of destruction, consumed by the very power keeping him alive. Grohorn explodes into action, a crimson inferno around him, his masked face a terrifying blur as he unleashes a lightning-fast strike. The impact is deafening, a thunderous force ripping through the chaos. Then, a shocking power shift. His hand ignites with a blinding purple energy, ready to absolutely obliterate his enemy. That concentrated force absolutely demolishes the orc's face, its green skin warping under the sheer, brutal impact. A guttural scream tears from the beast as it stumbles back from that earth-shattering hit. But in another brutal clash, for the legendary commander Sturmhild, there was no miracle. Blood explodes from his face as he's absolutely rocked by a crushing blow. The monstrous orc towers over him, its raw, terrifying power absolutely undeniable. The sheer force of the attack sends him plummeting, smashing through the ground below. But even facing utter defeat, the man refused to give up until the very last breath, his hand clenching in a final, defiant stand. Battered and broken, his face tells a story of utter defeat, eyes closed in a final, crushing surrender. Amidst the snow and shattered armor, his body lies motionless, a stark, silent monument to a forgotten age. A story too ancient for memory, a legend lost to time. But in the heart of that ancient chaos, Grohorn, the Golden Knight, struck with blinding speed, a searing blue energy exploding from his every move. The echoes of that age were shattered fragments, and only one soul remained, the last witness to it all. The narrator, a young man, his expression heavy with thought, carries the weight of history on his shoulders. The battlefield exploded under a blood-red sky, a maelstrom of chaos and raw power. Amidst the fallen, Grohorn, the Golden Knight, stands victorious, his triumph undeniable, carved into the very earth. With an intense, unwavering focus, the narrator's eyes burn, locking onto every single detail of that forgotten history. In the heart of the maelstrom, Grohorn's voice rings out, a battle cry ordering his forces to crush the orc warriors. While his knights smash into the monstrous horde, he barks orders for the rest to hold the line against the relentless orcs, a raw grunt of effort tearing from his throat. With unyielding resolve, he clenches the hilt of his blade, the sharp click a prelude to the storm. Then, the memory hits, a searing blue glow igniting in his eye as the narrator plunges back into the past. The time for vengeance, he knows, is absolutely inescapable, as a blazing crimson aura explodes around Grohorn, consuming him in a fiery, unstoppable glow. He has to finish this man, Grohorn vows, exploding forward with pure, lethal intent. His blade becomes a deadly blur, slicing through the orc ranks with savage, brutal efficiency. A colossal orc goes down, its blood erupting as Grillhorn's attack lands with bone-shattering force. The crimson-soaked blade, now dripping with enemy blood, mirrors the warrior's grim, unyielding resolve. He moved with practiced, deadly grace, his blade arcing with a faint, crimson glow, ready to unleash pure devastation. A powerful strike met its mark, and a guttural roar of pain erupted from his foe, signaling the beginning of the end. The blade tore through flesh and bone, sending a violent spray of crimson across the battlefield, a true bloodbath. He plunged deeper into the fray, his movements a blur as he cut down one enemy after another, an unstoppable force. His face, splattered with blood, remained a mask of grim determination, an absolute warrior. As the battle raged, a new verse was added to the hymn of vengeance, while a dying voice whispered of piling up enough bodies, the legend grows. Indeed, the ground was soon covered with enough bodies to raise a small mountain, a testament to his power. Beneath them, a red pond of blood began to form, a gruesome monument to his victory. And standing before it all, he surveyed the grim landscape he had wrought, a true legend forged in blood. Grillhorn kneels before the glowing sword, a powerful declaration echoing across the desolate battlefield. As he honors the fallen, his voice carrying a heavy weight of respect and finality, a true warrior's tribute. His gaze is sharp, the battle's fury replaced by grim resolve as the system declares the hymn of vengeance has become the hymn of requiem. The sheer weight of the conflict settles upon him, a silent, powerful testament to the ultimate price of victory. Amidst the quiet aftermath, he stands tall among his loyal knights, declaring the absolute annihilation of the orc forces. A tattered red banner, once a symbol of the enemy, is now firmly in his grasp. Its wolf's head emblem, once proud, now hanging limp and torn, signifying the absolute breaking of the orc's banner. With the enemy's standard in hand, he reiterates the decisive victory, confirming the orcs have been annihilated. His voice rings out, a triumphant roar echoing across the silent, blood-soaked plains, proclaiming their hard-won victory for all to hear. He stands resolute, his gaze sharp and unwavering, ready for whatever comes next. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, asking, wait, that wasn't his name. Was it Vincent Balorhard? The heir of a family dedicated to waging war against monsters. Now carries the exact same name as that tragic avenger from the past. Who literally threw his life away, consumed by the desire to annihilate orcs in the distant past. But with a fierce grip on his legendary blade, he defiantly declares, I'll show you again, just how accidental it truly is. A tattered red banner, bearing a strange symbol, is dramatically held high. Its fabric rippling as Ian, in his dark armor, grips the pole with conviction. He then faces Grillhorn, who's all ears. As he lays out the meaning behind the captured standard. This is a tradition of the Third Legion. Grillhorn's eyes lock onto the banner, a silent query hanging in the air as the narration drops a bombshell, the soldier who fought the bravest claiming the enemy's banner. Confirming the ancient ritual. A thoughtful look settles on Grillhorn's face as he clutches the banner, clearly processing the gravity of this tradition. Ian also appears deep in thought, his hand thoughtfully resting on his chin. And with a deep, respectful bow, the owner of this banner formally greets His Highness. Ian declares, his voice clear and resonant for all to hear. He continues, his words ringing with sincerity, I pay my respects to your unquestionable bravery in battle. The words echo, a powerful testament to the prince's valor, as Grillhorn stands tall amidst his assembled knights, including the stoic Sturmhilde Stuttgart, absorbing the formal address. Clutching the enemy banner, Grillhorn begins to speak, his voice firm, we. He then locks eyes with Ian, his gaze piercing, demanding him to speak louder. The command hangs heavy in the air, a silent expectation settling over the assembled knights. Ian understands instantly, completing the prince's thought, so that everyone can hear it. A determined, almost fierce expression settles on Grillhorn's face, his gaze unwavering. The battlefield erupts in a roar of victory. Ian, clutching the enemy's banner, screams their triumph to the heavens. The entire company is absolutely hyped, their cheers shaking the very ground with pure, unadulterated glory. Winter Castle looms ahead, and the guards go wild, shouting all hail the prince, as he makes his grand entrance. Grillhorn, banner in hand, is the epitome of victory, radiating pure, unshakable power. That confident smirk. It says it all. Mission accomplished, and he knows it. But then Ian, still holding that banner, starts talking about what it really means, power, ownership, the whole deal. Grillhorn, deep in thought, just drops a number, 16. Ian turns, hits him with 18, then confirms Grillhorn's 16 of them, what are they even counting? Walking through the castle with Sturmhilde, Ian just shakes his head, muttering, that's crazy. Grillhorn, the Golden Prince, stands unyielding, his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. And with a fierce grip on his blade, he proclaims, so what? This banner is mine. He hoists the enemy's standard high, a defiant trophy of his brutal triumph, his loyal legions roaring around him. Ian observes the spectacle, a silent ugh. Echoing in his mind, a mix of awe and apprehension. Later, a colossal bonfire erupts, devouring its contents in a furious inferno. The hungry flames crackling and dancing wildly, reaching for the sky. Before the towering pyre, Grohorn stands, a stoic commander presiding over the sacred ritual. While Ian watches, a cryptic "Cob" resonating deep within his thoughts, hinting at deeper implications. Ian watches, flanked by Grohorn and a fierce female knight, as the dust settles from the brutal clash. Despite facing an elite orc combat unit, the female knight's gaze is heavy, still finding the situation incredibly tragic. But Grohorn, ever the pragmatist, declares that victory alone is the ultimate tribute for the fallen. He speaks of a chilling ritual, comforting the spirits of the fallen with the very blood of their orc enemies. Ian's mind races, recognizing this as the ancient Balorhard way. Grohorn then drops a bombshell, noting their shared name and eerily similar philosophies. Leaving Ian to grapple with the profound question, could this truly be his resurrection? The battlefield is a mess, but a squad of armored warriors stands tall, the echoes of combat still ringing in the air. Ian, ever the strategist, turns to Grohorn and demands, wait, did this guy, and the 3rd Legion, just roll up with us from the start? Grohorn, cool as ever, just shrugs it off, oh, just a random ranger unit passing by, decided to join the party. Pretty wild, right? But Ian isn't buying it, his mind already racing, coincidence? Yeah, right. Grohorn, however, already knows the score, realizing Ian never trusted him and had been secretly planning all along. But Ian's mind is already on the next big problem, forget that, what's really important is. He can't shake the feeling something's off, how did an orc combat unit get all the way up here? And I've got a hunch. The pieces click into place for Ian, a ranger is tracking them. We need to move, now. His eyes lock onto the distant, majestic castle, a new objective in sight. He watches the approaching procession, a familiar figure at its head, ready for the grand return. As the knights thunder towards the castle gates, a booming voice welcomes their triumphant return. Grohorn can't help but beam, absolutely soaking in the spotlight. Raising a crimson banner high for all to see, he proudly declares himself its rightful owner. The crowd erupts with cheers, hailing His Highness with absolute awe. To claim such a powerful symbol of victory, is an absolutely massive feat. Watching the whole spectacle, Ian can't help but wonder if the young prince ever gets tired of all the constant adulation, while Sturmheil just coolly notes the passage of time. Grohorn's smile just widens even further, his pride absolutely radiating. Yet, the celebration is tinged with a dark concern, as Ian recalls the suspicious, unsettling signs reported from the mountains. The tension builds as the commander reveals, an orc combat unit showed up way too soon, right on top of their scouts. Ian's mind races, thinking they either stumbled upon a massive target or something huge went down deep in those mountains. Grohorn, taking it all in, realizes neither option is good news. Still deep in conversation, the two stride through the castle. The whole royal crew, with Grohorn leading the charge, marches into the inner courtyard, knights all around. Ian keeps his eyes on Grohorn, a serious look etched on his features. Then, the commander pivots to Ian, speaking with deference. Ian replies, giving Grohorn his due, telling him he's put in the work. Out of nowhere, a mysterious hooded figure steps up to Grohorn, a sly smirk on their face as they lock eyes. He's definitely not the calmest guy around, a woman notes. And she's right, it looks like he's totally embarrassed about how quickly he changed his tune. Then, out of nowhere, someone shouts to Grohorn, totally shocked to see him. The same woman from earlier dashes over, super relieved he made it back in one piece. He recognizes her, saying, Adelia, while she spills her guts about how worried she was, not knowing he was okay. He's all ears as Adelia keeps on worrying about him. Her face is etched with pure worry, her eyes practically screaming how much she cares about him. Meanwhile, a royal banner is dramatically revealed, with Sturmhild front and center. He points to it, then drops a loaded question, do you even know what this is? Inside the lavish royal chambers, a new conversation is brewing. Strategic talks are heating up. A ranger unit is gearing up for a critical mountain scout, but the mountains are a wild card, full of unknowns. Ian, cool and collected, lays it out, only the absolute best, the elite of the elite, are going on this mountain mission. Grohorn, ever the strategist, quickly points out, if they're sending the best, Ian won't have to go himself. Grohorn's words hang in the air, but Ian's face is stone as he fires back, who said I wouldn't? He then challenges Grohorn, demanding to know why he came all this way just to tell him this, only to learn it was a direct order from the commander. A tense silence hangs, then Ian lets out a breath, realizing his uncle is pushing them to team up. With a casual shrug, he brushes off any idea of conflict, then tells Grohorn to get lost. Grohorn, still reeling from the epic clash, hears the call to rest, but his mind is anything but peaceful. He's totally zoned out. Thinking about the fight, where he was just too deep in the zone. It was the first time he'd ever fought someone with mana on his level, and it hit different, leaving him craving answers. He figured he'd probably face more battles like this, especially since the memories he had weren't even fully his. He absolutely had to master these powers, these incredible abilities he had, but weren't truly his own. He had to make them completely his own, no doubt. He gazes at his hand, a silent testament to the raw power that had just coursed through him, a force that felt both intimately familiar and utterly foreign, like a hymn of vengeance, or a requiem he'd somehow already mastered. Deep in contemplation, he suddenly spots a tiny, white bird, completely unfazed, just chilling on the ground right in front of him. What's this little guy doing here? His face registers a split second of pure shock at the sight of the tiny creature. He can't help but blurt out, "A birdie." But that innocent facade shatters instantly as the bird's eyes ignite with a terrifying purple glow, a sinister aura pulsing around it. Pure terror grips him, his mind racing as the bird's eerie presence seems to rip open something buried deep inside, unleashing his own memories. Grillhorn is confronted by a masked attendant, who's got this weird white bird thing, a messenger from some shadowy figure. Elsewhere, a purple-haired woman with glowing red eyes, chilling with her own white bird, smirks and asks if he's digging the present. Grillhorn's mind races, he totally gets what they're trying to do, but seriously, is this even a gift? His face twists in a mix of shock and suspicion, his eyes practically popping out at what this could mean. He stares at the little white bird, this silent messenger, and just blurts out, "Why the heck did the CRC warriors ditch their mountain post?" His hand instinctively reaches out, pulled by some weird energy, straight for this pulsing red orb that's just radiating dark vibes. He snatches the orb, dark energy exploding around him, and a voice booms, spilling the beans that this gift was just a wish for him to finally find a challenge worthy of his insane power. With an eerie pink glow in her eyes, a mysterious purple-haired woman clutches the glowing red orb, a subtle smirk hinting at her satisfaction as she wonders if her gift hit the mark. But Grillhorn is not amused, his mind burning with the memory of countless knights who fell, all because of some political meeting that was anything but. This elf woman, from a race infamous for their voyeuristic tendencies, had clearly been living for the drama, soaking in every moment of the brutal fight. She must have had the time of her life watching the Orc Overlord showdown, a twisted cocktail of hatred, awe, and admiration brewing inside her as she declared it, quite impressive. And get this, she calls it a favor. She stares down at Grillhorn, who's still reeling on the ground, as if this whole chaotic mess was some kind of gift. Grillhorn, absolutely fed up, snaps back, telling her to cut the crap and spill her real agenda, but the bird just chirps back, calling him so cold. He fires back, declaring he's not interested in any one-sided love, which just makes the bird chirp, "What else can I even do?" The bird, channeling the elf, drops a bombshell, she's just waiting for the day His Highness finally opens his heart to her. And just like that, the cryptic conversation ends, the white messenger bird soaring away, leaving Grillhorn alone to stew over the bizarre encounter. He stands there, the messenger bird on his arm, as a chilling thought drops into his mind, a very ancient being is sleeping deep within the mountains. Those words paint a vivid, unsettling picture of some ancient, dormant power. Then, a cold, calculating voice cuts in, "I guess I'll have to make a move soon. It will be a tragedy if he's forgotten." Grillhorn, finger to his lips, processes it all, a wry, almost dangerous smile playing on his face as he murmurs, "A wonderful one, huh?" The bird shifts on his hand, and a new message hits, making his eyes widen slightly as he whispers, "Oh my." The bird takes off, dropping one last, ominous message, "Unfortunately, this lovely child doesn't have much time left." His blue eyes blaze with an intense, furious light, the lingering image of blood a stark contrast to his regal composure. As the last of the messenger's feathers drift silently to the floor, Grillhorn's expression hardens, a new, fierce resolve settling upon him. He knew the elf woman had totally missed the point of the song, but her agenda? Crystal clear. She wanted a whole new chronicle, where elves were both the audience and the stars, but let's be real, their race could never actually be the voice of a song. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with spiky white hair and dark gear was moving with insane precision, blade poised for action. Grillhorn knew she just saw everyone else's lives as her personal playground for manipulation. But she forgot one critical thing, he was the real songwriter here. But still, a sly smirk crept onto his face. He'd match her rhythm this time, playing her at her own game. He ponders the mystery of the giant's pocket, a place where no one has ever returned alive. And Ian, his loyal companion, challenges him, asking if he's absolutely sure about this insane plan. But Grillhorn stands firm, declaring their sacred duty is to shield the mountain folk, not to go poking around in forbidden zones. Ian, ever the sharp one, instantly figures out there's something hidden within, remembering how ancient knights, with their menacing dark armor and blazing red eyes, once obliterated these very pockets of the world. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, as a legendary, glowing sword slices through everything. Grillhorn reveals that only those who achieved transcendence could breach these pockets, but even they had one ultimate taboo, one thing they dared not touch. Against the backdrop of a brutal, snowy wasteland, the two warriors stand, surveying their grim surroundings. A confident smirk spreads across Grohorn's face as he proclaims that arriving at Calamity was absolutely the right move. His bold statement echoes in the frigid air, met only by Ian's intense, calculating stare. Ian's warning echoes, "Please don't even think about the top of that mountain," but Grohorn just casually brushes it off, I won't, don't worry." He flashes a confident smirk, totally unfazed, a little tune practically playing in the background. That epic mountain still calls, but it's a challenge for, not yet. They've arrived at a massive, imposing castle, its gates heavily guarded. Even the guards are bored, one letting out a huge yawn. But Grohorn? He's already pulling out his sword, ready for action. His mind races, wondering what insane monsters are waiting for him at the top of that mountain, his hands squeezing the sword hilt with anticipation. He's hungry for it, demanding more battles and more victories. Looking out at the castle with Ian, it's clear, the fights are about to get real, and they're coming faster than ever. A massive castle stands defiant, its formidable walls battered by a relentless downpour, setting a grim stage. But inside, the tension is palpable, armor clanking with every step as Grohorn, the absolute legend, makes his way up, radiating pure authority. He links up with Ian on the battlements, taking in a dire situation, and Ian's not holding back, declaring they're completely surrounded up here. Grohorn's eyes narrow, scanning the enemy hordes below, and he calls out, "The people outside," with unwavering resolve. A guard, helmeted and intense, screams out, "Bring more arrows." The pressure is on. But Grohorn? He's just getting started. His face is pure steel, ready to face whatever comes next. He spins to his archers, a leader in every sense, and barks, "All archers, hold your positions. No room for error." The guards are locked and loaded, their expressions grim, waiting for the next move from their fearless leader. Ian then looks to Grohorn, a flicker of worry in his eyes, and calls him uncle, hinting at a deeper connection amidst the chaos. The chaos of the retreat raged, and Ian, ever vigilant, pointed forward with a shout. They were running, a desperate dash through the icy terrain, with monstrous figures hot on their heels. Grohorn's face hardened as he processed the grim report, the rangers were already retreating. He demanded to know what they were up against. Amidst the chaos, a hooded leader barked orders, pushing his squad to pick up the speed. The monstrous orcs were closing in, their speed a chilling testament to their hunger. Then, a terrifying sight, a colossal, snarling wolf beast burst forth, revealing the true horror of the wolf riders hot on their trail. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, Grohorn stood his ground, his eyes locked onto the formidable castle walls. The hooded leader let out a frustrated curse, the enemy still relentlessly on their heels. Ian, his brow furrowed with concern, turned to Grohorn, confirming the enemy was already clashing with their defenses. From a snowy ridge, he stares down at the castle, now a raging inferno of battle, the sounds of war ripping through the icy air. A chilling realization hits him hard, they're going to be wiped out. But Ian's eyes blaze with fierce resolve, locked onto the chaos, he's going to buy them precious seconds. Out on the brutal snowfield, a silver-haired warrior fearlessly clashes with a monstrous wolf rider, her weapon a blur against the charging terror. Close by, another hero plants his feet, his roar echoing across the warzone, shouting, "I am the great ranger of Balahard." Ian, still defiant, screams at the others to just keep running. The enemy's beasts snarl, pure savagery in their eyes, fangs dripping, ready to tear. Amidst the carnage, the ranger unleashes hell on the horde, a desperate soldier screaming for their general, while the castle blazes in the background. Steel smashes into flesh with a sickening crack, bone shatters, blood explodes onto the white snow. The siege was a bloodbath, a soldier violently struck as gore exploded from the impact, painting the air in a crimson spray. Inside the castle, the grim news of the ongoing battle reached Ian and Grohorn, who stood amidst their remaining forces. He knew all soldiers were fighting to protect the walls, except for the wolf riders, who were merely trying to show their strength. He wondered why they hadn't saved them, why they were here. The question hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation. He knew they had come to show their power, to demonstrate their might. Grohorn, his expression grim, acknowledged the overwhelming odds, stating that if they sent the remaining guards, everyone would surely die. This was a test, a brutal trial. He understood the king's despair, the feeling of being trapped, but he also knew they couldn't just give up. They didn't understand the true nature of all this. Ian's gaze hardened, a resolute fire in his eyes as he declared that winter had only just begun. A bitter struggle awaited them. He knew they couldn't act recklessly, not when the wolf riders were attacking again, their relentless assault threatening to break their defenses. The situation was dire, but his resolve remained unshaken. A monstrous green-skinned rider, mounted on a snarling wolf-like beast, lets out a guttural growl. It's heavy, clawed foot landing with a dull thud. Nearby, a soldier in dark armor lies face down in the pristine snow, a crimson stain spreading from his back, a grim testament to the brutal siege. From a defensive position, Grohorn's armored hand tightens around his staff, a surprised, escaping him as he takes in the brutal scene. His gaze falls upon a large, wolf-like beast, now lifelessly sprawled on the ground, its body still radiating the faint echoes of a recent, violent impact. Other soldiers nearby react with a mixture of shock and relief, one exclaiming, he's still alive. Across the snowy expanse, a new group of wolf riders emerges, their beasts growling in unison as they observe the unfolding scene. Grohorn turns to his men, his expression grim as he states, "This winter isn't like the others." He then adds, "That trick." His gaze sharpens, a question forming in his mind as he wonders, is that damned elf involved in this? A sharp metallic sound rings out, as a crimson cape billows against the snow-covered ground, splattered with fresh blood. Before a towering, horned beast, its red skin stark against the white, a group of smaller, green-skinned creatures stands guard, a tattered red banner planted firmly amidst the fallen. Its eyes glow with a malevolent red light, a guttural growl escaping its fanged maw. Grohorn observes the scene, a deep concern etched onto his features, realizing the unusual nature of the power emanating from the monstrous figure. "No. That energy," he mutters. The horned beast lets out a triumphant roar, its banner waving over a fallen warrior, a chilling display of dominance. From a distance, Ian watches the spectacle unfold, commenting to the great ranger of Balahard that it appears they are about to carry out an execution. But Ian's expression hardens, a different conclusion forming in his mind. "No," he states firmly. Turning to his companion, he clarifies that they are not performing an execution, at least not in the traditional sense, not right now. The monstrous leader and its minions remain poised, the red banner a grim beacon over the silent, snow-covered battlefield. He stares out, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck as he finally gets it. An ancient being, he thinks, is totally chilling deep in those mountains, and now he's finally pieced it all together. A flashback to an earlier orc fight flashes through his mind, cementing his theory, and the only thought now is to fight. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature, eyes blazing with pure fire, roars its vow to fight with honor and take back its name. Its booming voice rips through the air, screaming its absolute loyalty to survive for a grim king. Ian drops a bombshell on Grohorn, the orcs have already smashed through their lines and are gearing up for a full-scale attack. Grohorn's face is stone, but Ian presses on, revealing that many still can't grasp the danger they're in. With a steely glare, Ian dares Grohorn to see the brutal reality with his own eyes if he's still in denial. Grohorn's gaze sharpens, a silent, intense moment as the gravity of it all sinks in. A hand extends, sealing the deal with a sudden, sharp cry of pain. Then, a hulking, green-skinned orc leader roars a chilling ultimatum, everyone here, except the mercenaries, will be enslaved, dead or alive. He then bellows, utterly baffled, how any mere human could possibly defy the very essence of communication. The orc leader's roar echoes, a chilling accusation of betrayal against their own kind. But Ian, flanked by Grohorn and a fierce female warrior, fires back, declaring his unwavering loyalty. Grohorn, his face a mask of grim determination, unleashes a furious demand, how could this orc have pulled off such a move? And then he accepts the challenge, a chilling vow that any who dare interfere in the coming duel will face his blade. He turns to his allies, a piercing question in his eyes, do you believe me now? But Ian, his face etched with worry, feels a chilling sense of déjà vu, a memory stirring of this exact scenario. As the tension mounts, Grohorn, Ian, and their allies stand united, the prince's confusion palpable amidst the chaos. Ian's eyes snap wide open in pure alarm, his mind racing to comprehend the true nature of the approaching horde. And the orcs, a colossal army, are now poised for their ultimate, devastating assault. He stares out at the frozen wasteland, a heavy silence pressing down, and a chilling sense of dread washes over him. Despite the grim view, Grohorn's voice snaps through the tension, telling them to save their shock for the real battle. He lays out the enemy's simple plan, a head-on clash. Ian, connecting the dots, asks if these are the same guys who ducked out of the last fight. With the ranger listening intently, Ian flashes back to the last brutal, snowy battle, a chaotic mess of clashing warriors. He confirms his suspicions, talking about that mountain battle where they got absolutely crushed. Grohorn then looks at him, straight up asking if he's in for the fight. With a determined look, Grohorn announces he's hitting the barriers ASAP, and the ranger is totally on board too. A confident smirk spreads across his face as Grohorn points out they've already got two ready to go. Then, it hits Ian like a ton of bricks, a terrifying sense of déjà vu as he recognizes this whole setup, and he wonders who else could possibly get what's happening. Grohorn lets out a strange sound, but Ian, with an unyielding gaze, demands they take on this challenge themselves. But he's not backing down, not now. How could he ever abandon those who need him most, especially when everything is on the line? Suddenly, a new player enters the scene, Arwen. She bows, giving Grohorn the royal treatment, calling him, Your Highness. Ian, totally intrigued, asks how she knows the ancient tongue, and she just casually drops that she studied it. Ian can't believe it, muttering about how insane it is that she knows this ancient language and what a game-changer it could be. He realizes she's seriously one of a kind, because only a true noble could ever master that ancient language. Meanwhile, a gnarly goblin-like monster roars, signaling that they're on the move. Ian's mind snaps back, drawing a sharp comparison between Arwen's skill and that bastard. He makes the call, it's time to head back. But let's be real, in this world, true coincidences are practically non-existent. Think about it, the second he stepped into this world, that elf envoy, who'd never bothered him before, suddenly showed up. And get this, like clockwork, the Orc King popped up in Balahard at the exact same moment. Now, with a look of pure worry, Grohorn confesses he's completely clueless about what's coming next. He's on a frozen battlefield, bodies everywhere, but his focus is laser-sharp, no time for distractions now. His eyes narrow, pure resolve burning in his stare. The desolate, snow-swept peaks are watching, silent witnesses to the coming storm, because right now, it's about to go down. The cloaked figure next to him is unmoving, a silent, powerful presence in the chaos. Grohorn knows it, no more thinking, it's go time. Then, a colossal, green-skinned warrior, axe in hand, stomps forward, absolutely oozing raw power. Grohorn stares him down, challenging the massive foe, so you're my opponent? Why? You don't like it? The Orc King's tusks flash as he lets out a dismissive, guttural scoff, don't be ridiculous. He's locked and loaded, his ally right there, as a booming voice rips through the frozen wasteland, hyping them up as the ultimate challenge to anyone who dares stand against them. The Orc King, a hulking mass of pure menace, then drops a chilling line, promising their flesh and blood will be a gourmet meal. Grohorn just smirks, totally unfazed, and fires back, calling the Orc King's big talk hilarious. This hulking beast staring them down is no joke, it's straight up an Orc King, a total powerhouse on this frozen warzone. Ian, watching the whole thing unfold, freaks out a little, pointing out the Orc King's mana is off the charts, and asks if they should just bail. The Orc King, picking up on their doubt, unleashes a primal roar, his battle cry shaking the very ground. His eyes blaze with pure evil, screaming that he's ready to throw down. Grohorn, Arwen, and Ian hold their ground, their determination rock solid against the terrifying enemy. His sword now blazing with intense blue power and his eyes burning with pure resolve, Grohorn shouts, that orcs don't play by knightly rules. Grohorn, radiating an intense blue aura from his blade and armor, unleashes a battle cry to his comrades. Igniting the battlefield with his resolve as he plunges into the chaos, his glowing sword a devastating streak against the horde. The supercharged blade connects with explosive power, shattering their pathetic armor and sending shrapnel everywhere. One swift, surgical strike, and an orc's limb is instantly severed, a testament to his unmatched combat prowess. But then, the Orc King himself erupts into action, his colossal axe arcing down, a furious roar tearing from his throat. Grohorn, unflinching, meets the brutal assault, his shield snapping up to absorb the impact as his radiant blade coils for a devastating riposte. A thunderous crash echoes as blade meets axe, the sheer power of their collision ripping through the very air. The Orc King unleashes a guttural, enraged roar, his crimson eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated rage as he's pushed back. But Grohorn's enchanted blade, a beacon of unstoppable power, shears through the Orc King's axe like paper, leaving the beast utterly defenseless. On a brutal, frozen battlefield, Grohorn takes his stance, eyes locked onto the colossal threat ahead. The Orc King lets out a contemptuous snarl, taunting, you seriously think a puny human like you can beat me? Grohorn's reply is cool, confident, oh yeah. We'll see about that. And with those words, a searing blue energy erupts from his eyes, his true power igniting. He explodes into action, a streak of blue energy, his blade tearing through the air straight for the Orc King. A thunderous crack echoes as the Orc King's mighty axe explodes on impact, leaving him wide open. A tense silence hangs over the blood-soaked field, the two titans paused, their clash reaching a fever pitch. But the Orc King's rage explodes, his guttural scream ripping through the air, kill them. You damned orcs. Tear them apart. Fueled by pure resentment, the horde erupts in a savage, unified roar, let's just kill them all. He stands amidst the fallen, a lone figure in a red cape, his sword resting in the snow. A voice echoes, demanding the hearts of the vanquished, for they are its eyes, fueled by the long-standing emotions of hundreds of barbarians. A swirling vortex of blue and purple energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The energy coalescing around him, surprisingly similar to something he's encountered before, as he looks up, enveloped in a vibrant aura. Blue light emanates from his form, spreading across the snowy plains, a silent tribute to the Avengers who once wandered these desolate lands. He reflects on the situation, a faint blue glow around his chest, realizing that no matter how much he considers it, the path ahead is clear. A tattered flag, emblazoned with a skull, stands as a grim marker in the snow, confirming that coming here was indeed the right choice. The blue energy around his chest intensifies, his expression hardening with resolve. Then, a dark, spiky silhouette with glowing red eyes appears. The Orc King, his green skin now visible, beginning to speak, his words cut short as he refers to himself as a green-skinned naked or dash. Grillhorn is absolutely swallowed by an insane vortex of blue and purple energy, his sword just glowing in the middle of this magical storm. With power absolutely exploding around him, he drops the ultimate declaration, "You will be the sacrifices for my requiem." Then, a system alert flashes, confirming the absolute game-changer, the Song of Requiem, has been activated. Ian was an absolute whirlwind, a dark blur tearing through the orc ranks, hitting one from behind while another was still trying to figure out what was happening. His leg snapping out with brutal force, sending another one flying. The orc's head snapped back from the sheer impact, its charge utterly annihilated. Then, with a blinding flash of steel, his blade absolutely tore into another enemy. Pure, unadulterated determination hardened his face, as electric blue energy pulsed around his sword, ready to unleash hell. The glowing blade continued its deadly, unstoppable dance, carving through the monstrous horde like butter. Standing victorious over the defeated, Ian's furious voice ripped through the air, "You damn bastards." The snowy battlefield is a maelstrom as Ian absolutely goes off, his blade a blue-streaked blur, tearing through the orc horde. A massive orc actually stops to grunt, utterly shocked by the insane synergy it's witnessing. Ian's face is stone cold, but you can tell his mind is racing, piecing together something big. Then, bam. A crimson aura explodes onto the scene, and Grillhorn is there, radiating raw power, demanding answers about this crazy strong orc. He can't believe it, even an orc warrior prince shouldn't be this ridiculously strong. But then, a surge of pure determination hits, and Grillhorn's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, his aura exploding as he gets ready to unleash hell. He's a blur of motion, his weapon a blue lightning bolt, absolutely shredding through the orc lines. Ian, watching the insane power show, confirms it, that's definitely an orc warrior prince they're dealing with. Grillhorn stands tall, unyielding, his eyes locked on the chaos he just unleashed, absolutely ready for the next challenge. He glares down, a blue aura blazing around his fist, utterly dismissing his foe. Is this seriously all a loyal subject of the king can bring to the table? But the orc warrior prince, engulfed in a raging red aura, roars back, vowing that cheap taunts only ignite his fury. Before the orc can even move, a brutal strike lands, exploding with raw power. The orc prince stumbles back, but still defiantly screams, "I'll spill your flesh and blood before the emperor even gets here." Another blue energy blast sends the orc warrior prince absolutely soaring, a mere speck against the white. But Grillhorn is relentless, his entire body crackling with raw, blue power, charging up for the ultimate finishing move. He unleashes a devastating punch, the blue force exploding on contact with the orc warrior prince. The sheer power of the attack absolutely demolishes the ground, leaving a massive crater of shattered ice and rock. He unleashed a devastating arc of blue energy, a power move that ripped through the very air. Closing the distance in a flash, Grillhorn kept up the relentless assault, his blade a blur of ethereal light. The orc warrior prince could only gasp in pure disbelief, choking out a desperate, "Ha, ha," as the hits connected. Moving with blinding speed, Grillhorn was already setting up the next decisive strike. His blade connected with brutal force, sending a crimson spray across the pristine snow. Following through with the attack, he kept that powerful momentum going. The orc screamed in pure agony, a guttural krrgh tearing from his throat as he clutched his chest. The sheer force of the blow sent him tumbling backward, defeated, his blood painting the pristine white snow. The sheer impact of the battle left the snowy landscape scarred and disturbed, a brutal testament to Grillhorn's overwhelming power. He stands victorious, the orc warrior prince absolutely decimated, a bloody mess in the snow, surrounded by his fallen army. A chilling silence descends, as Grillhorn gazes towards the distant castle, a powerful thud marking the end of the chaos. But his mind is already elsewhere, a silent vow forming, since I borrowed his power, it's only fair that I grant his wish. A fierce determination ignites in his eyes, his expression hardening with a silent whoosh of resolve. Suddenly, a blazing red orb of energy materializes in his grasp, as he whispers a powerful farewell, a voice in his mind adding, "Oh, my king." The crimson fades, replaced by an explosive, crackling blue aura, igniting around him as his eyes blaze with an otherworldly power. The blue power surges, a raw, violent force erupting from his hand, amidst a spray of blood. His face is bathed in the fierce blue glow, his eyes burning with an unyielding, terrifying intensity. The sheer power radiating from his gaze is undeniable, leaving a chilling question, this gaze. He's back in the thick of it, a blazing red aura erupting around him as the fight goes absolutely wild. But deep down, he remembers the legends, the ancient power rumored to be hiding just beyond these peaks. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, shocked he's even alive, as he and his allies brace for impact against a relentless wave of armored foes. Then, a fierce dark-haired knight, looking absolutely determined, lets out a guttural roar, pushing through the pain. Side by side, he and the knight absolutely tear through the enemy lines, their combined power a whirlwind against the armored attackers. But the dark-haired knight takes a brutal hit, a sudden blow knocking the wind right out of him. He's fighting for every inch, a desperate red energy sparking around him, as the sheer intensity of the fight threatens to overwhelm him. Grillhorn's gaze is locked on, his face a mask, as he witnesses the knight's desperate struggle against the endless attacks. But then, his eyes snap to the sky, as a colossal, winged shadow blots out the sun, descending with terrifying speed. He looks up, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him like a truck, yelling. That's... From the icy, snow-covered peaks, a colossal, dark object absolutely plummets from the sky. Descending with mind-blowing speed, wreathed in an ominous, dark red aura that screams danger. The massive spear-like projectile slams into the mountain. He knows he has to act now, a desperate thought screaming in his mind, I have to block it. Grillhorn stands absolutely firm amidst the chaos, his blade drawn and ready, facing down the embedded threat like a true warrior. The dark spear, now deeply lodged in the earth, pulses with malevolent red energy, a truly terrifying sight. His eyes, wide with fierce, unyielding resolve, reflect the crimson glow, burning with determination. With a powerful, decisive strike, his sword meets the spear, unleashing a blinding, explosive flash of red energy. The sheer force of the impact still rips through the air, a deafening tear across the snowy mountains. Grillhorn digs in, fighting against the invisible onslaught, his voice a desperate roar, it's too much. Everyone, fight back. Crimson energy from the spear explodes outward, a blinding flash. A dark-haired knight, panic in her eyes, whips around, screaming, Your Highness. But Grillhorn stands firm, the raw power of the blast pushing him to his absolute limit. Then, a cloaked figure bursts through the snow, their heavy boots pounding the ground, racing towards the chaos. His face a mask of grim determination, the cloaked man curses, damn it, what on earth happened? Meanwhile, the great ranger of Balahard, eyes like steel and hair wild, analyzes the unfolding disaster with an intense, calculating stare. And there it is, the massive, dark spear, still impaled in the earth, its surface a terrifying tapestry of unknown power. The very air crackles with leftover power as armored warriors scan the snowy wasteland, whispers of a bizarre sound and a spear now impaled in the earth spreading through their ranks, a chilling dread gripping them as they realize their commander is nowhere to be found. Ian's face contorts with pure alarm, his desperate cry mirroring the silent terror of everyone around him. He bursts into a frantic sprint, his desperate shout for his highness tearing through the silence. Just a stone's throw away, the great ranger of Balahard stands unyielding amid the pandemonium, his sharp eyes dissecting every inch of the devastation. Then, with a sudden movement, he drops to one knee, his gaze locked onto a hidden detail in the pristine snow. Suddenly, Arwen Kurgain, a female knight, her eyes blown wide with sheer horror, is confronted by the full scope of the disaster. Her eyes snap to Grillhorn, sprawled lifeless and pale on the icy ground, a ghostly blue aura flickering around him, just as another anguished cry rips through the air. She collapses beside him, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she desperately searches for a pulse, Arwen's voice a choked, terrified whisper. Arwen is practically screaming, her voice tearing through the silence as she tries to rouse the fallen king. Her eyes are wild with panic, she has to get him breathing. The clock is ticking, and the stakes couldn't be higher. She cradles his head, desperately pressing her ear to his chest, praying for a heartbeat, a breath, anything. Then, a horrifying, wet gurgle escapes his lips, a sound that chills her to the bone. Another cough, a ragged, desperate sound, and still, he remains unresponsive. The sheer stress of the moment makes Arwen's own mouth bleed, her body screaming in protest as she fights for his life. The icy wind howls across the desolate, blood-soaked battlefield. But then, a miracle. Arwen, her voice hoarse, realizes he's breathing again. A flicker of hope in the crushing despair. A wave of pure relief washes over her face, but the fight is far from over. Arwen, still reeling from the intense revival, heard whispers. Was this the legendary prince? So young, so small, yet rumored to be a monster. But Ian, ever the loyal aide, swiftly interjected, shutting down the speculation and reminding them of the prince's true status. Then, a weak, almost imperceptible sound escaped Grillhorn's lips, her name. Arwen's heart pounded as she cried out, Your Highness, a mix of relief and renewed determination washing over her. His eyes flickered open, and in that moment, her fury ignited. A silent, burning vow formed, these damn orc bastards will pay. But then, a shockwave of defiance. Grillhorn, against all odds, pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with resolve, roaring that he wouldn't just be some head orc for them to claim. His sheer audacity was crazy, but Arwen got the message loud and clear. He wanted her to hurry up and finish them off, and with a quiet, she accepted the challenge. Ian, bewildered, turned to Arwen, trying to make sense of the prince's outburst, but she was already miles ahead, her gaze fixed on the battle. A powerful aura erupted around her as Arwen took her battle stance, her blade now glowing, ready to end this fight with a single, decisive strike. The battlefield erupts in a snowy maelstrom as armored knights throw themselves into a brutal clash against shadowy, monstrous foes, a voice cutting through the chaos to declare, he is correct. The brutal melee intensifies, knights surging forward with desperate resolve, a commanding voice roaring, "End this quickly." A dark-haired warrior, cloaked in crimson, tears through the chaos with impossible speed, a blur of devastating motion. Later, Grohorn pushes himself up, a guttural groan tearing from his throat, his eyes blazing with an unyielding resolve despite the agony, his spirit absolutely unbroken. His eyes narrow, a furious snarl twisting his features as he spits out a defiant challenge to his unseen foe, "You damn orc bastard." Ian rushes to his side, his face a mask of worry as he urgently questions, "Are you alright, your highness?" Slumped back onto the bed, his arm heavily bandaged, Grohorn lets out a weary sigh, confessing, "My arm hurts, too." His gaze drops, a profound anguish darkening his expression as he reveals the true wound, "But what hurts even more is my pride." He's absolutely seething with frustration, a burning rage simmering beneath the surface as he replays the battle in his mind. He didn't even get to clash blades directly with the enemy, and still, everything went sideways. He just took out a few orcs, got blasted across the battlefield, and now he's stuck here, patched up and out of commission. While he's stewing, a voice cuts through the tension, bowing low and thanking his highness for his efforts. Ian, along with the other guards, bows deeply, explaining that because of him, they managed to rescue someone who had completely lost hope. Ian, still bowing, emphasizes their deepest gratitude to his highness. But Grohorn just scoffs internally, thinking these compliments feel totally out of place right now. Ian then gets serious, starting to fill him in on everything that went down while his highness was out cold. He drops the bombshell, "It's still early, but the water castle is probably going to fall to the invading orcs." Ian drops a bombshell, revealing the body in the mountains isn't just any orc, it's their king. Grohorn, still reeling from his own battle, can barely comprehend it, an orc king. He's stunned, knowing orcs are usually a chaotic mess, but Ian explains they're ruthless opportunists, even against their own kind. Then, Ian drops another chilling question, asking if he knows what they call an orc king. With a serious look, Ian confirms it's a real thing. The orcs are shown in a savage brawl, always fighting. They're absolutely merciless, trampling everything in their way. But from their ranks rises a monstrous orc, whose power dwarfs any chieftain. This terrifying leader is known as a warlord. High above the desolate, snow-covered peaks, a formidable figure stands amidst a field of fallen warriors. His dark, angular armor and tattered red cape casting an ominous silhouette against the bleak sky, a chilling presence known only as the frenzied Lord of War. Grohorn is deep in thought, realizing that finding the Orc King before he hits the gates is going to be a massive challenge, even with their current defensive plans locked and loaded. Ian chimes in, sounding super serious, that tracking down the Orc King's goons for intel would be just as tough, and he's clearly hesitant about Grohorn even touching that magic sword, thinking it's a bad move for the prince. Grohorn, totally baffled, can't wrap his head around why the Orc King's minions are harder to find than the big boss himself. Ian then takes a step closer, looking straight at the prince, and tells him there's something super important they need to ask. The Great Ranger of Balahard, backing Ian up, makes it clear they desperately need Grohorn's power, confessing they've never faced an Orc King before. Ian totally agrees with the Ranger, underscoring just how wild and new this mission is. With a sly grin, Grohorn pulls out two mysterious items, telling them to check one out and handing the other directly to the prince. Ugh. He's totally annoyed by this whole mess. Alright, that's it. Time to wrap this up. With the meeting still going, Ian tells Grohorn to chill out and get some rest. Grohorn's in bed, and Ian's worried, telling him he's seriously overdoing it. He looks up, a deep thought crossing his mind. Still by the bed, Ian asks, "Anything else you want, boss?" While Grohorn's trying to rest, something huge is brewing inside him, it's the raw power of the blue flames. And this insane power totally blows past anything he ever had before. Grohorn, still on the mend, gave his affirmative, but his thoughts were a whirlwind of chaos. Even with the inner battle, he was fundamentally good-hearted, as a formidable armored figure turned to Ian, demanding his thoughts. The armored man's stare was stone-cold, his stance radiating pure, undeniable power. Grohorn cast his eyes down, the gravity of their conversation already crushing him. The armored man pressed on, declaring that the prince's true power would only unlock once he purged every single weakness from his being. His declaration hit like a hammer, making Grohorn's eyes snap open, while Ian, watching, questioned if the prince was being led astray by such a brutal ideology. Grohorn's face hardened, realizing the armored man's demands would even impact his loyal knights. The armored man stayed cold and unmoving, his determination absolute. Ian, clearly uneasy, pushed back, asking if this wasn't going too far, but the armored man shot back, insisting Grohorn was the Empire's last hope, and the current crisis left no other choice. As shimmering blue energy coalesces, a profound truth begins to unfold before Grohorn. For reaching transcendence is a power only granted to those who have truly mastered mana manipulation. Ian explains that such power was never bestowed upon the knights, prompting a silent question from the young prince. Even so, Ian continues, there must have been a profound reason why certain individuals were chosen and carved by fate. Grillhorn listens, a flicker of understanding crossing his features, as Ian assures him he holds no grudge. He emphasizes the point with a knowing glance. Even the elves, with their innate connection to magic, could have easily achieved such feats. But it was humans, despite their perceived mediocrity, who interfered with the chosen of others. Mana isn't just energy, it's a living current, resonating with everything it touches, and that's why its sound transforms into the rhythm of a chanson. Even if they can't compose their own mana songs, they could still perform them, becoming the ultimate instrument. Ian, holding a pulsating mana sphere, drops another bombshell. Even if you're not a mana user, you could still control your own mana. This life training or mana training isn't just a theory, it means that the mana ring can resonate with other mana, unlocking a whole new level of connection. And just maybe, it could become the ultimate instrument. Grillhorn hangs on every word as Ian lays out his mind-bending theory, his eyes locked on the prince. The sheer implications are staggering, and Ian himself admits he can't say for sure if it's truly possible. A profound, almost troubled expression settles on Ian's face, lost in the depths of his own revolutionary ideas. And elsewhere, high on a treacherous, snowy peak, Arwen Kurgain stands ready, her silver hair whipping in the gale, a living embodiment of the incredible human potential Ian just described. He's diving deep into the mana matrix, theorizing how everything vibrates with its energy, becoming a symphony, and how even the ungifted can become conduits. But for him, the real game-changer isn't being a puppet to this power, it's about taking absolute command. But then, a jolt, a sudden, undeniable presence, rips through the mental projection. And he's snapped back to reality by a familiar, intense stare. A voice slices the quiet, demanding to know why he's even in his space. Adrian's eyes flutter open, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep. His eyes snapping wide open in pure shock. He lets out a yelp, finding Ian looming over his bed, a total shock to his system. Suddenly, both are geared up, and Ian hits Adrian with an urgent demand about his uncle, who quickly explains he dipped out while Adrian was still catching Z's. He's been watching Adrian, who's been absolutely tormented by some deep thought, but still, no breakthrough, leaving him to wonder if there's something more to this whole situation. Adrian's still totally zoned out, his mind clearly wrestling with something huge. From the depths of the room, Ian just knows this isn't going to be easy, realizing getting anything useful out of Adrian is a long shot. Suddenly, a voice shatters the quiet, making Adrian jump as he hears, "You're awake." Suddenly, a formidable presence starts to erupt, a power that has literally never backed down. This is the raw power of someone who can take on endless enemies, with nothing but a single blade in hand. The energy just explodes around him, a wild blue current bending to his every command. His eyes blaze with an insane, otherworldly glow, a pure reflection of the massive power now surging through his very being. The absolute spirit of a sword master, an ancient power, was now coursing through him. Blue energy pulsed around Ian, and Adrian could only stare, realizing this guy was on a whole other level. This man had finally found a soul that could match his incredible power. Ian's lips curved into a slight smirk, his gaze sharp and knowing. Adrian, now fully aware, looked up and exclaimed, "Thanks to you, I've awakened." His voice full of sincere thanks, he added, "Thank you so much, Ian." Ian, ever the cynic, just shrugged and quipped, "Ugh, they say people change when they're about to die." Adrian, clearly confused by the sudden shift, asked, "Are you upset or something?" He was already a sword master, but now, with this insane power, he'd leveled up to a magic sword master. With a subtle energy crackle, Ian coolly stated he wasn't upset or angry about anything, period. But Adrian just found him super annoying, thinking he'd totally misjudged the situation. Giving up on that topic, Adrian then hit him with the real question, "What did you even get out of this?" Staring down at the prince, Ian cryptically replied that he'd gained the chance to get rid of something, just setting up a milestone for it. His face was still a total mystery, but you could tell there was more going on behind those eyes. Adrian, now by the window, pondered this, his mind already on what came next. Then Ian just casually suggested they try to walk there, like it was no big deal, but it clearly meant a new adventure. With a quiet he just hoped things wouldn't get too messy. He's not mad, just disappointed, Adrian thinks, a subtle jab in his tone. Those words hit different, right? Ian, towering over him, just drops a cold warning, "Don't get your hopes up for nothing." His face a stone wall as a subtle rustle of movement cuts through the silence. He starts to move, declaring he's got questions, but he's not asking any of them. Adrian, now up and dressed, demands to know what Ian actually gained from all this, but Ian just fires back that Adrian already knows the score. Adrian tries to push further, demanding to know where he picked up the hell. But Ian's mind is already on how much he's transformed, a change Adrian is definitely not thrilled about. With a final whoosh, Ian just turns and walks off, leaving Adrian to stew in his cryptic words, surrounded by the opulent chamber. An endless green tide stretches across the frozen wastes, their sheer numbers a terrifying spectacle. But as the horde closes in, ready to strike, a terrifying surge of dark red energy erupts from his form. He's a blur of motion, tearing through the charging orcs, who can only scream in shock at the sheer audacity of this lone human. But he's not alone. Standing right beside him, eyes locked on the incoming threat, Ian is there, a silent, grim force. The energy surges, building to a crescendo, and Grillhorn's hand ignites with a terrifying crimson glow. And then, with an explosive burst, he unleashes a devastating, swirling torrent of dark power. The crimson force absolutely obliterates the battlefield, leaving nothing but a path of utter destruction and countless fallen foes. He surveys the snowy landscape, the ground still scarred from his recent, devastating attack. Beside him, Ian remarks, "What a remarkable speculation." A swirling mass of dark red energy coalesces in the distance, causing him to question, is that? As the crimson aura flares, revealing a towering, armored figure within, he finishes, the warlord. Two heavily armored orcs stand guard in the foreground, their attention fixed on the approaching threat. Ian, however, shakes his head, no. He clarifies, his gaze sharp, that bastard is one of the bravest of the generals. One of the few who can stand and follow the king. Indeed, the formidable presence belongs to the bravest of the generals. His crimson aura pulses with raw power, a clear sign of his immense strength. Out of the carnage, a colossal orc rises, eyes blazing with infernal red light, the absolute nightmare of knights and sword masters. His sheer presence dominates the entire battlefield, a terrifying leader whose aura screams absolute power. Bathed in a malevolent crimson glow, his form is a brutal monument to raw, untamed power. His face, a grotesque canvas of green skin and razor fangs, is dominated by eyes that blaze with an unholy, destructive light. He is known by one terrifying, legendary title, the Night Slayer. Just like knights tap into mana, orcs wield a power all their own. They unleash a raw, crimson energy, a formidable force known as battle aura. To forge this potent ability and unleash a devastating battle aura, they relentlessly seek out more battles than any other race. They've taken countless heads in their relentless pursuit of power, but sometimes, some orcs just hit different. These elite orcs wield an absolutely immense amount of battle aura. Their eyes blaze with an intense, predatory glow. They become hyper-attuned to aura and the killing intent of their enemies, actually seeing intangible auras with their own eyes. This heightened perception, this insane ability, is what the orcs call awakened sight. The battlefield is a graveyard, a chilling testament to absolute defeat. Red cloaks litter the pristine snow, a silent scream of fallen warriors. But before this horror, Ian reveals the terrifying truth of a Night Slayer, a warrior who doesn't just fight, but dominates with an unseen power. Forget strategy, forget tactics. Even the most brilliant generals are helpless, because these monsters have an unfair edge. They don't just fight, they dissect. They exploit every single weakness, moving like shadows, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. And the reason for this terrifying power? They can see everything, pinpointing the weakest link, the most vulnerable target, with absolute clarity. Ian's hand clenches around his sword, his voice a low growl, because a Night Slayer isn't just smart, they wield the sharpest blade, ready to cut you down. Grillhorn, absorbing every word, feels a cold dread, because everything Ian has revealed about these monsters is terrifyingly accurate. A chilling, shadowy figure with glowing blue eyes emerges, posing the ultimate question, is this the terrifying power they're up against? A force truly worthy of the title, Night Slayer. Suddenly, a lightning-fast strike. A blade rips through the air, crackling with electric blue power. The weapon screams downwards. While the orc lets out a guttural snarl, its crimson eyes locking onto the incoming threat. It tenses, the heavy chains around its neck clanking. But Grillhorn's blade slams home with a thunderous impact, unleashing a shockwave that tears through the air. The sheer power of the blow warps reality itself. And the orc is thrown back, a geyser of blood erupting from its massive form. A few soldiers nearby stare, jaws agape, one barely able to whisper, unbelievable. He just tossed it aside like it was nothing. But the assault isn't finished. The blade drives in further, tearing flesh and spilling more crimson. His blade, still pulsating with raw power, stayed buried deep within the monstrous orc. Its arm already gone, as he ripped the weapon free. The crimson energy clinging to its edge before vanishing, and the colossal beast finally crashed to the snowy earth. From a distance, a group of soldiers stared, one of them whispering, they were utterly baffled by the sheer force unleashed. That orc was no joke, a true powerhouse that shouldn't have gone down like that. Then Ian's voice sliced through the stunned silence, dropping a reminder about those terrifying Night Slayers. And challenging their entire perception of such enemies. Grillhorn, his blue aura now subtly igniting, spun to face them, utterly rejecting their judgments as utterly clueless. The soldiers, including Ian, were visibly taken aback by his blunt statement. He drops a truth bomb, stating that in this world, things are never what they seem, especially when it comes to orcs. But Ian isn't buying it, firing back that no matter what, they're still just orcs at the end of the day. Grohorn just smirks, delivering the ultimate comeback, only you know how boring that is. But then, his face completely changes, a look of pure shock washing over him as he yells, "No!" Then, with a chilling calm, he simply says, "I told you." He points forward, his hooded crew ready, knowing full well that to them, whatever's coming looks like an easy meal. He warns them that if they leave it to him, they won't even get a chance to react, hinting at a lightning-fast move about to go down. The discussion rages on, and Ian lays it out, the others got their marching orders, but they're just not seasoned enough. He doubles down, arguing that even with orcs backing them up, there's zero reason for His Majesty to become a target. Ian's firm, no need for risky fights, the rest can handle it. Grohorn's eyes lock onto Ian's wrapped arm, calling out the injury. Ian glances at his arm, a quiet, "huh," slipping out. Grohorn's face turns to stone, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination. Ian concedes his arm still on the mend, but promises to throw down when the moment hits. Grohorn tells him to chill out, calling him Vincent. Eyes locked on something beyond, Grohorn states their true foe isn't what Ian thinks. The Night Slayers are still locked in a heated argument. While a deep, resonant thrum echoes from outside, as an ominous red glow pulses through the window, signaling something huge is coming. Ian, his gaze locked on the terrifying spectacle, can feel its callous, restless presence, constantly shifting and growing more powerful. The swirling, dark red energy intensifies. And he drops the bombshell to Grohorn that it's now approaching the Winter Castle. Grohorn, however, quickly points out that the Winter Castle was destroyed ages ago. Ian's expression remains grim. As he reveals the entity will make landfall in just 1 week. Grohorn, ever the leader, simply responds, "All right." Arwen Kurgain is locked in, her mind racing to find that secret weapon and shut down its move before it's too late. Meanwhile, Ian's dropping the battle plan, making it clear their main goal isn't to wipe out the enemy, but to bait out their big boss. He then snaps to his troops, demanding their full attention. Ian doubles down on the plan, stressing that wiping them out isn't the point, it's all about luring out their leader. Over at the central wall, a commander is hyping up the knights, telling them to hold that line no matter what, until the enemy's big shot finally shows their face. And on the east wall, more knights are locked and loaded, their gear shining under the harsh light. The west wall is also stacked, a solid defensive line ready to shut down any incoming threat. As the tension ramps up, a shout cuts through the air, ordering the archers to get ready, bows drawn and locked on. The castle walls are rocked by a massive impact. As a storm of arrows erupts from the defenders. These deadly projectiles slam into the charging orcs, tearing through their tough skin and drawing blood. One orc screams in pain as it's riddled with arrows. But another, a hulking brute with a shield, expertly blocks the incoming volley. Its defense is holding strong. Then, a knight in dark armor unleashes a furious roar from the ramparts, daring the invaders to continue their assault. And with a powerful command, he orders the archers to keep up the devastating barrage on the wall. The castle's archers unleash a devastating barrage, their arrows tearing through the orc ranks. But the orcs are relentless, pushing a colossal siege tower straight for the walls. That monstrous tower is closing in fast, threatening to breach the defenses. Ian, seeing the imminent danger. An orc commander, perched high on the tower, glares down at the castle, ready to strike. A desperate shout rips through the air, they have to stop them. Ian slams his armored feet down, a burst of electric blue energy erupting as he prepares for a counterattack. Then, out of nowhere, a blur of red strikes, blood exploding as an orc is caught completely off guard. It's Grohorn, unleashing a devastating, glowing red attack that sends the orc flying. He unleashes a devastating red-hot strike, blasting an orc soldier right off the castle wall with explosive force. His golden hair flying wildly as blood erupts from the brutal impact. High above, Ian surveys the chaotic battlefield, his voice booming over the roar of combat, demanding his soldiers push them off and let them fall. But the orcs just keep coming, their massive siege tower groaning under the sheer weight of their horde, each step a defiant crack against the castle's last stand. Down below, Grohorn is an absolute beast, his attacks tearing through the green-skinned horde, another orc dropping to his unstoppable assault. The siege tower's rumble intensifies, sending a chilling tremor through the very foundations of the fortress, as Ian watches its terrifying, inevitable approach. He barks out urgent orders, demanding the sling be brought forward, desperate to make them think they won't breach the castle walls. But the orcs just unleash a primal, guttural roar, a tidal wave of green bodies surging forward, their terrifying war cry shaking the very ground. As the sun blazes across the distant peaks, casting epic shadows over the besieged fortress, the siege tower relentlessly grinds forward, an unstoppable force against the castle's last stand. The battlefield is a bloodbath, and a colossal orc warrior is absolutely tearing through the enemy lines, swinging its massive axe with savage power. Roaring like a beast over a mountain of defeated enemies, its battle cry a terrifying declaration of dominance. High above, on the castle walls, Ian stares down at the endless horde, a chilling thought piercing his mind: these monsters just keep coming. Next to him, Arwen, the fierce knight, eyes the monstrous figure below, a chilling question forming in her mind: could this be a legendary knight slayer? Her gaze is sharp, unwavering, even as the impossible odds stack against them. But the strain is clear on Ian's face, a stark admission that their forces are utterly spent. Arwen, ever the optimist, holds on to a sliver of hope, convinced that even those relentless monsters must be feeling the burn by now. But the siege tower, a monstrous shadow, grinds ever closer, a terrifying harbinger of doom for the castle. And then, a horrifying realization hits them: the winter castle's walls have a critical loophole. The orc horde is absolutely relentless, their savage roars tearing through the air. And just when you think it can't get worse, a chilling realization hits: wolf espers are in their midst. A hulking orc warrior lunges, weapon raised. Its attack aims straight for the heart of the defense, the chilling presence of those wolf espers making every blow count. But Grillhorn isn't backing down. He meets the charge with a furious clash of steel, barking at Arwen to take care of the rest. He deflects another brutal strike with his shield, his gaze locked onto the monstrous foe. Then his grip tightens on the hilt, and suddenly, blue lightning crackles around the blade. As he coolly asks Arwen if it's time to dangle some bait. Then with a devastating, power-infused swing, he unleashes the Song of Requiem, a blinding wave of pure, destructive energy. Out of the abyss, a terrifying beast materializes, its crimson eyes blazing with pure malice. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of dark, crimson energy explodes outward. But Grillhorn isn't backing down. He unleashes a devastating counterattack, his body blazing with a brilliant blue aura, tearing through the enemy lines. Meanwhile, watching from afar, Ian feels the sheer, overwhelming power emanating from the fight, a look of intense concern etched on his features. He grimly confirms: it's just as I've heard. A subtle, knowing smirk crosses his face as he declares, the strategy was a success. But the fight is far from over. Grillhorn, golden hair ablaze, stands his ground, eyes burning with an unyielding, warrior's spirit. But then, a new, terrifying surge of dark energy erupts, a chilling voice echoing: it's here. And then, the true terror reveals itself. The colossal orc warlord, engulfed in malevolent crimson power, charges forward, leading its frenzied horde. Just when the orc warlord's overwhelming power threatened to crush all hope, a game-changing announcement echoes across the realm: the Night Slayer has officially joined the battle.